Oh, now it says. Okay, now are we live
Yep.
on YouTube?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, what about Twitch?
Yes, we're live on both.
Okay, cool. Welcome everybody back to the Challenger TCG Part 2 set review stream. We had some technical difficulties. We're trying to get this tool figured out so that we can be on both platforms. Looks like it's working now. So, we finished Body, Calm, and Chaos last time, and that was a pretty long stream. We're going to try to be a little quicker this time. We're also going to be covering the final three elements plus the battlefields, the legends, and their signature spells. As far as the actual legends tier list, or at least our speculative tier list for set 2, we should have a video coming for that in a few weeks, but we'll probably save that for another time, not do it on the stream.
Yeah. TBD. We'll probably give like a couple of insights when we get to reviewing the legends, but
Yep. All right, we are starting off with the Fury cards. We're going to be looking at Against All Odds for 2 energy. This is a spell at reaction speed that says give a friendly unit at a battlefield +2 this turn for each enemy unit there. Sorry, I should have mentioned this at the beginning of the stream real quick before these guys jump into explaining the card. We're going to be rating each of these cards. If you haven't been here before, we rate each of these cards 1 to 10. 1 being the lowest, 10 being the highest, and that's pretty much the scoring system. So if you guys want to jump into it, and we'll start with Alex this time. I think Colin kicked us off last time.
I mean, it's like a pump spell. I guess the nice thing is that Red doesn't have a lot of like actual pump spells. Most of their pump spells are assault. So it's nice to have like some form of like real true pump spell. The problem with this is like if you played enough Riftbound, you know that people don't usually leave multiple units at a battlefield unless they're like trying to hold for game. And even then, a lot of times that doesn't really happen. So I don't really see like most of the time this is just going to be a +2 on average. You also don't have control of your own destiny with this card, where like it's just how many guys they put in there. It's not even like you get +2 for every guy you attack with. I mean, I don't see this card as being all that great. Like I could see it seeing play just because again, it's like one of the few true pumps in red and it's cheap. So I'll give it like a 4, and that's probably too generous. It is reaction, so I guess that's good.
yeah, I think its main issue is that it only pumps at a battlefield as well, where a lot of the reasons why reaction-based pump spells are strong right now is because they can help you against something like a falling star in your base or a singularity or something like that, and swing it such that your unit gets to survive after your opponent plays this powerful spell. This card does not do that because it only works at a battlefield, and typically most decks are going to be able to bust through that anyways. Maybe there will be a world where we sideboard this card if we're running into like a bunch of token spam or something. You know, they're on like a war camp with a bunch of 1/1s, and this card just gets to clear it for free. I had one game at the PPG where my opponent had like 12 guys on a war camp in order to hold it, and he was able to hold it by 1 point. Well, if I had this and it was +24, then that certainly wouldn't have been the case. So I don't think it's an absolutely terrible card, but it will be extremely meta dependent and situational. So I'll give it like Alex said, probably a 4, maybe a 5. Probably about a 4. Technically playable, but not something that I would expect to see anytime soon.
Yeah, I'm somewhere between a 4 and a 5 myself. I think the +2 is pretty good. Like 2 for 2 is discipline rate. Like you're not drawing a card though. Reaction speed part is pretty good. The main like best case scenario I see for this card is when you just have a large unit at a battlefield, and you know they're trying to swing 3 to 4 units to like break over it and maybe leave 1 or 2 bodies behind, and then you're able to get like a +6 or a +8 from this. Like that's a really good defensive trick. But not being able to like use this on a falling star like discipline to like save a unit back at base, things like that, does make it a little bit worse. So I'll probably leaning towards the 4 myself. Oh, mech token. That's not a real
Whoa.
card.
Mech token. Yeah, this card's
Mech
crazy.
token,
It's
3 for
card's
0
3.
energy. 3 for
Oh my
3.
god.
Broken token. All right. We've got the Armed Assailant for 6 energy and a power. This is a 6 might unit with Accelerate, and it also has Weapon Master.
Yeah.
Why did they print? They printed a 6 in purple that had Weapon Master with no energy, and then they
Yeah.
made this guy that is like he's strictly worse but strictly better. Like they gave him a power cost just because he has the ability to accelerate.
For more
Yeah,
power.
Yeah,
so,
like
so then you can spend
yeah, for
another
more
power and
power.
another energy.
Yeah, like
yeah.
I don't understand the design concept. This feels like darts at a board for me, where they're just like, we'll just make some random effects. This just like I'm more enraged about I'm more enraged about the design of like, oh, we have a 6 for no power with Weapon Master, but if you want to pay the extra power, you can now have a guy that has the option to accelerate for, like Anton said, another power. I mean, this just I'm so angry. I'm going to give this guy probably a worse rating than I gave the last guy. This guy's like a 3. Like
Nah,
that's probably
he's a
too
2 for
generous.
sure.
He's like 2.
He's a 2.
2, sure.
Yeah.
Give him a 2. Like fuck this
Technically
guy. Like,
playable and limited.
suck.
He gets a 2. Get him off the
Yeah,
screen.
this is ass.
Yeah, I agree. Card's very bad, and I don't understand how we have like Lee Sin, like who with her no power has Accelerate for like the same might and a much better effect, and then they felt that the power was just this crazy, I guess, on a Weapon Master. I don't know. Makes no sense.
Yeah, this is just one of the cases of limited fodder.
Another token.
Yeah.
Guess all the tokens got in the Fury folder somehow. Sorry about that, guys. Next up, Blood Rush for 1 energy. This is a spell at action speed with repeat 1, and it gives a unit Assault 2.
Yeah, this is kind of our side grade to cleave is what I'll call it. I will note that they messed up the formatting on this one, similar to the mutation from set 1, where it does not say until end of turn. I would expect it to be until end of turn. It'll just get an errata, same as convergent mutation. That being said, it's still pretty good. You're now at a point where instead of just cleave being always 1 for 3, you can either be a 1 for 2 or a 2 for 4, right? So that versatility makes me feel like the goatee here is going to be a little bit better than cleave as a whole, but maybe we'll still see cleave seeing some play out of certain decks like Annie that don't need that specific 1 extra might breakpoint and are tight on runes. So I think this will be a solid spell that's played in a lot of decks. I think it will definitely see an absolute ton of play if you've seen how popular cleave is. Honestly, I expect this to be kind of the default going forward because I think most decks can afford that 1 extra energy for 1 extra might, and that can sometimes be a make or break. So, because I expect this to see play in pretty much every red deck, honestly, I'd give this like an 8. Card's going to be very, very strong.
It's a little high for me. I mean, it's still just like even cleave. I don't give an 8, and I think this is like pretty much what you said, like kind of on the same par as cleave. I mean, this card's solid. Don't get me wrong, but 8's crazy. Like I mean, this is not a meta. 8 is like a meta-defining staple. I don't think this card's there. I'm gonna give this card a 6. It's fine. It's like just as good as cleave for me. It's hard to say which is gonna see more play, and this might be one of those cards where it just like ends up being personal preference. Like half the list play cleave, half the list play this, and just like a personal preference thing. But 8's crazy to me. Like I don't think this card is that good, but I like it.
I'm in the middle of where you guys are. I'm probably going to give it a 7. I do think it's probably a little bit better than cleave, especially because just one energy in this game is like you don't really usually have like a 3-drop to develop. A lot of decks are playing either like 2s and 4s. Like every once in a while you'll have some 3s in the mix, but you're not going to consistently have the perfect energy curve when you play cleave. So being able to spend the extra energy and get an extra might out of it is really good. A lot of the times with cleave, like +2 is usually enough too to like actually get the trade that you want. So yeah, I like Blood Rush a lot. I think this card's really solid.
Yeah, I mean, I For me, like I said, I expect this to be a 3 of in pretty much every Fury deck. So I
Yeah.
think 8 might even be a little bit low, but we'll
Yeah.
see how it shakes up.
I could see it. And yeah, I do believe that they're going to errata this card most likely.
Yes.
Oh, another token. All right, we've got Bushwhack next up for 2 energy and a power. This is a spell with hidden. It says friendly units enter ready this turn, and you can play a gold gear token exhausted.
I don't know why they gave this card hidden. This is very strange. I guess you can, like, in theory, hide it for a power, and then if it sticks around for an entire turn cycle, but this is not what hidden cards are traditionally supposed to do. That being said, this is like a significantly worse confront. The fact that it costs a power, like, I don't really know. Maybe there's some nonsense out of Kaisa where they just need more accelerators, but you're in Fury, so it's not like you're lacking on accelerators. So for that reason, I'll give it a 2 out of 10 because maybe there's some use case, but this card is absolutely terrible.
Yeah, I don't understand. Again, this is just like design baffles me. Like, I get when you're in different colors, you're supposed to like think not all things are equal, but like, yeah, why does this it like cost a power but makes a gold? Like, what's even the point of that? Like, just have it not cost a power and have its effect. It just like such a stupid thing, especially when confront draws a card for no power. The hidden is not an upside to this. Like Colin said, I do not see the application of the hidden. I mean, yeah, I'm gonna give this card's an insult. I'm gonna give it a 2 as well.
Yeah, it's a 2 for me. Don't have too much more to add. I don't understand why. Maybe if we have a gold matters deck in the future, who knows?
Gold's going to have to matter a lot.
Yeah, agreed. Next up, we've
But
got
yeah, Merry
Detonate.
Christmas to everyone.
Yep. Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, all that stuff. Next up, we've got Detonate for 1 energy and a power. This reads kill a gear, its controller draws 2.
Yeah, this card's kind of interesting. I don't really know how to feel about it yet, just because it's got kind of the utility of, if you're in Kaisa and you're generating gold with either card sharps or plundering Poro, maybe it can become like a 1 energy draw 2, which is obviously quite strong. We've seen how powerful just stupefying on a dreaming tree can be. So being able to do that while also having the utility of being able to blow up like your opponent's Aurora potentially, does make sense as a spell. That being said, we haven't really seen a significant dominance of any of the gear-based strategies right now. All of the meta has kind of been around Kaisa, Draven, Annie, Victor right now, all of which do not use gears in any meaningful way. So I don't expect this card to really see any play for the foreseeable future, but it is a playable card. So for that reason, I'll give it like a 5. I think it's a middling card. Like, it's worth considering if you're really looking for a hybrid card that can either sack a gear to draw 2 or kill your opponent's Aurora, and then they get to draw 2, but at least you got rid of their Aurora. So
Yeah, I only see this being great if you're like really like need there's some sort of like tempo removal, like this versus Aurora. Okay, it's 1 mana for 9. You don't care if they draw 2 because the mana difference is so huge, or like you're not trying to play the thermo beam. Like, sure, I get that sort of. I just kind of like Colin said, I don't see where that comes up right now. I'm gonna give this card like a 4 out of 10, maybe. I mean, okay, one application for this card I do want to talk about is like if there is some sort of combo deck where you just need to be drawing cards, this does draw 2 for 1 mana, even if it costs a power. And like there is sometimes synergy with popping the gears, like with the pack to ramp a mana. So like I could see where this is like more of a combo related thing than it is actually just like a sideboard gear hate. Uh, but I don't know where that is right now. I'll give it a 5 too, actually. You know what? After thinking about it a little, sure, we'll give it a 5. Five's fine.
yeah, it's definitely not going to see play as of right now, but this is a card I could see, a couple sets down the line, us coming back down to and being like, man, I can't believe we weren't playing this card.
Yeah, I think that the more that we get token gear type effects, I think that this card will just get better and better over time. Right now, it's just going to be pretty much relegated to the sideboard, I would assume, unless gear decks are very prevalent in the format. I don't expect to see this making the main, but if you're in red, you already had one of the best gear removal spells. And I guess if you really wanted to hate out gear even more, red is definitely the element to do it with. Next up, we've got the Dragon Dog, Eager Drakehound. For 3 energy and a power, this is a 3 might boy that enters ready.
Yeah, I'm just gonna start us off with, why the fuck is this a dog? Who the fuck at Riot headquarters was like, yo, this is a dog? Like, this is a dog. That is like, I don't even know what that. Look at its arms. Its arms are like jacked.
He's
It's not even
swole.
like a dragon. He's ripped. Like, that looks like the biggest turkey leg of an arm I've ever seen. So I don't know. I think that's an error. I actually think that dog was put on this card in error. The only reason I could think of it is like they have it as a pet. Like this is like a like it's a, like an arena, like a pet. Like it's on a leash. So they're like, oh, it's on a leash, so it's a dog. Like,
Yeah, maybe
okay,
in Noxious. I don't know the lore, but maybe dragons to them are just dogs.
It's a Drakehound.
but
Goodness. Yeah,
yeah,
the Drake Hound.
Drake.
Yeah.
Sure, it has the name Hound in it, so they said it was a dog. Like, no.
Maybe this is some hybrid monstrosity
It's a-
crossbreeding
it's a
sort of thing.
Future tool for dog tribal.
Yeah, no, I'm not. Its effect, on the other hand, is like it's a 3 for 3, but it costs a power. Obviously, if this guy didn't cost a power, he'd be incredible. But like, you're not really
Yeah.
trying to pay a power for an effect like this. Like, it doesn't do a whole lot for you. I just maybe in an aggro strategy where you really just need to like attack and score points. Like on turn 1, you have to score a point. Like this is like almost like a like slightly not slightly worse, just a worse sneaky deckhand. I guess it can win fights, which is nice. So like maybe it does have that going for it, where it can actually like kill a turn 1 play on turn 2. Like it actually is the answer to sneaky deckhand, funny enough. So if they like sneaky deckhand you, you can run this guy in. But again, few and far between applications. I don't know. I mean, it's not like the worst. Like it could see play. I'm gonna give it a 5 out of 10. Like it is still like a guy that like could be played on turn 1 and score a point. So like it can only be so bad, right?
Yeah, I expect this guy to see absolutely zero play when compared to like Legion Rearguard. Obviously, the extra might is nice, but just the fact that Legion Rearguard can be a 2 on turn 1, this card does not have that hybrid utility. So I'm gonna give it like, I guess, a 3. And maybe there'll be some niche applications when Dog Tribal in the future says like all your dogs cost a power less. But yeah, when the way that I think of power, especially on an early game creature, is like, this is going to cost you 8 or 9 power to play on turn 1, or 8 or 9 energy over the course of the game to play on turn 1. Like, it's just never what you want to be doing. So,
Yeah, I agree. I think it's probably like a 4, maybe push in a 5 for me. But I do think that being a Legion Rearguard, that because it costs the exact same cost as Legion Rearguard Accelerated, but with an extra might, is like pretty solid. It doesn't have the flexibility to be a turn 1 play going first though, whereas Legion Rearguard does, which is why he's definitely a nicer card. But I do think like it's an okay card. I would be happy to pull this in limited most likely, but I just think that it says something that red would just never play this because it just has so many good playables. Like red is probably one of the best domains when it comes to insanely good playables.
yeah, I don't know. I think Ezo in our Twitch chat's right. They put dog on it because the card is in fact dog. You're so right.
Facts. Next up, we've got the Gem Jammer for 2 energy. This is a 2 might mech. It says, when you play me, give a unit ganking this turn.
Yeah, this card's actually quite strong as opposed to the previous card here. Ganking is an extremely powerful effect that is a little bit underrated. just because being able to score from one battlefield to the other is just a really strong effect. Obviously, I think this one's going to be used more on the aggressive side. Ganking as a strategy can work defensively because if you can have a unit that can control both battlefields, and your opponent can never win, right? Even if they score one side, they'll always have to kill a ganking unit in order to win the game. So, but this card is a little bit on the opposite side where it's like, oh, you can play it early, you can score an extra point, and honestly, that's probably good enough. There are times I've seen where, you know, if you like run a thousand-tailed watcher in out of Kaisa, for example, you and it gets stuck on a battlefield while your opponent tries to hold the other side. Just being able to play this as a 2 and have this extra utility of being like, oh, now my thousand-tailed watcher isn't actually trapped on the other side. Now it can gank over for 7, and meanwhile, just being like a 2 for 2, which is what you want to be doing on turn 1 anyways in most games, is pretty strong. So I expect this to see play in pretty much every Fury deck. I don't know if it'll be quite a 3 of in every deck, but at least in 2 copies. So I'll give it a 7 out of 10. Very, very strong. Oh, and yeah, it is also a mech for whatever mech synergies that we have. So
giving this the same rating as Lonely Poro is crazy because I still don't like. I think this is like, I think I've said that like 2s for me, the highest rating they can get is a 6 unless they're just like totally cracked like the Lonely Poro. And this for me is he's another 6. He's great. He has all these utility options. He gives ganking to decks that never had the ability to really have ganking before. Kaisa, I think, is a pretty standout one there where like now they can actually like move, like the Kaisa can actually double score, or like you said, the Watcher can go over. But I don't think this moves the needle. Like this isn't like, whoa, like this 2-drop changed the game for this deck. Like it lets these decks do something a little extra, but I still think this is a 6 out of 10. It's a great 2, but it's not incredible by any means. Like it's not like going to like break the meta. Like it's not going to shift any of these decks. Like none of these decks I think are getting a whole lot better because this is there.
Yeah, I think Gem Jammer's kind of cracked. I disagree. I think I'm leaning towards the 7 as well. I think ganking is just such a powerful effect. I think that the Kaisa champion specifically with this card is pretty absurd, especially in Kaisa where like you always have the retreats up, so you're just able to. Oh, Alex's camera just died. He got mad because nobody agreed with him.
Yeah, the classic.
He rage quit.
He can have his he can have his baby rage moment.
But yeah,
that is not what happened.
Baby
I
rage.
Had to remove my dog. my wife came in looking for the dog, so I had to send him off.
Yeah, but yeah, I don't really think that Rumble is gonna be crazy this set. But it is relevant that this is a mech, but that's not really what's pushing the score for me. It's more just the utility of this card. I think that it's gonna be really powerful and see play in all the red decks going forward, unless we get something a lot better.
Yeah, it's don't sleep on this card. It is very strong. I think right now, out of the top tier decks, the only deck that's really going to be utilizing this a lot is Kaisa. Again, like you mentioned, for the Kaisa chosen champion, ganking is super strong. But yeah, we'll see as time goes on. I expect this card to be very, very good.
Next up, we got Sentinel Adept for 3 energy. This is a 3 might unit with Weapon Master.
Why? Why do they print these? Like, what's the point? Did someone in their design team say we need a Weapon Master in every color, and they're all just vanillas? Like, these are not even like, I'm furious. Like every one of these I see, I'm giving it a worse ranking than the last one from now on.
Didn't we see a 3 for 3 already?
I think we did. I know purple had a 6, right? I feel like maybe.
Yeah.
I feel like we saw a 3 for 3 directly in another color already too. So I think this is just.
Nope. They're all now. When I see them, they're all getting 1s. If I see another Weapon Master vanilla, it's just getting a 1. I'm so mad. This one's the last one. I'll give it a 2. It's gonna get I'll give this one a 3. You know, we'll keep with the theme. 3 for 3 for 3. Like, there you go. Next one though, you're getting a 1. I'm tired of looking at these.
No, this is definitely a 2. I mean, anytime I'm not quite as mad about it as Alex is, but
No,
anytime
actually,
a new
get
keyword
it off.
is,
I don't want to talk about it anymore. Off the screen. It doesn't even deserve a rating. Just move to the next.
yeah,
What?
there are real 3 drops that exist. You don't need to be playing this trash.
Yeah, I think they just wanted to highlight their new mechanic, but I feel like making cards that just have that ability don't really highlight your mechanic that well.
Yeah, for sure.
Next up, we've got Serrated Dirk. This is a 1 mana equipment. It gives your guy Assault 2. Equips for 1 Fury.
It's probably
Yeah,
the most level. The 1-cost weapons, like the other ones, just all seem better than this. Like it doesn't give defense. Like +2 on attack is like serviceable, I guess, but like I don't know. This doesn't seem. I don't see, like, unless you're playing like some sort of weapons deck like Azir, which can't even play this. I don't see a reason you would need this unless, like, again, I don't know where this 1-drop assault weapon is like really fitting in. I guess it has some Lucian synergy. That's about it, because he does deal damage equal to his assault. So like that's decent there.
Yeah.
But like outside of that, don't see it. Gonna give it like a 3. No, I'll give it a 4. Whatever. What the hell? I'll give it a 4 out of 10.
Wow, so generous of you, Alex.
I'm in a good. I'm gonna
this trash at 4.
It's in the holiday spirit.
It's yeah, you know,
yeah. Now that there's now that there's not a weapon master on screen.
Yeah, exactly.
Vanilla,
now that
right?
the weapon master is gone,
spirit.
My blood pressure is low again. So
yeah, I think the main issue that this card has is just that it doesn't actually boost your might at all in defense. So the only real utility that these cheap equipment have in the early game is to be able to buff like your 2 might guy to a 3, and now you're running over their guy and they have to commit some extra resources into it. So the fact that this card does not do that, in my mind, keeps it pretty bad. If for some reason there are some like weapon master synergies that really need like a cheap equipment, then I could see the Sing play, but I can promise you that those currently do not exist. So I'll give it a 3, like Alex said. It's not good, not playable right now, but who knows, maybe in the future that'll change.
Yeah, I could see it being used maybe in like a kind of like a token strategy, maybe like how the Brutalizer kind of is. It's a very cheap gear, so like being able to weave this in is pretty easy. The main function I see right now for this card is just how it works with the Assault Lucian champion, but I don't know that that card's super playable right now, but like it helps him shoot stuff for like 3 or 4 if you're in Lucian. But that unit's also really weak, so he would have definitely liked some defensive might as well. Yeah, I'll give the card like a 4. Next up, we've got the Void Drone for 3 energy and 3 might. This is a unit that says, I cost 2 less to play from anywhere other than your hand.
So, as someone who's been playing a lot of Rek'Sai the last couple days, this card's a bait. It is, Rek'Sai is like kind of a high roll deck to begin with, and like I tried this card, and the problem with Rek'Sai, at least the way I have it built right now, is that most of your cards cost an even amount of energy. So what happens is you play this guy for 1, yay, but then you have like an odd amount of energy left, especially if you went first, and this doesn't actually fill your curve out the way you want it to. So now it's only like really good when you go second, because you have an odd number of energy when you go second, right? Like an odd number of runes, until you pay power, of course. So now you have to go second, and you have to see this off the top. And when this card hits your hand, it's like pretty much a dud. Like it's just a 3 for 3 vanilla, which if you've been watching anything, those get like a 2 from us. So like at its worst, this card is a 2. At its best, this card is like maybe a 5. Like a 3 for 1 is not that much crazier, especially when you can't spend the rest of your mana efficiently. It just like, it does not work out the way you want it to a lot of the times. Yes, sometimes it does high roll. Like you go second, you have 5 mana, You score on turn 2. Oh, you hit this plus you have a 4, or you have 2 2s, and you're like, yay, everything's great. But like a lot of the times, you'll have an even amount of mana. You'll capture, you'll flip this, and you'll be like, well, this is slightly better than the 2-drop that I was going to play in my hand, but I have 4 mana, so I play this, and then I play a 2, and then it's like, okay, great. Like I was going to play double 2. I guess I got a guy with 1 more might. Woohoo. And then when you draw him, he's just like an absolute like bum in your hand. So I don't like this card. I don't think it's very good. I don't think it's like horrible, but like I'm going to give this card like a 4 out of 10, and that's probably generous.
Yeah, I got a couple people in chat asking, is neither a mech nor a dog? Right at the
Yes.
unit tag there where it says the void. If it had any sort of keywords, then yeah, maybe. But it doesn't have any of that. So like Alex said, this is the type of card that like it really isn't going to be like making Rek'Sai S tier because this card exists, right? Like maybe there'll be some lists that you play it in because going second you could like combine this with like a Noxious Hopeful if you were to hit the 1 in 13 that you actually flip it off the top of your deck with a Rek'Sai trigger. I guess slightly better than that, probably like 1 in 9, 1 in 10. So it rarely will come up, and then the fact that you're just having like a 3-for-3 vanilla in your deck is not super strong. So yeah, I think like a 4 is fine. Maybe we'll see some sort of synergy because it is universal, where we'll be like playing stuff out of our grave or eventually tutoring and playing stuff out of the deck. Who knows? So right now, I don't think this card's particularly good. You can try it in Rek'Sai, but I don't expect it to even be good there. So
Yeah, I think the other case for a 1 mana card being playable is on your 6 energy turn. So like if you can live the dream, Magical Christmas Land, of you swing, you conquer, you get to play the 1 mana guy off the top, and then you play your Darius. That's also pretty good. But yeah, there's pretty niche scenarios where this guy can be really good. But again, it's high roll. There's a lot of variance with these triggers and stuff. I do think that it's a decent card though. But yeah, it's like a 4 for me.
is a falling star.
Dies to Falling Star, lol.
Dives to Falling. That's my experience with the Rek'Sai deck as a whole. Not to go too much on a tangent, but I've been playing a lot of Rek'Sai. Love the deck. I don't know how to make it beat Kaisa. God, Falling Star is such a pounding.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Next up, we've got Angle Shot for 2 energy. This is a spell at reaction speed. Choose a unit and an equipment with the same controller. Attach that equipment to that unit or detach that equipment from that unit and draw 1.
Now,
Yeah,
you've been
this
playing
card is
competitive card
kinda
games. Oh, go ahead. Sorry, I don't want to interrupt you.
No, you're good. You can go on your rant, your tangent.
I was
want
going
to
to
hear
say,
this
if
one.
you've been playing competitive card games a lot, you've already experienced the angle shot, but now you can experience the angle shot in card form too. So when your opponent is rule sharking you or judge calling you or doing whatever, now you can be like, okay, well, now I have this in card form too.
Yeah.
I like Collins played a bunch with this card, so I'll let him take up from there. I had something better prepared, but then I lost my train of thought, so I'll let you take
It's
over and
funny,
save me from this embarrassment.
Yeah, no, I like it. We had the what was it, the first big 2K regional with people photoshopping the Teemo guy with the stack deck because he was stacking his deck and cheating. And now when you have somebody who's trying to angle shoot you, then we'll eventually have this be posted all over Twitter with some dude's face on it when they're trying to angle shoot you in the rules. So
Miss Trigger, bro. Miss
where I
Trigger.
expect to see this the most. Yeah, Mr. Arena's greatest.
Oh.
Trying to lie to judges, all that sort of traditional scummy angle shooting stuff. That being said, this card it really only has like one real use case out of it, and that's in Draven. We saw the first Draven list that won the best of 1 event playing 3 of this card, and I tried it given that, but it was not particularly impressive to me. It's kind of more, it's just so like, I don't know, middling that it's not something that I ever really want to play. I could see it being like the tech and the Draven v Draven mirror, where your opponent like tries to use their Draven's Axe against you, and then you play this card and you detach their Draven's Axe, and then it dies to temporary. You draw a card. Like that's pretty juice. So I don't think this card is completely terrible, but outside of it's kind of like a meta call, right? I don't think it's quite good enough in Draven. Obviously, its biggest use is like when they kill your guy with the Draven's Axe. If you have the 2 energy up, then you can just play this, reattach it to something else, and then it doesn't die to the temporary trigger. But that's kind of like a little bit Magical Christmas Land-ish, and that you already have to have had the axe. Your opponent has to commit a bunch of resources to try and take the axe off the board, and then you also have to have this card with a timing window for you to be able to reattach it. So I do think this card might see some sideboard play. We'll have to see as we test things out. This might be like the most impactful thing in the Draven Mirror. So for that reason, I'll give it like a solid 5. But unless like we're all running the Kaisa thing where it's 40% Draven, I don't really expect this card to see. You can maybe main deck 1 in Draven, and then a couple in the board, but that's about as much use as I see out of this card.
I feel like 2 mana do thing draw card is like the Riftbound card economy staple. Like, lol, this effect isn't good enough. Let's make it draw card. Oh, it's 2 mana. Like, I feel like I feel like they've been running that for too long now. But yeah, I mean, this card's like whatever. Like, I don't know. Maybe there's some like tricks you can do with it, but like I'm not particularly impressed. I'm gonna give this card a 4 out of 10.
Yeah, cards a 4 for me as well. Was not really impressed when I first read it, and after seeing it in Draven, I still wasn't really impressed. So it's okay though.
For sure. I did see someone ask about if we got into the regional qualifiers for Vegas and Bologna. I know that I will be going to both of them personally. I believe you guys are undecided on Bologna, but
Yeah,
both got into Vegas.
We
right?
both got into Vegas, and I'm on wait list for Bologna.
So on the wait list for Bologna. I did it too late though, so I'm probably not getting in. I might just show up. Truthfully, I'm trying to go to China, so we'll see how that goes. But that's my plan, is to go to China instead.
Yeah.
Next up, we've got Battering Ram for 5 energy. This is a 5 might unit. This is like cost 1 less for each card you've played this turn to a minimum of 1.
This card's like somewhat interesting only because I think there's another card in this set that we'll see at some point that has like a much more significant downside to be a 4 cost for 5 might. I have not had any lists that have wanted this card so far, but you know, there's like its main issue is that everything that you're gonna play costs an energy anyways, right? So like if you're playing like stack deck into stack deck, then you can play this as like a 3 cost 5 might, which is actually like somewhat decent. But honestly, there's just more powerful things that you can be doing in the game right now. So maybe as time goes on, some sort of storm strategy that will be playing all these spells and then playing this card out will be beneficial. But at the end of the day, you're doing all this for like a 5 might unit, which is with no additional text. So I don't expect this to see a ton of play right now. It is something that's worth considering. So for that, I'll give it like a 4. But at least right now, it's not doing much in the meta.
Yeah, I don't understand why this card's a unit. It's like a bunch of dudes holding a battering ram. Wouldn't this have been better? Like, you're in an equip set. Like, wouldn't this have made sense as an equip? Like, it's literally not a unit. Like, you can see there's guys holding this battering ram. So I don't really understand the choice of making this a unit, but whatever. As for the applicability of this card, I mean, I just wish they'd given it another keyword. Like, shit, put like weapon mat. I guess it wouldn't make sense, but put something on this, like assault. Assault would have made perfect. Like, just give it a little something more to incentivize this, because right now, like kind of like Colin said, like you get to do your like pop off storm thing, like especially in purple, I guess. But like this costs an energy still, so like if you're paying energy to do all these things, like I don't know where this is all that great. So yeah, I'm gonna give this card like a 3 out of 10. I think it's just not very good, to be honest. And I'm kind of upset about the flavor. This is not a unit. This is clearly a weapon.
Yeah, definitely a flavor fail. I just think that this doesn't feel like what a battering ram does. Like, I agree, assault or just something that rams into defensive plays would make more sense. And it's also just kind of weird that it's called a battering ram, even though it's a unit.
I understand the flavor. They were
Mhm.
thinking like, okay, the more guys to hold the battering ram, the cheaper it gets, right? Because it reduces for
Sure.
each card. But like, yeah, I mean, I don't know. Seems nonsensical to me.
Next up, we got Blast Corps Cadet for 2 and 2 might. This is, you can pay an additional energy and a fury as an additional cost to play it. When you play me, if you pay the additional cost, deal 2 to a unit at a battlefield.
I honestly, this just kind of seems like a. I mean, it's nice that we're getting like 2 drops with a wider array of effects, but I'm not really seeing it. It has to be at a battlefield, like cost of power. Like, I think they made the conditions on this just steep enough to where it probably won't see very much play. Um, Now I could see if you have some sort of like spell damage deck, like where like you have a way to buff the damage you're doing. Maybe this starts to see some play where like you have something on the. I don't know if Ravenborn Tome hits abilities. I think it's spells only, but like if you had like enough of those type of things, I could see where this actually does get a little bit better. But I just the utility here seems kind of like lower for a 2 drop. It's not the worst, but again, I don't really know. Like your opponent's not going to have a 2 drop on the battlefield on turn 2. So like where I could see the applicability of this is like if your opponent could attack on their turn 1, you could play this on 2 and actually kill that guy, but it's not like a reality. So just the timing's kind of weird and doesn't line up. It feels kind of off to me. I'm gonna give this card like a 3 out of 10.
Yeah. Oh, I see. Morning Dango. Anyone else in the chat? Yeah, this card is like, I don't know, probably about what Alex said, about a 3 out of 10. There are some things that increase the damage, such as Void Gate, and I believe that will work for it. But the issue that this card really runs into is that you're not going to be doing it until turn 2 for the additional cost. And while it sounds like having a 2 for 2 that you can draw and be a little bit better in the late game is nice, the issue is that like there's almost never a situation where just dealing 2 to a unit at a battlefield is what you need, right? Like you can, every deck is built to be able to clear a battlefield if it needs to. So for that reason, this card just really has no use case. The only one I can think of is against Draven with the 2-drop that says you can sack him to push something out. Then like you could use this as a way to potentially kill that later in the game. But that's a pretty niche scenario. So again, unless we're looking at a field of only Dravens, I don't really see much of a use for this. So yeah, like 3 out of 10 for sure.
Yeah, I think it's like still a decent card in a vacuum. Like in limited, I'd be probably happy to have a 2-drop that can have some potential upside later on. Though I do agree that the upside's not much. It is a little clunky, but it's like probably like a 4 for me. I think the card's just suffering from the same issue of there's just infinitely better cards to play in Fury. Next up, we got Minotaur Reckoner. 5 energy for 5 might. Units can't move to base.
Minotaur Reckoner, huh? It's the first thing I thought of for those of you who played Magic was Boros Reckoner when I saw that, because he's also a Minotaur and a Reckoner. But I have been playing this a little bit actually in Rek'Sai. This card's all right actually. It's kind of decent. I don't think Rek'Sai is where it fits, but it was a card I was trying. I don't hate it. It's probably an okay anti-sideboard card. It's just a massive body that traps everybody everywhere, so you don't have to rely on the Vile Mausoleer necessarily to beat them. So I do like it for that. I think it has some upside there. It doesn't have a power cost. It's on stats. Again, not incredible. It's also not one-sided, which I kind of would have liked to have seen from a card like this, where if it said like your opponent's units can't move to base, obviously this card would be significantly better. I might even be happy paying a power if it did that, but I still think this guy is fine. Just has some sideboard utility. I'm gonna give him a 5 out of 10. Like totally reasonably playable in my opinion.
Yeah, dude is the mud on a stick. I mean, we have seen people using their battlefield, which is something you have to play against everyone with the Vile Mausoleer, and is only one half of the coin, right? But granted, that also starts in play, so as like anti tech. So I could see this seeing some play out of Kaisa. You know, you play it on turn 2, you play like your turn 1. I don't know, card sharp or something like that. Then move some guys in. Turn 2, you slam this guy, and now you're eating one of their things that they thought would be safe with a flash. So yeah, I think it has some potential niche applications should Annie continue to be popular over here in the States. So I think a 5 out of 10 is a good rating.
Yeah, I like 5 for the Reckoner. Good stats on rate, like we all said. I think that he just works really well with what Fury does too. Like now we have Draven, who cares about, having units at these battlefields to actually beat them and draw cards. We've got just all these assault cards that only work if there's units at the battlefield. So Fury having access to a guy that could just trap everything at both battlefields all the time so that you can be triggering all these different things that Fury does, I think is pretty solid. And then the way that this works into purple decks is also just really nice. So I could see this guy seeing some play, especially in the future.
For sure. Oh. That's interesting. I just realized that YouTube is having a weird thing right now where we've got like 2 different chat rooms going.
Oh,
Yeah, I was
I'm not
literally
sure what's up
trying to
there.
figure it.
what is going
I've
on?
been. I don't know if you've seen me typing, but I've been trying to figure this out because you're like, oh, what's up, Dango? And I'm like, where is he commenting? Why can't I see that? Like, where is this
Yeah.
happening?
Yeah, we shouldn't have
Can you?
Yeah.
two YouTubes. I'm not sure why we do.
I've been like,
Yeah.
okay, I'm glad you just said that because I'm on my phone. I've opened like 3 different browsers, and I'm like, where is Dango commenting? Like, where are you seeing these things?
Yeah.
You've mentioned multiple comments that I have not seen now, and I feel like I was like, is my internet just bad? Like, what's
Yeah.
going on?
There's
So
2 live streams
if you
on
go into our
YouTube.
live
Okay.
chat, there's 2 of them that are going right now. So maybe that's why I just realized I had like
Okay, I think I
in our
just
bigger
shut one
chat there are a lot of
down.
questions I've been ignoring.
I think I
Okay.
just shut one down. Did
Okay.
it work?
Shutting it
Yeah.
down, boys.
So for the people in the bigger chat, I'm now watching that, so I can answer a couple of questions. Am I going to continue being the set goat for Spiritforged? I'm at least going to try set. I will
Oh,
say I'm
don't
not
stroke
like
his
a
ego.
set one.
No. Delete this chat. This is the chat that should have gone.
No. Yeah,
Let's use
if you
the
guys
other
if you guys
chat.
want to keep stroking it, then go for it. Yeah, I'm gonna continue to try set, and if I think he's right for the metagame, then I'll certainly play him. But it just kind of depends. Right now, we're seeing a lot of Annie, Kaisa, Draven is what my expected metagame is. So if I can make a set list that is good into all those, then who knows? You might see me running that.
Is the big chat still going
Yeah.
then? That's the one that's still live?
Yes,
I don't
that
even know
looks
how
like
to
it's the one
access
that's
this
still
chat.
live.
Like, what's the password to get in?
Well,
this
I
chat?
shut, like I said, I think I shut
So-
down that stream, so
Let's
I'm not
see,
sure
it's
why
internet
we
loading
had
for me. So, oh,
multiple YouTube
no,
streams.
I think you might have shut down the wrong one. So
I think you
just
shut
closed
down
for
our
me now.
whole. I think you just shut down our YouTube.
No, it's
Oh
still
yeah, you shut down.
it's still showing.
You shut down the line. We are not live anymore. Oh wait, no, we are. Okay, that's weird.
Okay.
Okay, it was showing that we were.
Oh no, yeah.
I
think
shut
it
down
shut
the
down
bigger
the big
one.
one.
What the heck?
Yeah.
Okay, well now
Oh.
we're. Why are there 2 chats?
It's this tool.
I
This
can see
tool,
the other
like,
chat. I can see the other chat
Yeah.
now.
Yeah, hopefully
Oh my
people will
God.
funnel into the other one. Sorry about that, guys, as we
Oh my
fix
God, we
this. We're
exploded.
trying like
Wait,
yeah, I
we
didn't
have
know which
21
one.
viewers now.
Like, I had no way to tell which of these
Yeah.
2 is bigger. So
Wait. One of
Yeah.
these, I'm looking at it right now. One of these has 50 viewers, and one of these has 30. So we have 70 viewers almost, but they're
Yes.
in separate
Yeah.
chats. How the fuck does that work?
This is the one link
Is
in
this
the
like
Discord. Yeah, I don't know. Well, like I said, this is our first time using this tool. It's supposed to multi-stream to multiple platforms. I don't know why it split the YouTube into multiple streams
now
as
it's
well. So,
now it's just streaming on YouTube twice. Great.
but it should only be once
Yeah.
now.
Yeah.
You're still seeing two?
No, it's one now.
No, it's only
but
one.
We've
Okay.
Yeah.
We shut down the bigger one, unfortunately. So,
Oh,
but that's
well,
alright. I'm sure people will
hopefully
funnel
they
back
find
into-
hopefully they find it. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's very strange.
Very weird. We are going to what? You guys want to continue? You guys want to wait? What do you want to do?
Well, now I'm mad,
Yeah.
but sure, we can continue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
that
we've
is
got
perfectly fine.
for 4 energy and 5 might, we've got the Perched Grimworm. Play me only to a battlefield that you conquered this turn.
One.
Yeah.
Next. One. Like literal. You can't even play this in draft. Like just like straight. This is in the running. We need a list on the screen because I think I said we have like a top 5 worst cards in the game, and this is now in the running. Like this has definitely been nominated for a worst card in the game Oscar. This card is fucking abysmal. What the fuck?
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
I'm not even going to write a college thesis on why this card does not do anything but like, wow, it's a 5 for 4. Like, no, this card sucks. There's nothing else to say about it.
Yeah, I mean, compared to the RAM, like this card is just so much worse. The RAM, you just have to play a card beforehand, and then it's a 4 for 5, and it can get even reduced beyond that. Like, why the fuck would they print this card?
Yeah.
GG, go next.
Yeah.
It's a 1. I literally don't understand how they felt that 4 and no power, 1 extra might over, say, Kaisa Survivor or the new Draven 4-drop or any of these other insanely playable multi-line of text 4 for 4s. Like, they just thought, oh, you know what? 1 more might? Let's just take away all good effects and give it a downside. What? I don't get it.
Oh yeah, it does look like the Pug Champion mode, so I'll give it that.
Nope. Next
but
one.
Outside of that, 1 out of 10, 2 out of 10 because it's a Pog Champ.
Yeah, card is literal trash. Next up, we've got Recurve Bow for 2 energy. This is a gear equipment. It equips for 1 Fury. It says, when I attack or defend, deal 2 to an enemy unit here.
Yeah, I guess this is supposed to combine with like maybe the blue Ezreal, but I don't know why you would really want to be doing that in Kaisa. And even then, I guess the blue Ezreal, if you just buffed his might anyways with like a different equipment, it would do the same thing. So yeah, this card just sucks. I don't.
Yeah. I mean, if you have multiple of this, like, okay, now you're dealing like 4 first strikes, so like maybe there's some utility there. But again, like all of these equipments cost a power to equip, so like they have to do something really justifiable. I could see if this like could have been played in Azir where that would have been like kind of good. You can have your tokens just like slaying out their early game units. Like they attack and you're just like, okay, delete a 2-drop token now deals its like actual damage to something. But like, yeah, I'm not I don't see much upside over just having a weapon that would have given you 2 might here. So it's going to be a 3 for me, dog.
Yeah, I'm gonna give this a 2. This card sucks.
Yeah, I'll give it a 3 as well. Just not a great card. What about Magical Christmas Land? Next up for 3 energy, this is a spell called Sudden Storm. It can be hidden. It's also action speed. It says deal 2 to a unit at a battlefield. If it's attacking, deal 4 to it instead.
Let's see, deal. I guess it's supposed to be like a defensive Void Seeker, but instead of paying a power, we draw a card. Yeah, I mean, if there was like some sort of control shell that wasn't Kaisa, I could see this card seeing some amount of play. Currently, that doesn't really exist in this color combination. The closest would be Draven, but Draven would rather have things that just push, I think, for the most part. So yeah, I don't expect this to see any play right now, but I don't think it's a bad card. Additionally, being able to play for hidden is kind of nice. So if you're really looking for like an answer to Kaisa survivors out of maybe Draven or like Annie, or I think it could potentially be good for that. I don't know if saving the power is worth it in Annie right now over Void Seeker, given that now she has access to gold and stuff. So I do think it'll be a little bit worse than that. So, but not an unplayable card. So I'll give it like a 5 out of 10.
Yeah, I mean, just another pile on generic removal in the pile. So 5 out of 10 seems fine for me. I mean, like nothing crazy. It kind of my only concern with it and something like Annie is Annie untaps 2, so you still have to have like 1 up. It's like it's whatever. This is pretty just okay middle of the pack card.
Yeah, I think it's just another solid removal, but like we've already mentioned, Fury just has such an insanely strong card pool that cards like this, even though they do read decently well, you're just usually, like Colin already said, like Void Seeker's just usually better than this most times because it's replacing itself. But if you just needed a ton of action speed removals in some kind of Fury control deck, either now or in the future, you might look at this card.
Yeah, for sure.
Next up, we've got the Void Hatchling. This is another Void unit, 2 for 2. It says, if you would reveal cards from a deck, look at the top card first. You may recycle it, then reveal those cards.
Strictly just a Rek'Sai card. I mean, this is a staple in Rek'Sai. You're not going to not play this outside of Rek'Sai. I would auto include this in Rek'Sai too, as someone who's been playing it a lot. Like I said, I think it's a solid 2-drop. This is another one of your 6 out of 10s. It's very good. It enables your engine, and multiples of them do stack. But if you guys wanted to get really spicy about it, and I mean really spicy,
Oh, no,
yeah, Anton
don't.
knows what's coming. No.
No, I don't want to hear
So,
about this again, bro.
Battle, what's it called? Battle Fury? Is that the card? Or
Yeah.
Blind Fury. Blind Fury says you look at your opponent's deck, all of your opponent's decks, and you can cast one of the cards off the top. This card just says if you would reveal cards from a deck. So if you have Blind Fury in your deck, I did this to Anton yesterday. You have Blind Fury in your deck, you cast it, you get to look at the top card of their deck and then look at another card. And for every one of these, if you have 3 of these guys, you get to look at the top 4 cards of their deck and cast one, which was crazy because yesterday I cast a Watcher off the top of Anton's deck, absolutely broken, and then I still lost the game anyway.
Yeah.
So
yeah, you did.
Yeah, obviously.
Great use case. I pulled it out. It was insane. He's got a battlefield with 4 guys. I pulled the Watcher out. I'm like, oh my god! And then I realized my deck doesn't have blue power to accelerate it, so I instantly lost the game.
The Void Hatchling did make a difference though, because he originally ripped like a not good card. Stupefy was the one he saw.
Yes, and then put it under. Oh, here comes the Watcher. But yeah, this guy's in Rek'Sai. This is like a 6 out of 10. Anywhere else as of right now, this is like an actual like 2 out of 10, and it's just a 2 because it is a 2-might 2-drop. But like, yeah, that's pretty much what it is.
Yeah, as Alex said, maybe we will see this card being better as time goes on. But yeah, in the Rek'Sai deck, it's pretty good, but pretty bad everywhere else. So I'll do like a 5 out of 10. I'm not as hyped on Rek'Sai, so.
Yeah,
at least he's playing one deck.
Yeah, I think it's an okay card for Rek'Sai. I don't know that I necessarily agree with Alex. I think his Rek'Sai list is a little greedier than mine. I built one where I wasn't playing this card because I am always hitting playable units every time. Alex likes to play a lot more spells, which is why I think that this card is better in his particular shell. But yeah, I do think that the card's solid for Rek'Sai, and it's like a 5 for me. Next up, we've got Assembly Rig for 4 energy. This is a gear for 1 energy and a power. You can recycle a unit from your trash and exhaust it to play a 3 might mech unit token to your base.
I really don't know what this card is supposed to be doing. Maybe this will be Fury's answer to the Victor control list that we've seen as just like a way to continually make units and run them out of spells. But outside of that, I just don't see a real use case for this card. So maybe if the Dravens out there and the Kaisas of the world are looking for an answer to Victor, you can look at this card and give it a real shot. But outside of that, there just doesn't really seem to be a use case for all these mech tokens that you'd be paying a power for too. I don't know if it was intended to be good enough in Rumble, but it certainly is way too slow to ever do that. You know, you're paying 5 might and a power for a 3 mech, assuming that you've had a unit already die at a base value, and then you have to somehow have this continually generate value over the course of the time. I don't see it outside of that one niche scenario. I do think it could maybe be good into the Victor matchup though, so for that reason, I'll give it like a 4 out of 10.
Yeah, just like the tokens, they're gonna be 3s for me. I'm not feeling it. It seems expensive. Paying a power seems blah. Like it's also a gear too, so like even against the Victor deck, like that Victor deck is siding gear removal. So like they could just side that into you, and you're not like any deck that's gonna play this is not a gear heavy deck, so it's not like they have a bunch of like things to choose from necessarily. They're just gonna pop this every time and be very happy with it. So it's gonna be a 3 for me.
Yeah, I honestly think for like, not to say that it wouldn't be strong, but I do think that even if for 1 and a power, with this already costing 4 energy to cast initially, and you only being able to do it once a turn, I feel like that would have been fine enough of a cost to play a 3 might mech. And this card may have actually been really good if you could like spawn 3 guys a turn if you had all 3 copies or whatever, but you'd still be paying 3 power unless you had like red seals and things like that. But with it needing to recycle a unit from the trash, I actually think the card is just so bad. It's probably like, yeah, a 3 for me as well. Next up, we got Draven Vanquisher. Finally, a decent card. For 4 energy and 4 might, this is a champion unit that says, when I win a combat, play a gold gear token exhausted. When I attack or defend, you can pay a fury. If you do, give me +2 might this turn.
This guy's incredible. I think this guy is insane. I've played some amount of Draven now, and pretty much your turn 2 in Draven is always going to consist of playing this guy. Like it's very rare it ever is not. This guy is he's not quite Kaisa Survivor, but he's pretty damn close. Like this guy is so incredible. I cannot sing the praise of this guy enough. I've opted to play this over Kaisa Survivor and Rek'Sai too, just because I don't feel like I need the draw. I just need to win fight. I think the breaking point for me on this guy is that he can activate his ability when he defends, which makes a lot of these red decks do not have great access to like actually holding their opponents off of battlefields. And this guy actually just solos that by himself at 4. And most of the time, you don't actually have to pay the power. Just the threat of him going to 6 makes them go, okay, I'm just not going to attack you. I mean, he gets a gold when he wins combat. He's a 6 might on his own. He costs 0 power. I love this guy. I mean, I'm going to give this guy an 8 out of 10. I just think this is incredible. I think you're going to see this in a lot more of the red decks. Maybe not Annie. Annie might still want Kaisa Survivor just because she can accelerate and drawing cards is more important for her. But a lot of the other red decks, I think this is going to be the 4-drop of choice for them now.
Yeah, I do think his flavor text kind of sums them up pretty well, so I think that's pretty apt there. That being said, I do think he is very good, but he'll kind of fill that same slot as Kaisa Survivor, right? So as you mentioned, like decks like Annie who need the card and accelerate will probably stick towards Kaisa Survivor. Decks such as Draven and Rek'Sai that don't need the cards and need the gold and the higher might stat will probably lean more towards Draven. So they'll kind of fill that similar slots, and obviously there'll be some decks that play both. I think my Draven list obviously used this as the chosen champ, and then still had some Kaisa survivors in the deck. So yeah, I think this card is great. We'll definitely see him around for a long time, and it's a definite 8 out of 10 for me too.
Yeah, I don't have too much more to add. I think this guy's just a really solid mid-range unit. 8 out of 8 or 8 out of 10. 8 out of 8.
8 out of 8, baby.
8 out of 8,
perfect
baby.
score.
It's Draven time. All right.
Yeah.
6 energy and 6 might. We've got the Ferris Forerunner. He also costs a power, has Death Knell. Play 2 3 might mech unit tokens to your base.
I just don't understand. I'm gonna be on Wormcoil. We're still kind of debating if this is piloted shredder or Wormcoil engine for what it is. Coming from a Magic background as I was younger, it's definitely Wormcoil engine.
Yeah, I like Wormcoil.
He can't pop out a Doomsayer, but he's a big mech guy in a suit that pops out other dudes from his suit. That sounds to me like a piloted shredder.
Yeah, the fact that he's a mech, I get it. I get it. Piloted shredder is also. I don't know which one's more iconic, to be honest. They were both pretty up there. That being said, this card is... Yeah, this card's insane, all the same. We're seeing this is played in pretty much every Fury deck. I just don't know why they keep giving Fury all the best cards in the game. All these, like, super efficient units. No deck can do it like Fury does, so... If they would like to spread out the units' love a little bit more so that, we don't have Darius, Ferris Forerunner, Draven, Kaisa all in the same color so the rest of the colors could play the game, that would be amazing. But at least until then, if you're playing a red deck, then congratulations, you got all the best cards in the game. So, yeah, I'm debating between 8 and 9 for me, but I think I'll give this one a 9 out of 10 with how much I've seen
I'm gonna give
play.
I'm gonna give it an 8. I think it's still it's a little slow to get started. It's very good against any form of removal control deck, but it's a little slow versus the aggro decks. The tokens notably can only be played to base, which is there are some niche scenarios actually where that does come up. I had one come up yesterday where I actually read it and said, oh, they only go to base. So, but if the tokens could be played to base, I'd probably be pushing this card in a 9. When you attack or when you defend would be a great example of if for some reason your opponent played a combat removal trick, you could actually still put the units in the base afterwards. Or when you attack and lose them, being able to move them if you conquered the other battlefield. When you were attacking, you could move them to the other side if you already controlled that. So this is it matters a little bit for me personally, but I think the biggest thing is just he is still a little slow against the aggressive decks, even if he is very good. I'm going to give him an 8 out of 10. Still very, very solid. Very good piloted shredder, not Wormcoil engine. Yeah, very, very good card.
Yeah, it's definitely Wormcoil engine. But yeah, I like the Forerunner. I think it's a really strong card. I'm probably leaning more towards 8 myself. I don't think I put this on Kaisa Survivor territory, but I mean, it's in the same color, so you're going to play both, and you're going to be happy with this card. It's really, really strong. Next up...
you just get to play both, so that's insane.
Next up, we've got the Longsword for 2 energy and a power. This is a gear. It has quick draw. Don't know that we've covered quick draw yet, but yes, we did. Actually, we did cover quick draw. And it equips...
I think Cloth Armor had it.
Yeah, it equips for a Fury, and it gives you +2.
I mean,
this card is insane, right?
It's a good card. Yeah, I mean, there's not much else to say about it. It's just it's a permanent buff, so it's a nice little combat trick that sticks around and keeps on tricking. I mean, it's just... It's probably one of the more solid weapons, generic weapons you're going to see. I think you'll start seeing this in Draven decks. You'll see this in the Rek'Sai decks. You might even see a little bit of this in the Annie decks because it does cost 2. And with Annie being able to kind of make gold now, the power costs are a little less of a concern. It just it's just a very solid card for even like non-aggro decks, just like decks looking for like a little combat trick to throw your opponent off, and then like you can just keep using this over and over and over again. So even after the guy dies, you can give yourself like a little bit of buff. I mean, this card's solid. I think it's like a 7 out of 10, one of the better equipments in the set.
I would personally give it an 8 out of 10. Again,
8
Fury
out of
just
10.
has all the best cards, but yeah, I mean, compare this to Discipline, which is a card that we've seen in pretty much every green deck, right? And instead of drawing a card, we now just have a permanent +2 might for the remainder of the game. And these equipment, just being able to have one that is so low cost because you can play it at reaction to save your guys from burn spells, and having it stick around is crazy. You get to points late in the game where you're trying to break into a board for that last point, and this just having an equipment like this almost works as like a thousand-tailed watcher to an extent, because every time that you send a unit in that's already equipped with this thing, right, you get to, that unit dies, you trade for something, and then you equip it to the next guy, and then you send it in, equip it to the next, that dies, equip it to the next guy, so on and so forth, because you don't have to do combat all at once. You can just continually equip over and over again, and that makes having this thing around for longer pretty crazy. Obviously, its one downside being the power cost is substantial, but I expect most red decks to be playing this card as a 3-of, so for that reason, I think it's an 8 out of 10.
Yeah, I think Longsword's
Yeah,
probably
no
like
10 out of 10s yet.
no perfects. I think Longsword's probably in the 7 camp for me as well. I do think it's really powerful, and like Colin highlighted, like the main function of this card for me at least, of where I feel like it is super powerful, not only in the combat trick sense because that is strong, but just the late game is where this all of these equipments really shine, but especially when you're in more tempo based strategies, like all of your units being able to go in one at a time with an extra +2 and just like trade off for bigger things every single time. You don't care if you're mag dumping your whole power, it's the final turn of the game, you're trying to score the 8th point, and this card helps you do that very efficiently, or all the equipments do really. But yeah, I think because that this is also usable as a very powerful and solid combat trick, that it's one of the better equips in the game. Next up, we've got Piercing
Bang,
Light.
bang, bang.
For 2 energy and a power, this is a spell. It has repeat for another 2 energy and a power. Deal 2 to a unit at a battlefield, then deal 2 to up to 1 other unit.
What? I'm confused about this art a little bit. Is it just 2 guns floating in the air? Is that what it is? Like nobody's holding
Yeah,
them?
it appears
Yes.
to be. Yeah, there's just 2 guns. They're floating. Looks like they're
They're
about
firing
to
off.
fire off for some reason.
Yeah, no, but that, so like why not just have like, because these are Lucian's guns, right? I'm not a league expert here, but these are
Yes.
Lucian's guns. So why
Yeah,
not
you
have
can
him
read the
like in
flavor
the,
text there. I can see that.
okay, yeah. So like why isn't he holding the gun? Why are they just like floating in the air? Like it seems like kind of weird to me that these guns are just floating. Maybe it's just like a, because this was an art in Runeterra, so I'm not even going to call it like bad AI art or something, because I'm pretty sure this
Mhm.
exact
Yeah,
art
I
was in
do think
Runeterra,
this
and this
was in
card just said
Runeterra.
plus. I think this card just said +1/+1 in Runeterra, but it seems strange to me that they like this art exists like this to begin with. So, all right, slash end rant, Colin, take us off.
Yeah, I mean, outside of that rant, this card is not quite as good as it looks, to be honest. We originally saw this card in Maleko Great because it just has 6 falling stars now. Hasn't quite played out that way for a number of reasons, which isn't to say this card is bad. It certainly is good. But, it can get defied even if you pay the repeat cost, which is an important note, whereas Falling Star cannot. This card also has to target at a battlefield and then can target something else if you would like. But what that means is that you're spending half of your Falling Star to kill something that's at a base, Kaisa, or at a battlefield. Kaisa has never struggled with killing things at battlefields, right? And Fury in general has never struggled to kill something at a battlefield. So you can always run those over with cleaves. with blood rushes, with just your bigger units that are bigger on offense. Like, so that portion of the card is almost like a complete downside because you have to target something. But there is still utility to it, obviously. If your opponent's trying to stack up a big board, you kill off a couple of important units and then also hit their base for whatever they're trying to rebuild with. Is still pretty strong. I think we've been seeing this more in the Acathian Rain slot out of Kaisa. Acathian Rain has kind of been moved to the board or cut entirely in the slot of this card, and they've gone maybe one or two of this card, which I think is a little bit better, a little bit more consistent. So, and outside of that, we haven't really seen it in other decks. Most other decks are probably not already on 3 Falling Star because that card's a little bit too power heavy to be able to play it consistently if you're not named Kaisa. So solid card, not as broken as we initially thought when we saw it. So, but I'll give it like a 6 out of 10.
Yeah, I think 6 out of 10 is fair. Kaisa, it's like that's the main application because I don't think this card is super playable. Like, it's not realistic to pay 4 and 2 power a lot of the time for what this effect is. So, like, it's fine. I think this card is good. I think you'll see some of the Kaisas playing it. Just the breaking point between 2 and 3 is huge, which is why Falling Star is so much better. Also being able to hit base, but like just the breaking point is a pretty big part of it. So yeah, I think a 6 is fine.
Yeah, I think 6 is fine for me as well. I think it's worth noting that the unit at the battlefield does have to be there, so you can't just like trigger this to try to hit stuff at base. You need to have targets for the unit at the battlefield. The secondary target is up to 1, so you don't need to have any other targets technically, but you do need to have that initial unit at a battlefield to be able to cast the card. And then, yeah, the other downside is just like Falling Star only costs 2 energy, so I still get to, for instance, on turn 2, develop a Noxus Hopeful. This takes up your entire turn 2 to do it. So there's definitely a lot more upsides to Falling Star, and I think that's why, for me, I'd probably rather be playing Rain. This card hasn't impressed me all that much, though it might be a fine one of or something in Kaisa.
I think it's just an earlier play that like one of Kaisa's biggest struggle points has been Annie, right? So having a card that can just kind of wipe Annie out is very strong. So
next up, we've got Rel for 4 energy. This is a 4 might champion unit. She has tank and says, when I attack, you can play an equipment with energy cost no more than 2, ignoring its cost, and attach it to me.
This card is like fine.
Personally.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I personally have not been impressed with this card. Originally, we thought it would be good, energy cheating and even power cheating in the case of Draven's Axes, and Longsword is obviously very strong. I don't think this card's bad by any means, but you have to look at this card and then you look at Kaisa Survivor and then you look at Draven Vanquisher and then you're like, oh, well, when am I really going to play 9 4-drops? The only deck that has historically done that is my set list, and even then it was a bit on the greedier side doing that. So I don't think this card's bad, but I don't expect it to see any play just for that reason. It's just, this is like one of the most contested slots in the game right now for Fury, and that's not even getting into your second color that potentially has access to like other potential 4-drops. So I do think there's maybe potential for this card in the future. If there's better equipment at that 2-drop slot. And I don't think it's a bad card by any means. So I think for that reason, I'll give it like a 4. But I'm going pretty low on this.
4
not
is
because
crazy.
The card itself is bad.
4 is crazy. This card is so
this card will see 0 play.
Even if it sees 0 play this set, we're talking about this card though, like it as a card, not as a card right now in the current format only. Like this card is definitely
okay. I'll give her a 5. She can have a 5 and be happy with that then.
I'm not happy with that, but that's fine.
This would be
you can rate her whatever you want, but
This would
This
be
card is
like
not good.
if they printed Time Warp for 11 mana and you said, well, this card's not very good because there's Time Warp for 10 mana. So we're not going to, like, there's already a slightly better.
Yeah.
This card is good. It is just outclassed, but we're rating cards in a vacuum, right? Like, standalone, she is fine. She's a good card. Like, I'd even go as far to give her a 6. It's just unfortunate she's up against the 8 and 9 that is Kaisa Survivor and Draven, but that doesn't make her worse. It just makes her not as playable. Like, I'm rating.
In my
them
opinion, yeah, you
Go ahead.
can rate it in a vacuum. In my opinion, cards are only as good as the context around them, right? Like this card is unplayable if equipment doesn't exist. So if it's in a vacuum, then she's a 1 because she's worse than the boat that you hated.
Her effect implies the existence of equipment, right? Like there is 2-drop equipment. Her effect is implying these things exist. Like it's not like totally by herself. Like this would like be like saying, oh, this card that tutors searches for a card in your deck is bad because you don't have any cards in your deck. Like we don't know what cards are in your deck, so it's not good. Like no, it implies the existence. Like we know the level of strength of the things she's pulling. She's just not good because Kaisa and Survivor and Draven are so much more broken. All that being said, this would be a very good chosen champion. Like this would be an incredible chosen champion if we ever got a Rel leader. Like this is exactly what you would want because now instead of having to have both the Rel and the equipment in hand, just any equipment, you're like turn 2 player. Okay, now she comes in. Tank is just like the icing on the cake. Like I think she had a good enough effect on her own. Oh, Colin's leaving now. He's
baby
mad.
rage.
He's mad because I like
he's
Rel.
baby raging out.
Rage quitting
Yeah,
now.
he's baby
I'm rage
raging.
quitting.
Nope. He's rage quitting. Just turn the camera off, bud. No, this card is fine. This card is like a 6 out of 10. I do agree that it won't see any play because of Kaisa and because of Draven just like filling both the roles here. But like this card is still fine. Like you would never like if someone told me I couldn't play Kaisa or Draven in my deck, I'd probably then be playing. This is probably like the next best option. Like even if you need like a miser's coffee, like you're already maxed on Kaisa's and Draven isn't doing it for you. Like this is fine.
Yeah, I think Rel's probably like a
I
6,
so.
6 pushing a 7 for me. Like the free energy that she creates is really good. I think that the main problem is that the 2 energy equipment in this set, there's just not a lot of them that are very playable. Like we said, like in Draven, you get access to like the axe and the longsword, and then that's pretty much it. Like purple doesn't really have any good 2 energy equipments. Red, that's pretty much it. Like that's the extent of your good 2 energy equipments. You don't want to be attaching serrated dirks and these other janky equipments. But like if we get to like set 3, if we get to like set 3 or set 4, and you actually have like, you know, you 3 or 4 playable 2 energy equipments that are actually relevant, then I think that Rel is a lot stronger in
Kaisa Survivor could be. What if every deck starts playing just all this 4 damage removal? Because there's a lot more of it now in this set, as we've discussed. Kaisa Survivor actually becomes almost unplayable if there's just infinite 4 damage removal, and that's where Rel comes in. Now she's your girl.
What? She's gonna come in and die because she doesn't do anything until she attacks? Like, what are you talking about?
No, I mean 4 cost removal at a battlefield, not like in the base. Like yes, she does die to Falling Star.
Dies to Falling Star, lol.
Yeah.
Dies to Falling Star, bad
I mean,
card.
so does set Kingpin, buddy. Without a buff, so does set Kingpin. That's still a good card.
That's what the bar is for, baby.
Yeah. Oh, well, you need other cards. Oh, well, Rel does too. Oh.
Set Kingpin implies the existence of the bar.
Oh, imagine buffs don't exist though. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, without set leader, then that card's bad. So.
All right. Next
go back to set 1 review. I'll give it a 1 out of 10.
Next up, we got Rengar Pouncing. I remember this was a pretty hyped card within the community. For 3 energy and a power, this is a 3 might unit. It has reaction, meaning you can play it at like spell speed. It has assault 2 and says I can be played to a battlefield you're attacking.
So the reverse Shen pretty much is what this is. This is the opposite. It's same power cost, same might, assault 2 instead of deflect 2. It is like quite literally the opposite of Shen. The only difference is Shen is tank, so that is a little upside. as opposed to, I guess, this can be played to a battlefield you're attacking. This is fine. This is just like a mega super. This is a mega super blood rush or blood sport or what's the other one? Cleave. It's just like a body that can stay behind. I'm not totally convinced on this because my issue is that my issue with this, on top of costing a power, is that it actually doesn't. Unlike Shen is tank. So when this guy is actually winning the fight, he would, if he had tank, he would just take all that damage and win the fight and yada yada yada. Unlike Cleave, which goes on to the individual unit and can keep the unit alive. The problem is, if you have to play this guy and you're already losing the fight, that implies that you're going to lose the other guy anyways, which is not a feel-good moment. Whereas, like with a Cleave, your guy can actually stay alive, so you're not losing something anyways. So like you're kind of just swapping bodies where like, okay, I won the fight, but at what cost? Like I lost the 2-drop that was going in there, and instead I got a Rengar when I could have just spent 1 mana, no power, played a Cleave, and just kept my original guy anyways and been more mana efficient. I mean, he's a 5 on attack. That's nice. The reaction is cool. So you actually can play him on their turn 2 to a battlefield you control. So he can also like kind of double like the Shen does, where you can play him in and maybe use him as a combat trick to win the fight. But again, no tank means that you're still potentially losing a unit. The power is what does it for me, though. The power is what really kills me on this card. I'm not feeling it, really. He's a 5 out of 10 for me. I can see where in aggro decks this could still see play. I think he's like fine, but again, just I'm not feeling it.
Yeah, I'm a little harder on this card than you are, to be honest. I was honestly thinking a 3 or a 4. Look, going into this set, like looking at this card, we're like, oh, this card's gonna be incredible. It's gonna do crazy things, and then we played once with it, and then we realized, like, oh yeah, like you said, we could just be playing goatee, right? Giving our guy +4 and not spending a power for 2, which essentially ends up being the exact same stats. And then now we have a 2 might unit left behind instead of a 3 might unit. Like, who cares? That's worth an energy and a power. So I would rather cleave something and save my long sword's worth of energy. Like, it's just so crazy expensive for something that's just going to, like, they'll just kill whatever it was that you had to attack in with. And then now you have a 3 might unit on defense, which we know how well those historically have survived at a battlefield, right? So I guess I'll give it a 4 out of 10 because maybe there'll be some point where we just have a deck that's so aggressive we need 9 cleaves in our deck. But until that happens, I expect this card to see no play.
Notably, he is a cat.
Cat tribal.
Oh, can't wait until we're on cat versus dog tribal, and that's the game that we're playing for hundreds of thousands of dollars out there. On the main screen, instead of the finals being E versus Annie, we'll have cat versus dog.
Rengar as a response to fight or flight is pretty funny. I do agree with that, chat.
Rengar is a good reason.
That's the best. That is the best application. Actually, is when they fight or flight or rebuke you, you summon this guy. Okay, that I'll give you that one.
Yeah,
I'll give you.
Okay, so maybe for that reason we can give it up to 5 out of 10.
Yeah,
5 out of 10. There you go.
Yeah, he's an interesting card. Maybe he'll see play in the future, or we might see a couple decks playing him as like a cheeky one of. I do think that if his stats had just been slightly different, like if he had been a 4 might body left behind, and if he was only like Assault 1, I think that this card would actually be so much more playable.
Yeah, I agree. Yes, I agree with that. You could use him on defense.
Yeah.
You could react and put him in a battlefield on defense, and he's like an actual realistic body. So I agree with all that.
And wouldn't die to a single falling star trigger, of course, the classic.
Yes, dies to falling star.
Yes.
All right, next up we've got Rumble Hothead for 4 energy and 4 might. This is a champion unit mech. It says your mechs each have assault, and when I conquer, you may recycle another friendly unit to play a mech from your trash. Reduce its energy cost by the might of the unit that you recycled.
This card again has the rel issue, right? Where it's just like, what are we doing here? You're not Kaisa, you're not Draven.
No, but this card has an application. This has an application, though.
Oh,
This
so now
does
you admit
something
Rel has no
unique.
application.
No, no,
Oh,
no, no, no,
okay.
no, no, no,
Yeah,
no. This
gotcha on
has
that one.
a multi-dimensional application, whereas Rel is just like it's another thing that gets big that we already have in the form of Draven. This actually does something. Like
Mhm.
this could be used in a combo deck. Like this could summon a massive dude. Like this has like a different non-linear application than the Rel, which is just I am big guy attack R. Like this has
Yeah.
some real application to it.
Yeah, I will give you that this card is not terrible. I honestly think it's a little bit better than Rel right now. Obviously, even outside of being used in the Rumble deck, which I'm not a big fan of personally, but you know, you could just play like all the mech stuff because it generates value in Kaisa, which is a deck that is obviously pretty strong. So yeah, I don't think it's bad. I don't know that it'll see a ton of play right now, so but it does something unique and is for an interesting archetype. This is kind of our start to tribal synergy as we're seeing it move forward. So maybe I'll be proven wrong and this will do something. I'll give it like a 6 out of 10, just because it does have applications. It'll see play and a couple of niche things if people want to just grind infinite value with mechs. You know, being able to cycle one of your random lower cost units into like a mega mech or something like that would be pretty strong.
Yep, I think just having a way to cheat energy and kind of get guys out there, like maybe there's a reanimator style deck that this makes possible. Him also giving assault to your mechs, because he counts himself, right? Your mechs each have
Yes,
assault, so he himself is actually a
yes.
5, and then if another one of your mechs in the pile with him, it will. Does it still have the pump? Like, would you be able to recycle your mech with the assault pump? Does that work like that?
No, the cleanup step will happen before that, so
Okay, the
it will
cleanup
not.
happens before. Okay, that would have been nice, but I think he's fine. 6 out of 10 seems fine to me. Like this is probably your chosen champion if you're Rumble. I don't know why you would be, but like if you were Rumble, this would be the chosen champ. I think he's fine. He's
Mhm.
kind of more or less in the same, very similar to Rel to me in terms of power level. I think the only difference is like this guy has more chance of being playable because he does something a little bit different than Rel that isn't covered by Kaisa or Draven.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean there are cool situations with it for sure. You know, you have like your worm coil engine and base. You play this guy, send it in as a 7. It trades off. Next turn, he conquers a battlefield. You sack one of your tokens. You get your worm coil engine back, and you got like this value chain going. So there are some applications for sure. I just don't know if they'll really come up with the current flow of the game.
Yeah, I think it's more just a card pool issue. Like, I think that mechs look like very promising, but there's just not enough of them that actually do like relevant things and that kind of have a cohesive engine. Like, they all are doing different things and they're all like decent things that they're doing. They just don't really synergize together. I'd say Rumble's probably the one that synergizes the best, of course, because like Colin just mentioned, the sack your tokens to like bring back real units that make more tokens that can, you know, theoretically go infinite, and that's where I feel like Rumble is gonna. Those are like his best case scenarios.
Mhm.
6 for me as well. Next up, we've got Dune Breaker for 7 energy and a power. This is a 7 might unit from the Void. It says if you have 2 or fewer cards in your hand, I enter ready, and when I hold, draw 2.
Feel like this is like almost Tiana Crown Guard tier. Like it's like pretty awful. Like this guy costs 7. He like if this guy said when I conquer draw 2, sure, we could talk. Like, okay, on 7, you play him, he attacks, he almost certainly conquers, and then he draws 2. That's fine. Like I could get behind that, but like when I hold draw 2, like, but who's holding in 2025? Like nobody's holding with a 7 drop. Like you're maybe holding with a 2 when your opponent misses a turn 1 play or when they decide to go over the other lane, but like holding with a 7 drop, that's not even realistic. Like even if this does have come in ready, it's not feasible. The entering ready part is like so negligible too, because it's like most of the time you actually have more than 2 cards in your hand. Like most of these decks, like the good decks, are holding more than 2 cards in their hand when you play this. I guess he's the 3rd card, so you play him, you have 2. Sure, it comes in play. The only thing I'm going to say about this card that's positive is most of the time when you see these cards in games, they say 2 or less, and 2 or fewer is actually the correct verbiage here. So I'm going to give him 1 extra point there for a total score of 3, as opposed to the 2 that I was going to give him. Yes.
Yeah.
Fewer
I don't know
is
if this
the
was
correct
just like
term.
them seeing Dead Bloom and overcorrecting and testing or something like that, and being like, oh man, these epic big cost units are just too strong with Dead Bloom, so let's make them all completely unplayable. But they certainly accomplished their goal if that was what it was. I think it's supposed to be Jinx support, but like
Right.
it doesn't really even do that in Jinx. Like you just have to compare this card to something like Thousand Tail Watcher, and it's just like what are we really doing? We're living in magical Christmas land where our 7 for 7 is coming down, clearing a battlefield, and then surviving an entire turn cycle. Like, so long as we're playing against an opponent who is doing anything, then I don't expect this to ever really exist. Although maybe we combine this with a card we'll see here in a couple of card reveals later on and try and make something work. But I don't really see that that magical Christmas land happening. So it's something that I will try in one of my decks at some point, I'm sure. So for that reason, I'll give it like a 3 out of 10. But I don't expect it to really do anything.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of this card either, though I'm also not a big fan of Jinx, which is probably the only place where this is even playable. That being said, like, yeah, hold decks are really not all that powerful, even though we do have, like, the number 1 hold deck player in this chat, in our, video right now.
Yeah.
Hold decks are not really popular strategies, and for good reason. They're very easy to blow out. Like, they're not easy to blow out, but if you have all the right things, they just get completely blown out because they're playing in a way that if they lose their board, they're probably losing the game. But I do think that the card is pretty cool, especially with the card we'll see in a little bit. Next up, we've got Lucian Gunslinger. For 3 energy and 2 might, this has Assault 1. When I attack, deal damage equal to my assault to an enemy unit here.
This card is insulting to me. I cannot stand this card. I don't know what they were thinking. I don't know what they're doing in internal testing that this is an effect that people would ever want. But
the Dirk.
Essentially, what we're telling ourselves is that we're a 3 for 3 vanilla that just doubles the effects of any assault in a worse way, because dealing damage is like, if you deal 4 to something that has 5 might, then this guy still dies, whereas if you buffed his might, then it would maybe have survived that combat. So this card is insulting. I don't even want to talk about it. I honestly think this card's so bad, I'm giving it a 1 out of 10 because it pisses me off that they printed a card like this.
That's
I'm
crazy.
giving it a straight 1 out of 10.
It's offensive to me that this was the higher rarity of the 2 Lucians, because
for
the other
sure,
Lucian
the other Lucian's so much better.
Yes, the other Lucian is infinitely better than this one. 1 out of 10. I mean, he does have a form of fake first strike. Like, I'll give him that. Like, he's fine in that regard. Like, in the Lucian deck, he's probably just like okay, where he can like first strike a guy and then with the assault kill something else. Like, he's not that awful. It would have been nice maybe if he could like shoot a guy at base or like the other battlefield.
Yes, if he could hit a guy at base, he'd be crazy.
Yeah, of course.
Then he'd probably be broken. But like, my
the
biggest
fake
issue
cards
with
are
this
in
guy,
fact better than the real ones.
Yes, the fake cards are. We say this all the time, guys. The fake cards are better than the real ones, and that is kind of true with Lucian. 2 might's crazy. I mean, this guy dies to ignite, right? Like this guy.
Yeah, he dies to ignite. He dies to blood money if you just like try to send this guy in and they don't have a defender. Like, you just play this guy and they're like, all right, blood money.
Oh my god, he dies. He dies to the recurve bow. It's over.
He does.
It's unplayable.
Hey guys, I
But
would
if
rather play a 3 for 3 vanilla than this card in my deck. That is why I'm
but
putting this at 1 for 10.
if he has the recurve bow, he's first striking for even more now. So you could go
Wow.
recurve bow. Now he's first striking with Lucian. He's first striking for 7 plus his 2, and
What does it matter though? I have a 2 might on defense. That could have just been like a 2-cost unit, and I would have done the exact same thing.
all that work to still die to a bolt, to a Hextech Ray.
Yeah. Yes.
So
yeah, the big problem is
insulting.
like.
I'll give this.
Sorry, go ahead, Alex.
I'll give this guy a 3. I'll give this guy a 3. He's like
1.
not insulting 1. Damn, that's. Are we in like top
1.
5 worst cards in the set territory 1, or just like a
Yes.
run of the mill 1?
It's between
Wow.
this and the monument for me. This card.
No,
makes me
okay.
so
This
upset.
card is not as bad as the monument. The
You're right.
monument.
At least
like,
it can conquer. At least it can conquer.
It could score
but
you
this
a
card
point. Yeah.
makes me upset.
the monument
Yeah.
is a straight discard 1. Like this card appears in your hand, and you are playing with what? Like you've just played it with a handicap.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm sticking with the 1 though. You'll never get me with that.
definitely agree with Chad.
Yeah, I
he
agree.
needed
He
Weapon
needed
Master. He needed
Yeah,
more
I
than
guess.
a lot. He needed a lot of things probably, but yeah, the biggest problem with this guy is like, if I give this guy a cleave, right, and he can now shoot something for 4, well, he was already 5 might, so he would have already traded over the 4. So like,
Yes.
what is the
Yeah.
point? I think this guy should have hit
Yeah.
base. I do understand. Like, I guess if you really want to trade this guy into like a battlefield that's being held by multiple units, that's where he's kind of gonna shine. But if your opponent's in that position, you're still like probably having to trade this guy away. Like, yeah, okay, I get to kill 1, deal 5 to the other with the cleave or whatever, and like you're still not conquering. So even like his best case scenarios are still clunky, and only when you're like behind or playing and you're still losing the unit. He's just not very good.
Yeah.
I feel like they not give him Weapon Master because they gave it out to every ship vanilla, so they're like, we've hit the quota, guys. No more. We can't give out any more Weapon Masters. Like,
Yeah.
we already have like 30 of them.
Yeah, I don't know.
All right, next
that
up.
card's terrible.
Next up, we got Rek'Sai Breacher for 3 energy and 3 might. This is an accelerate unit. It has assault, and it says friendly units played from anywhere other than a player's hand have accelerate.
So this is the chosen champ of choice with Rek'Sai. It's actually its best application is just this is always going to be your play when you go second. I talked earlier kind of about how, at least the way I have Rek'Sai built, it doesn't play super well on odd increments because most of the units in the deck are even costing units. I don't know why this color combination just doesn't have a lot of good odd costing units, at least not ones that fit in a Rek'Sai. So this is a very good go second. It's just a 4 with cleave. It gets over everything, especially Master Yi's. Anton learned this yesterday. Always got a cleave in my hand. So like it's a very solid go second play. The assault is nice. I wish this could have just been a natural 4, but then it would probably have had to cost a power, which not having a power cost also great. It can get over anything when you go second, so your opponent can't really stop this. It also has the upside of offering accelerate. So when you play this turn 2, you go and conquer. If you want to be super aggressive, you can. Whatever you rip, you can just play it, accelerate it, take the other side. I think that ability doesn't happen super often, but I can definitely see versus like Aurora decks versus these slow, like Dirtle, Boggle type decks, you will probably use that effect actually when you go second just to score points faster. So overall, I think this card is not going to see any play outside of Rek'Sai, but in Rek'Sai, it's another one of those just strictly for Rek'Sai cards. I think this card's like I'm going to give him a 7 out of 10 actually, just because he just never having to miss a turn 1 play. Her, sorry.
Waifu.
Right, yes.
Yeah,
that's
our
Rek'Sai
waifu.
is a her.
That's our waifu.
Yeah, Rek'Sai is a her. I think I like it when chosen champions make it so I can never miss a go second play. Like, and that kind of just fills the role, especially since you're a super aggressive deck. Like, knowing that if I go second, I cannot possibly brick, and even being able to sculpt my mulligans accordingly, so I can just go, you know what, I'm going to throw all the 2s away because I don't need them, or I can throw the extra 2s away. Like, I'm going to give this card a 7 out of 10 in Rek'Sai. Everywhere else, this card's like a 3.
Yeah, I hope this is something that we see moving forward with all of our chosen champs, and it was kind of one of the biggest issues that we saw to set one with decks like Ari, where both of her chosen champs require you to pay a power, and the whole point of a chosen champ is that I always have access to this card. So I, like you said, this can always be my turn one play going second. Kaisa Survivor will always be your turn two play. But if you're assigning power cost to a champion unit that you want to play early, then again, that power cost is like infinite. That's going to be like 8 or 9 energy over the course of a game. So that's why RA struggles, is because her chosen champs both require you to pay a power, and you want to play them on turn one and turn two. So, yeah, that being said, this one is super strong in Rek'Sai, as Alex mentioned, just being able to always have that turn one play. It helps you in that you don't have to worry about playing odd increment cards in your deck if you don't want to, and that color combination does not have any good odd increment cards anyways. So it really fixes that sort of issue that the deck has. Notably with the Accelerate, you do still have to pay the additional costs, is my understanding with it. It just gives them the keyword Accelerate, so they don't just always come in hasty. You still have to pay the 1 additional energy and the either Fury or Order rune based on what color it is. So do keep that in mind when playing with this card. But yeah, solid 6 out of 10 for the Rek'Sai deck.
Yeah, I think this
Yeah,
card's
Arc
even
Queen.
I think this card's even better than than the non-Rek'Sai deck rating, because like when you really just look at this card, like imagine how bad all these 3-for-3 vanillas are. This is a 3-for-3 no power card with Assault and Accelerate. Like that's already insane.
Yeah.
Fuck the final line of text. Like a 3-for-3 no power with Accelerate and Assault is like leaps and bounds above every other 3-for-3 in the game. Like it's still just a solid like sealed card, limited card. Like I would be happy to play this in anything. Again, red obviously dies to Falling Star. Red cards are infinitely good, but like just at a baseline of what this card is, it's actually really strong. The fact that it synergizes so well with Rek'Sai is going to make it a staple in that deck, no doubt. But like every 3-for-3 vanilla that gets printed in this color from now on is just like absolute trash compared to Accelerate and Assault.
For sure.
Next up, we've got Skyfall of Aerion for 3 energy. This is a gear equipment. It equips for an energy and a power. And it says, my hold effects are also conquer effects and vice versa with +2 might.
Yeah, this is a card I've been playing with a lot personally and trying to make work. Whereas Alex has Rek'Sai as his pet deck that he's been testing a little bit. I've been testing a lot of Lucian. And it's specifically because you can combine this card with a lot of different effects. But the most notable of one is obviously Triforce, just making it so that on offense that you're able to trigger each Triforce that you conquer with is incredibly strong and can kind of win you games out of nowhere. So it is a very good card for that reason. Obviously, as I mentioned with Dunebreaker earlier, you could potentially equip it to that thing, and now you're actually drawing 2 on Conquer and Hold while having a 9 might unit, which is almost big enough that it's actually relevant. I think 10 is kind of the break point, so that trades with a Darius Cleave or a Thousand Tailed Watcher. Probably even 11 is what you need now that we have the goatee. But that's all my tangent to say. This card's actually pretty solid. I think it's the most playable version of Lucian does involve this in Triforce, and like you can equip it to a Kaisa Survivor. She'll go in, she'll draw your card, and then if she survives, then now your Kaisa is essentially a Grove. So the thing that they already wanted to kill, now they really gotta devote resources to. And in Lucian, you have the Ride the Wind as your signature spell. So if they send all their units to your Kaisa Survivor that has a Skyfall on it, you ride the wind into the other battlefield, you conquer there, you draw a card, you hold, you now draw a card because of the Skyfall. It's a really good card. It obviously doesn't really do much on its own, so it will only be in the context of the other cards you're playing. But I'll give it a 7 out of 10. I think it is very, very strong in that one deck. I think that one deck does have its issues into the current metagame. But once we'll see Kaisa fall off as a deck, we'll see fun strategies like this work a little bit better.
Yeah, I think as the member of our chat had mentioned, if it's one of the cards that's going to keep getting better and better as standard expands. The more conquer effects and hold effects that we get, it'll be more interesting. We'll have more and more crazy combos happening with this card. Did you give it a rating already, Colin?
Yeah, I give it a 7 out of 10.
Okay.
I think that's like a solid point for it. It only really sees play in one niche deck right now, being Lucian, in my mind, anyways. But who knows where it'll end up over time.
Yeah, I like 7 for the card as well.
I'm also on board for a 7. I don't have much to add there. All right.
All right,
We're
that's
at the
all
end
our
of the
Fury
raid cards.
cards.
Give me one
Yep.
sec. Give me one sec. I'll be
We
right
made it
back.
through Fury.
Yep.
It I would definitely recommend it if y'all are just looking for something fun to play. Play the Lucian deck. Slam 3 of these, 3 Triforces, you know. Suit your guy up with one of these and 3 Triforces with the Ride the Wind, and congratulations, you just scored 8 points in a turn. True OTK in a game that I fundamentally thought would never have access to him. So, what color do we have next?
We've got Mind coming up. I just need to open that up. Okay.
Somebody was asking about 10 out of 10s earlier. I don't know if there's any in the set other than Punch First for me. I think that might be the only. Well, I have to really think about it. But got Mind and Order. Are those the last two? Have we done Order?
No, those are the last two.
Yeah, so you did miss the glazing of Wormcoil Engine.
Yes, cards.
I think we all gave it like 8s. I think it's very good. I don't think it's quite a 3 of in every deck that can play it, so that's the only reason I didn't give it a 10. I think specifically Annie will probably sideboard the card, but it was a little bit too slow in order to main deck it for how aggressive that deck wants to be. So, oh yeah, Legends and Sigs and Battlefields, maybe some of those I'll give it 10.
Did Alex? Oh no, camera just. Oh,
I mean, once you get it up to the, yeah, once you start the stream up again, it'll fix itself.
Okay, do you see the card?
Yep, we're cool. Good. Although I think your camera's still messed up for some reason.
It looks fine now on my end on OBS. Might just take a second to update or something.
This is weird. It works on Twitch.
Okay. It looks good now.
For some reason, yeah, we're good.
We're just delayed.
Yeah, we're good. Yeah. This is a card that we probably don't need much about. If you want to introduce it, we can go with that, Alex.
Yeah. The chat asked real quick, what color do you guys think is the biggest winner this set? I might say purple. Chaos maybe.
Yeah, purple definitely seems to be the biggest winner overall. Just in terms of like how previously playable to how much more playable that color combination really seems to be. I'd say Fury probably got the best cards overall.
Again.
And, in my opinion. Yeah. In my opinion, Body got kind of what it needed. So it just depends upon what you want to say. I think Body also, getting access to Punch First, getting access to Auction, getting access to Triforce, like all these cards are very, very strong. I'm a big fan of Fade Dragon for set. So yeah, I think all those colors could have an argument for it. Just based on, if it was like overall power level of the individual cards, I would probably say Chaos. If it was being on filling in some of the holes that the color didn't have, but now it does have access to, I'd give it to Body. And then if it was just like on a overall, just raw value or power level of the cards, I'd give it to Fury. So.
All right, we'll start with Aspiring Engineer for 3 energy and a power. This is a 3 might unit. This is when you play me, return a gear from your trash to your hand. Yeah,
this is just it costs the power. We may end up seeing this sort of effect be more relevant as time goes on. Purple has had access to returning a unit, and this is now an access to returning a gear from trash. we're currently not at a point where I think there's anything that's so important for any of these decks that they just have to have access to as many copies of it as possible. So I don't think that the steep cost of 3 and a power for this card is going to really be worth it. But maybe if you're playing like Seals and Ornn and you pick up a Poro Snacks and then you use that to you can play this for the seal cost, so it's not costing you a power, and then you're picking up a Poro Snack, so it draws 2. Will maybe like some combination therefore will make it worth it, or picking up your flute after it gets blown up could maybe have some level of application recurring as Zanya's. So while normally I'm a big hater of 3 for 3s, this one, based on its rules text at least, is one that you want to play later in the game. So I don't hate it as much. I'll give it like a 4 out of 10. It's like got a pretty unique effect. So
Yeah, I think 4 out of 10 for me is pretty much the same. We had in Chaos, we've seen a lot of these types of effects. Honestly, we mostly have seen these only in Chaos so far. We had like the dog in set 1 for the same cost that picks up a unit, and then we had Annie that picks up a spell for an additional energy. This one picks up a gear, but it's in Mind, which I guess they're trying to. We see quite a bit of gear effects in Mind, so it seems like that might be something they're trying to tie into the color identity. Maybe this could see play as a side deck card or something if you're like maybe Ornn and you're facing a lot of gear hate or something like that, or if in the future we just see like a combo deck that's really needing to pick up cheap gears, like say like things like Poro Snacks. You want to crack them, draw cards, pick them back up, play them again, draw more cards. Obviously that's very power intensive now, but like in Ornn you have the gears and things like that, or the seals. So yeah, maybe this card sees a little bit of play, but it's probably like a 4 right now for me.
Yeah, I think I find it interesting that Riot has all these. Anytime something picks something up from the trash, they're just like, it's got a cost of power. So like Cemetery Attendant from set 1 that picks up a unit. Like, I don't know. They're very scared about recursion. I get it. They don't want like looping and stuff, but like, just makes these cards like kind of unplayable. Like that's why it's like kind of annoying. Like this, especially for a gear, like a unit or a spell, I sort of get. Like I understand that, but like having this for a gear, like just let this be a 3 for 3 that picks up a gear, and it would just be like okay, probably.
it would probably be pretty good if that was the case, but maybe like a 3 for 2 or something.
How
Picks up a
often do
gear,
gears like? How often do gears actually end up in the bin? I have to ask myself, and the answer, especially in this color, is like the answer is not very often. So it's just like, just let it come back for free. Who cares? Like,
yeah, Zanya's in
like
GA though.
it.
Like there is Zanya's in GA.
Sure, but like even so, like this is like, I don't know. I think this could have easily just, they could have made it cost more. Could have just been a 4, like a 4 for 3 or whatever. Just like making it cost the power feels so bad to me. I'm gonna give this card a 3 out of 10.
Yeah.
Just I'm not feeling it. Gear's the weakest thing to pick up too.
Yeah, if it wasn't because of like access to seals that you'd probably want to be playing in most geared based decks anyways, I'd definitely be a little bit less happy with the card. But yeah.
Next up, we've got Bubblebot for 3 energy and 3 might. This is another mech unit. It says when you play me, you can ready another friendly mech.
Bad first mate.
And yeah. Speaking of which, somebody was asking if there's hope for a set in Spiritforged. I'll definitely still be trying set and seeing if I can make him work. He got a lot of good tools, so I'm not sure what version of set will be playable, but I'm sure one of them will be. And this card just reminds me of First Mate, but like you said, it is kind of a bad First Mate. But First Mate's one of the best cards in the game, so having a bad version of that is not too bad. Notably, you aren't going to be playing with buff synergies though, so having the extra body as a 3 for 3 is probably not super impactful, but these sorts of cards are what you want out of your 3 drops, right? You want something that's slightly bigger than most of the 2s that exist, which are all going to be 2 might on defense, and so that you could like potentially run it over, as well as later in the game when you draw this card, oh, now you're using it to ready something, giving something functional ganking, sending something in, scoring a point, and then retreating into a base is super strong. But it only, again, works with mechs, so that limitation will definitely be holding it back from play right now, since I don't think Mech Tribal is going to do too much, but it's still a first mate. God, I don't know if it's like a 5 or a 6 for me, because first mate is that powerful.
That's
But
way
I'll give
too
it like a
high.
5.
I'm gonna give this a 4. The mech restriction just kills it for me. I also think blue isn't like necessarily in the colors that like is always wanting the untaps like this. I don't know. The mech restriction is just so like you have to think that this is like pretty much invalid in any blue orange deck. This would be invalid. Like this is just not a thing. Because you would just play first mate over this. So like that
Well,
combination
there
is
is no
already
blue
scratched
orange,
off the
right?
list.
So
No, I understand. You're right. There is not right now, but if there were, you would just never play this unless you needed 6 first mates in your mech tribal. I don't know. I'm gonna give this card 4. I'm not feeling it. I think it's too restrictive.
Yeah, I see someone saying that, like, yeah, Kaisa full mech builds maybe, and I do agree that I've seen a couple of the Kaisa mech builds that yeah, they may be good. The issue is that like there's so many non-mech cards in Kaisa that you want to play between Survivor and Darius that I don't know if it's quite worth it, but maybe it is. We'll definitely be giving it a shot, and part of the reason that deck would work is because of this card, I'm sure.
yeah, I think it's probably about a 5 for me. I think first mate's like a 7 or an 8, and this thing is like first mate, but it's just restrictive. So I don't know if I could go quite as low as Alex, but it does lose some points because it's not as unrestricted as first mate. Next up, we've got the Chemtech Cask for 1 energy. This is a gear that says when you play a spell on your opponent's turn, you may exhaust me to play a gold gear token exhausted.
I mean, it's like fine. I think in some sort of like combo, like gold stack deck, this could be good. But like I tried this in Renata, it wasn't very good. The problem is, it's just like you have to cast so many spells over the course of the game for this to get real value. Like even 2 spells is not enough. And if you assume you play this on like turn 1, you're probably not casting a spell then. So like you cast it on turn 2, you cast it on turn 3. Like even seeing multiples of this card just kind of sucks because like you can only have so much gold before it just doesn't matter. The only deck that can turn gold into something real is Renata, of course, and like Ornn because his champion just gets buffed. Like I don't particularly like this card. I've only played with it a little bit, but I just think like it being just like a hard -1 from hand and oftentimes not generating enough gold for it to be worth it. And then when it does, it's only in like one deck that it matters. This like the one place I see this like maybe being good is like when you do get to a point where we're playing just like a hard control deck like the Victor, where like you are just playing an instant speed spell every turn. Like maybe the Victor could play this, but again, it's still like a -1. So like you would need a way to like kind of offset that, especially when you draw multiples of this. I don't know. I'm not feeling this card. It's like a 3 out of 10 for me.
Yeah, I've always hated cards like this from fundamentally because I'm a player who likes to try and make my strategies as consistent as possible. And this is a type of card that when you draw it in your opening hand and your deck is built around it, you'll be really nice, like you'll be popping off with it, but it becomes a dead draw later. It's just like arena bars that I've already had the unfortunate nature of having to play with in set 1, where you draw them late and they're just bricks, and you're looking for like anything that does anything, and you draw this late, and it's just a completely dead card, right? But you like have to want to play 3 of these because they work together to create multiples in the late game, and but then they just have like all these bricks, so. I don't think it's quite as bad as Alex said. If Renata ends up being playable as like a control archetype using blood monies and wages of pain, like there's so many different ways to make gold that you could just have like a huge stack of gold and um, use the Renata ability. If you can somehow score to 5 and not get blown out by Thermo Beam, I guess. Um, but yeah, maybe this card will see play at some point. I don't really think it's worth seeing play in most things right now. But I'll give it a 4 out of 10 because it's got potential in the future.
Yeah, I'll give it like a 4. I just think it's not super impressive to me either. The biggest problem with this card, and thankfully it is in the color that has like tons of draw power, so that can be mitigated. But the biggest problem with this card for me is just when you draw it in the late game, it's terrible. When you draw it early game, you see it on turn 1. This card's fantastic. You're going to get a ton of value out of it. When you draw it on like turn 4 or 5, you're just like, well, this could have been anything else, and I'd much rather have this be a real card right now. So. Also, I think someone in our chat had mentioned that that Riftbound had said that there won't ever be, and that there are no plans to. They've actually confirmed that we are going to get opposing color pair champs starting in set 4, I believe. They confirmed that when they did their announcements at PAX. So we are 100% getting all of the color pairs at some point, but it's not going to be for a few more sets. We've got cloth armor up next for 1 energy. Hold on, sorry. My dog is like got locked in here and scratching. Give me a sec. You guys can take over if you want.
Yes.
Yeah, so we have cloth armor, gear equipment with quick draw, and equip for a single mind, and it gives shield 2 to the unit. I like this card as somebody who's kind of been enjoying a little bit of Ornn. That's its main purpose. It almost works as like a way to get a Yi hero power pretty much just by using this card, and it also comes out of nowhere, so if your opponent's not expecting it, it can be pretty good. So notably, it also is a spell to cast on your opponent's turn. If you want to combine it with Chemtech Cask, this is one of the better cards that you'd be doing that with. And it can protect your little weenies. You know, you send in an Apprentice Smith, you flip this off the top, and now it's a 4 on defense, which is pretty nice. So yeah, I really like this card. I don't think it'll be meta defining or anything like that, but the decks that'll want it will play 3 of. So I'll give it like a 6 out of 10.
I think the biggest upside to cloth armor. Wow.
Freudian slip there, huh, Alex? Got it on the mind, huh?
You know what? I think that's it for me today, guys. I'm going to turn my camera off and just clock out now. I think the best thing I like about cloth armor is that unlike the Assault 2 weapon for 1, this one actually is quick draw, so you can pretty much use it like a mini. It's pretty much on guard, but better, honestly. That like it. There's really no like it's pretty much just on guard. So I'm a big fan of this card. I think this card is solid. I think being in blue holds it back a little bit because I don't know how much blue actually wants the buffs, whereas this was in like green. I could see it just straight up replacing on guard. So I am a big fan of this card. I mean, it can't be used offensively, but 9 out of 10 times on guard just gets used on defense anyways. Big fan. So 1 cost, this is like kind of in the same vein as 2 drops for me, where like they probably can't get like 1 cost, like weapons probably can't get much higher rating than a 6. So I'm going to go with 6 as well. It's just a very, very solid. I think this is the most solid 1 drop weapon in the game right now.
Yeah, I would
Got
agree.
a quick correction out of chat too. It does not work with Chemtech Cask. I just realized that card only works on casting spells. So thank you for that. But not that was a combo I was planning on running anyways. But yeah, just having a hidden equipment is pretty nice.
Next up, we've got Forecaster for 2 energy and 2 might. This is another mech, and it says your mechs have vision.
It's like the upgraded version of the worm for Rek'Sai. I mean, this is fine. Like, if you're playing a mech deck, this is almost surely one of your 2 drops. I mean, like, just being able to look and scry every single turn you play a mech seems pretty good. Like, over the course of the game, you're probably going to accumulate like 3 to 4 draws, like scries over the course of the game. So I think this card is fine. It just like helps you turbo a little bit further, which I kind of like. But again, this is just limited to mechs. Like, this is another one of those 2s that like outside of mechs, it's like a 2 or a 3. Inside of mechs, it's probably like this another solid 6-2. Again, I think this is probably a must play if you're in a strict mech tribal deck, and I don't play it all when you're not.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, this is one of the reasons why you should be playing mechs, if anything, is just the consistency of being able to filter your draws every single turn. Every time you're sending a bad card at the bottom, it almost feels like drawing a card. So, notably, like this is a much bigger upgrade over first mate, or the first mate of this being Bubble Bot. In set one, they had Gymcraft Seer, which is a 3 for 3 and a power. This is a 2 for 2 that does the same thing, but is only for mechs. So, um, yeah, that's all just to harp on how powerful of a card First Mate is. I love my boy.
Yeah.
But if mech ends up being playable, then this will be a large reason as to why. And the consistency is nice. So, like a 6 out of 10 for sure.
Yeah, I think that in a mech deck, it's probably even higher, right? But like, even this is like purple Poro at a base. Like, it still gives itself vision. So like, at worst, this is still just a 2 for 2 with vision, which is still okay. That's still like better than a 2 for 2 vanilla. And then the upside in tribal is, yeah, every single unit has vision. That's really strong.
Does vision stack? So if I have 2 of these, do all my
Yes.
guys get double vision? Oh, it does stack.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah. You're
that's a
strapping
little
him
bit.
up with some goggles. You got
That's
20/20
pretty
vision
solid.
at
Then
that point, my guy.
if you get 2 of these, then now you're actually cooking. The second one scries 2, and everyone after scries 2. I don't know. That might be the
Well,
truth.
actually, I think so, right? Because every other keyword in the game
No,
stacks.
no,
Obviously,
but
you
no,
can't double accelerate or anything.
Yeah, but is it like you just
but
The only
reveal the
reason it would
top
be
card
is
of your
because
deck
it's got
twice,
a
like
key
the same
card.
card? You look at.
we're being told by chat that
I would
it does in
assume it
fact
stacks.
stack. Yes.
Yeah,
All right.
I
We'll
would
come
assume
back to
that it
that. Don't
stacks.
quote us.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, you just
Don't
scry
It's
one
scry once
twice,
twice.
so
Yep.
it won't become scry 2. Like that's a big
Right.
thing.
Right.
But you don't get to
We're
filter it
being
that
told by
way.
reliable sources that it does in fact stack.
Reliable
So.
sources called chat. Yep.
Yeah.
Twitch. Yeah, I mean, chat's never wrong.
No.
Mhm.
But yeah, I do think that the mech synergy is really strong, and this guy's a solid one. Next up, we've got Frigid Touch for 2 energy. This is a spell at reaction speed. It has repeat 2, and it says give a unit -2 this turn.
Yeah, I think this is supposed to be Ezreal's support, obviously being the cheapest repeat card other than Bellows Breath that can target multiple things to trigger that. But I don't know. It's comparing this to Smokescreen. When it comes to spells, I'd almost rather pay the power than I would the additional energy, just because being able to like develop something and play a spell is what makes these sorts of things powerful. So I think this card is good, even potentially outside of Ezreal, but I think in most scenarios you're just going to play Smokescreen over this card, right? So, but still, I mean, Smokescreen's a busted card, so having something that is comparable and is kind of like a side grade is pretty interesting. Um, I don't know if there's any decks that are going to be a part of the meta that'll play this card, so I'll give it like a 5 out of 10. But it's certainly not a bad card.
I think this. I see this card in a lot of decks on Piltover Archive. I think this card's kind of overrated, to be honest. Like, it does get to go to 0, which I think is nice, and like, yay, it works with Ezreal, which I'm not really a believer of. I've played some amount of Ezreal now, and like most of the time, it literally feels like I'm playing him for his chosen champion and not his actual effect. I mean, I think this. It's just like this card exists. The inverse of this card exists in green, but I think the pump is a lot better than the minus at times. It just has a lot more applications, being able to dodge removal, whereas this is just like with guys not dying when they go to 0. I just don't think this is as great as it reads. I'm a little bit of a hater of this card. I think the applications for it are a little further and fewer, especially with I can have smoke screen and Stupefy. I can have Smokescreen at the same cost and Stupefy, which is kind of in the same vein as this. This is like a little bit of an upgrade, but like I don't know. A lot of the times, like I would rather just pay the power for the Stupefy. I feel like there's few and far situations where I'm going to need to want to pay 4 and apply this to 2 different units. I'm not feeling this card. I'm going to give it a 4 out of 10. I don't like it. I don't think it's very good. I think it's a little overrated right now.
Yeah, I think that the
Yeah.
card is just Ezreal support, and I don't even know if it's gonna see a lot of play or if Ezreal's gonna see a lot of play. But I do think that it's okay. It's like a 5 out of 10 for me.
Yeah, it is worth noting that this is the first time that we're kind of seeing the formatting on minus might without the to a minimum of one sort of templating that was in set one. So I've had a couple people in Twitch chat asking about it, or YouTube chat. A unit will not die if it has 0 might. It still has to be assigned at least 1 damage as per the rules in order for a unit to die. So it can go to negative power, negative might, all that sort of stuff. But until it is assigned at least 1 point of damage, a unit will never die. So
yeah. Oh, Doggo.
Yes, this
yeah,
is a dog.
back to
Okay,
dog
I didn't know if you had
tribal.
something to add. That's why I paused. Yep.
Nope, I just saw the dog. Got distracted.
We've got the Frost Coat
Yeah.
Cub at 3 energy and 3 might. This is a unit that says you can pay an additional mind as an additional cost to play me. When you play me, if you paid the additional cost, give a unit -2 might this turn.
I mean, it's like this is just like kind of worse Blast Cone Fey in my opinion. Like Blast Cone Fey has the ability to be hidden, so in like Teemo it is upside, but it also like can like bypass its own energy cost. This doesn't work at instant speed. I kind of just see this as like a worse Blast Cone Fey in my opinion, and that's a card that I already didn't think was all that great. Just like another 3 for 3 with like a little bit of upside. Maybe it has some application though, because it is just like an on-stat body that can shrink something. I'm gonna go with it. I'm gonna give this a 5 just because it's a dog. Like it'd normally be a 4, but like being a dog has given me a lot to think about. I mean, he's adorable. I would own a Frostcoat Cub even if he wasn't very good for his cost.
Yeah, the biggest difference between this and the Blast Cone Fey is this can be played for without a power. These are the type of cards that I want to see in the future when they have units that are printed on like a curve, right? Where you want to play them potentially early and still have some value late, just like First Mate. Having this card be able to be played as a turn 1 play if you have nothing better to do, and then in the late game having some value is super nice. That being said, its effect is so negligible that I don't know that it will ever really come up on the late side. So, yeah, like Alex said, a 5 out of 10. I wouldn't be surprised if some decks were having some issues breaking in. I could see this seeing play out of the Teemo deck or something like that as a way to break into the battlefield, because the deck notoriously is much better at holding than it is breaking in. So
Yeah, I agree with all the points. Don't have too much more to add. It's a 5 for me. Next up, we've got Gearhead for 5 energy. This is a 3 might unit. It has Accelerate, and it says each equipment attached to me doubles its base might bonus.
this card sucks.
Not a fan.
I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, I think if you're
It's,
gonna play
5
this type of deck, you're just gonna play Ornn. Like just play Ornn with the Svelder song. Like I don't know. This just seems
Yeah.
bad. Like I don't understand. Like this is like a bad Boggle card. Like it doesn't have any. It doesn't even have like deflect or anything going for it. Like, and I don't know why you would need Accelerate on a card like this. It's a Boggle card. It's supposed to be slow. Like no, I mean this keyword like kind of contradicts what this card wants to do. So it's bad design in my opinion too. I'm gonna give this card a 2 out of 10. He's not good.
Yeah, I think it's mostly just that I'd rather play drop border than this card if I'm just looking for an Accelerate unit out of my gear deck. And yeah, the fact that it only gives its base might bonus, like maybe there's a world where you're Voltroning this guy up, but as Alex said, you're just better off playing the Orange Champ. So yeah, like a 3 out of 10.
Yeah, I definitely agree with chat. Should have had Weapon Master for sure. Maybe you could have been slightly more playable that way, but it's a 3 for me. Next up, we got Plundering Poro for 2 energy and 2 might. This is a Poro pirate. It says when I conquer, play a gear token exhausted.
Yeah, this is no more what we're talking about, right?
The
We're
goat.
looking for good cards. Yeah,
Yeah,
this guy is definitely the go to this color, right? Like we've
yeah.
the
It seems like they're
poros
all
are
poros.
becoming nuts.
Yeah, yeah. The
Uh-huh.
poros are kind of just the nuts. Like this guy is
Yeah.
like he's not quite lonely poro, but he's like the next closest thing probably. He's like pushing a 7 for me, which is like breaking my rule of sixes only. But this guy is, I mean, this guy is really fucking good. Just like making a gold almost guaranteed if you play him, especially if you go first. Your opponent's almost never going to kill this unless they have a Hex Tech Ray or some sort of other removal.
Yeah.
Like this guy's incredible.
Hmm. Yeah, I like the Poro. I think he's pretty good. So I think a 7 out of 10 is justified. It's just one of the most powerful things you can be doing on turn one. I don't like the design personally because you already are incentivized to want to go first in this game anyways, and then now having the best possible turn one play, just being like, oh, you thought that you were nice going second with the extra rune. Well, now I get a functional extra rune just by playing this guy too. So yeah, 7 out of 10. Would Poro again.
Yeah, I mean, just the way that this guy helps fill out your curve is crazy. Like a lot of the times, for instance, in say Kaisa, sometimes you have like these awkward turn sixes or even like 7 energy turns where you're just like playing your Darius and you have to send your land back, and it like keeps you off of that time warp that's sitting in your hand. And now the Poro kind of makes that all negligible for you. You could just play your Darius, you could play the new Worm Coil engine, and it's just fine. Like you're still going to be able to go to Fox next turn. Um, yeah, I think this card's just really insane. In Ornn, even it makes gears. Like if you even want to play 2 drops in Ornn, this thing makes gears for gear matters stuff. It just does all kinds of things. It makes tokens if you just want to pop it with that red spell we looked at earlier that draws 2 cards. Like I'm a big fan of the Poro. He's a 7 for me. Next up, we've got Wages of Pain. For 3 energy, this is a spell with Hidden that says also action speed, deal 3 to a unit at a battlefield, play a gold gear token exhausted.
Fistful of dollars. This card is pretty juice. This is probably one of the best cheap removals we actually got in this set. It's very generic, doesn't cost a power, has the random upside of being able to be hidden. Three for 3 at a battlefield is very on rate. It also makes a gold token just to like edge it out a little bit to make it better. Obviously, it's not Hex Tech Ray, but in these colors, I still think this card is very, very solid as a early game removal, and I think you're going to see a lot of blue decks playing this. I think this is going to be a pretty common card you'll see just because of the early gold generation. I overall, I just think this card is very solid. And when you want to hide it too, being able, it like kind of gets its power back with the gold. Big fan of this card. I mean, there's not a ton more to say about it. It is just generic removal. I'm going to give this card a 7 out of 10. I really, maybe that's a little high. Maybe it's closer to a 6, but I like this card a lot. I think it's very good.
Yeah, it's somewhere between a 6 and a 7, right? I think I'm gonna. I don't know. We've seen it enough play that I think a 7 out of 10 is justified, right?
Yeah, this card is
Just given
pretty
that's a 3 of in the victory.
solid generic removal. It's like it's well designed too. Like it's like this is a card I look at this and I go, this is decently designed. Like it does just
Yeah,
enough, but not too much. It has the upside of being hidden, even if that doesn't come up a whole lot. It just gives it a little bit of gravy on there. I big fan of this card. Not a whole lot to say
for
about it.
sure.
Yep, I'm a big fan of more damage spells in blue. I think that this card is really solid. I'll give it a 7's fine. Next up, we've got Breakneck Mech for 8 energy and 2 power. This is a 7 might mech that says your mechs have deflect and ganking, and it also enters ready if you control another mech.
Sounds like a Dr. Seuss, like a Dr. Seuss character, the Breakneck Mech. uh, I mean, this card's the payoff, I guess, for mechs, and it is. I mean, it's a hell of a payoff. Comes in ready, gives itself and other mechs deflecting, ganking. I mean, this card is pretty solid. I have nothing bad to say about this. Like even on its own, this is just a like this is a deflect ganking 8/7 2 might card, like with no other mechs in play. If you have just one other mech, now it's readied. I mean, I think this is solid. This is the best payoff we've seen so far in mechs. It just like it is just a big. It's like their version of Dead Bloom, I guess. It's like the closest thing you could say is that this is like Super Dead Bloom, sort of. I'm going to give this card like a solid. In the mech deck, this card's got to be a solid 8/10. Even on its own, this card's probably like a 6/10 if you have just like a few mechs in your deck. But I think this card is in the mech deck. This card's like an 8/10. It's incredible.
That's crazy. I was not as high on this card. I mean,
it's Dead Bloom
as you were, but
I mean, it's just Dead Bloom, but extra.
Yeah, I suppose that's fair. I think it's mostly just in the context of.
I think the problem is that this card is competing with Watcher.
I was comparing it to like. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Right, is that the exact same cost as an accelerated Watcher, and they do different things. So that's why I do agree with you. Like being able to give all of your mechs these boosts is kind of nice. I know it's so hard to. It like almost feels like it needs to be a defensive card because when you're playing cards like this and you're just sending it in to break a battlefield and then they just easily break it on the next turn, then you're like, oh, what did I even play this card for? What did I pay this 2 power for? So I do think it is good. We have seen some niche applications with it as well. You can like use the Hextech experimental Hextech plate or whatever it's called, and then now you can give anything ganking and deflect. But I don't know. I haven't been super impressed with the card, but I think it's like a 6/10 for me.
Yeah, I think it's like a 7 for me. I think the card's strong. It's just the main issue for me, as I just mentioned, is just that it's competing in the Watcher slot. I think Watcher's just obviously an insane card. That's a 10/10, and so like being able to put a 7 or an 8/10 in the slot of a card that's already in that color's slot that's a 10/10 is pretty tough. But I do think the payoff is good. Deflecting, ganking are insane keywords. Coming in ready is really nice. Like if it's in Rumble, like this thing even blocks for 8, which is actually Dead Bloom. But yeah, I just think comparing it to Watcher, it's just tough to say it's gonna see play. We need better mechs overall. We need more tribal for this to really feel like a solid payoff.
For sure.
Next up, we've got Drop Border for 4 energy and 4 might. This says, when you play me, if you control 2 or more gear, ready me.
Yeah, this card's pretty good. I mean, it kind of fills the niche, like I said, when we're talking about Gearhead, of just having a readied unit. When you have all these equipment sitting around, being able to immediately suit something up and send it in is pretty important. And not having the power cost associated with most accelerate units is super nice. So I'm a big fan of this card. There's not too much more to say than that. I give it like a 6/10. It's not going to break anything, but it'll see some play for sure.
Yep, pretty much 6/10. It's a Renata Glass card, I think, is where you're going to see a lot of it, where some of the builds want to be aggressive in the early just to get to that easy 5 score, and all the gold she makes this very viable. 6/10 seems perfect for me.
Yeah, I like 6 as well. I think obviously in the gear decks, this is going to trigger very often, but even in like just decks that generate gold, you can just have 2 golds and this thing is live. Like, and 4 for 4 accelerate, no power is really strong. Next up, we've got Experimental Hex Plate for 1 energy. This is a gear equipment, equips for a mind. It says, I am a mech, and it gives you +1 might.
I was not the only one, too. 2 people, including myself, in our testing group, read this card and said, is that the flavor text or is that the effect text? And this is something that drives me insane about these equip cards, is that the flavor text and the effect text are in the same slot. So when I read this, I was like, oh, they're just trying to be funny. Like, it's like the robot saying, I am a mech. But in actuality, this is the literal effect of this card. All that being said, I do think this is cool that you can now splash cards that fall outside of the mech tribal and make them fall into the mech tribal. So I think that's kind of nice about this card, especially in decks like Ornn or maybe Kaisa. I think this card is just like, it gives you 1 might for 1, so it's already like kind of on par. And then adding the mech kind of allows you to force synergies that would otherwise not be available. I think this card's fine. I'm going to give it a 5 out of 10. I think it's like, it might get better over time too, because if the mech synergies improve with other non-mech cards, this card obviously just gets better, of course.
Yeah, I mean, historically, whenever you have synergistic things, the only thing that prevents them from being broken in previous card games is that they're limited to whatever tribes that they're made. So maybe there'll be a portion in the future where just like, something can get broken with vision on all your mechs, and then you just need it to be a mech in order to do some crazy combo. Right now, its only real application is with the breakneck mech and being able to give anything ganking and deflect, and then also making sure that the guy always comes in readied. So it's pretty limited right now, but it's got potential in the future. Solid 5 out of 10.
It also has synergy with the first mate. But yeah,
and as someone mentioned, you can become double mech with oh wait, no, Spellsonger only works on printed text. Never mind. Yeah, that was a thing with that's a weird interaction, as somebody mentioned. Right now, as the way the rules work, Spellsonger would give it double mech, and it would work with like World Atlas. But I think we've gotten confirmation that by the time set 2 actually comes to print, that will be errated, so that Spellsonger will only copy the double printed, or whatever is printed on the text box of the card itself, not what it is given.
Wait, guys, does mech stack? Broken.
I am a mech.
You can make a mech.
I am a mech.
All right, next up we've got Pickpocket for 3 energy and 3 might. This is a unit that says when you play me, you may kill a gear with energy cost no more than 1. If you do, play a gold gear token exhausted. This guy was broken in Runeterra, and he's not broken in this game.
He was I played him in Heimer, but I can tell you this was a very greedy card. A lot of us did not play this actually because he was so greedy. But when he hit the Nexus, oh boy, were you fucking in there.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's here. He's not so great. If he said energy cost no more than 2, he would be significantly better. However, like we always say, the fake cards are better than the real ones, and this guy is not a real one, so he's gonna get like we'll give him like a 3 for me. Just another 3 for 3 with a chaff line of text.
Yeah, I think it's supposed to, literally given the name as well, it seems like you're supposed to steal your opponent's gold with this card, but with the way that they formatted it, it doesn't even do that, because if the gold is already ready, then they can just sack it for a power when you target it, and then you don't get the gold. So I get that like all the gold comes in exhausted, so in theory you play it on the turn that they make the gold, and then you can like steal their gold, I guess. But yeah, that part's a flavor fail for me. It is a 3 for 3 that has some sort of relevant text, but it can also be a 3 out of 10 because this guy is just not really ever doing anything we care about.
He can destroy your cloth armor. Yeah.
Yeah, or my Chemtech flask.
Yeah, he's a 3 for me. Next up, we've got the Prize of Progress. For 4 energy and a power, this is a 3 might mech. It says when you use an activated ability of a gear, give me +1 might this turn.
And we have a new contender for top 5 worst cards in the set.
This card is butt.
This card is so ass. I don't understand how this got to print. Like, this doesn't even, this isn't even chaff. This is like beyond, like advanced chaff, like chaff 2, like the sequel to chaff. Why does it cost a fucking power? Who is like, yo, this is way too strong without the power, guys. We need to curve this down. And then the next guy came along and said, yo, it shouldn't be a 4. It's going to get too big and out of hand. Let's make it a 3 too. And then the next guy came along and said, hey, let's just take its effect away. Let's just, anything it had going for it, just, wow. God, is this card awful? Like, I don't even know.
So
like,
bad.
I could spend more time talking about why this card is awful than I could about why a majority of the cards are actually good. Like when you use the activate ability of a gear. So, okay, does equipping a gear count as an activate? I assume it does, right?
Yes.
I would assume so. Yeah.
Yes.
So when you equip a gear, how many gears do you guys know that see play that have an activate ability or will see play that is not just equipping something?
Do the
So
seals
this
count?
guy
Like
gets
if
plus-
seals to generate power, is
The
that still
seals, the seals
the
do
seals,
count.
sure,
Yes.
the seals. How much play do the seals see? Like, how much play are the seals going to see? Like, even if you had a deck that was maxing your seals, which is the only way this could be viable because it actually costs a power. The other one is gold, but like, how much gold are you realistically paying? You actually have to. This guy won't even see himself get the pump for the gold you pay to play him. Not that it matter because you're not ready anyways. But like, my God, is this card awful? Like, why isn't it at least like a 4/4? Why did it have to be a 3? I don't get it.
I know. Dice of Falling Star confirmed.
Yeah.
I don't
how
know.
many
We're
gears
gonna play
were
this
the
in our
devs-
Orn deck with 6 seals, and then we're gonna like be a 9 might for 4 and prove Alex wrong, you know.
Yes, you'll have this 9 might for 4. Meanwhile, your Orn will be a 30, and you'll be like, look at my 9 might, Riot devs. Woo. Like, what was going on in their internal testing where this was this made the cut? Like, I want to know what dev was like, I have 10 equips on the board, and I'll put all 10 of my power back to equip on something, and my prize of progress is now at 13, and the game is over because of this. And his opponent was just like, this is too good. We have to nerf this.
Slap the power on
this
it.
is gonna ruin the game.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, my God. So yeah, it's
Yeah.
gonna be a 1 out of 10. This is good, definitely going in the top 5 worst cards in the set by far. This card is just abysmal.
What do you think, Colin?
Given Alex's hatred for this card, I will try and break it, just to prove him wrong. But yeah, he's probably right. It's probably a 1 out of 10. I just don't see any world in which you're going to be playing this, and if this is the prize of progress, then maybe we should just go back to the Stone Ages, I guess.
Agreed. Yeah, it's terrible. Might be one of the worst card in the game, honestly. Next up, we've got Production Surge for 4 energy and a power. This is a spell that costs 2 less. If you control a mech, you get to play a 3 might mech unit token to your base and then draw a card.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the actual reasons to play Mech Kaisa. I think is it's actually
Yep.
quite strong as like a 2 cost for a 3 mech that draws you one. Like, that's pretty fantastic. Out of Rumble, obviously the power cost is like pretty tough, but yeah, this and then like the Vision guy, the Bubble Bot, obviously Ferocious Forerunner. These are the reasons why that you would play Mech Kaisa, and why I personally think Rumble is terrible. Not to necessarily the fault of the mechs, but to the fault of the fact that you're not Kaisa and you don't get to play this card. So
who could have guessed?
That being said,
it's better than Kaisa.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's almost like somebody's been preaching that since set 1 when that card was printed, that it's just going to make every single blue-red leader from now on completely unplayable because Kaisa exists. But that person probably has to be pretty talented and handsome to make a call like that. Anyways, I don't know what to rate this card because I don't know how good Mech Kaisa is. And Mech Kaisa, this card's like a house. It's like an 8 or a 9 out of 10. And decks that are not Mech Kaisa, this card's like pretty middling of the road because paying a power sucks. So I think overall I'll give it like a 6 out of 10, just because yeah, it's kind of hard to rate in a vacuum.
6 out of 10's it's a 6 out of 10 Kaisa card. Like many such cases of this card in Kaisa is an X, but this card everywhere else is much worse.
Yeah.
Yep, darn those power costs. Next up we'll
Speaking of cards that are better in Kaisa.
Next up, we'll go to Rocket Barrage, which is one of Rumple's spells, but definitely better in Kaisa. For 4 energy and a power, this is a spell. It has Repeat 4, which is another 4 energy and a power. You can choose one, deal 4 to a unit in a base, or kill a gear.
Cards that are better in Kaisa for 500, Alex. I mean, like, this is probably an acceptable sideboard card now in blue, because blue didn't have a lot of great gear removals previously, unless I'm forgetting some here. But I'm pretty sure blue didn't have like a gear removal.
Nope.
So this does offer blue like a realistic gear removal, and it is deal 4 to a unit in base, so it's like fine. Its biggest holdback for me personally is actually the fact that not even that it costs power, but it's not action speed. So it doesn't work as like efficient removal, which is part of the issue. And I think the repeat is kind of going to come up very little. Paying 8 and 2 power to do this twice is like, it's not even like a singularity, because it can only hit guys at base. It's like fine. And I think you will see this card in a non-zero number of sideboards. But I think where this card is going to shine the best is, yeah, guess what? Kaisa. And even then, Kaisa, I think, has a lot of better options. So I'm going to give this card a 5 out of 10. It does have some utility. It does offer sideboard. I think these cards like this that are like sideboard cards with utility can only be rated so low until like a strictly better version comes along. And even then, I don't think this card is that bad. So 5 out of 10 is fine.
Personally, I don't really think this card's going to see any sideboard play, just because if out of the board, you'd rather have Thermo Beam, right? Or something a little bit more targeted. Maybe if you're in a blue deck that otherwise doesn't have gear. The only use case I see for this card is like a one of in Kaisa, if there's like a gear that you're particularly worried about. But notably, this card costs 4 in a power, which, like, if you're trying to use this into Ornn and then you repeat it and you're like, oh, I'll target both of your flutes and pay my 8 energy, and then they're just like, all right, defy it for 1 mana. You're just going to be sick. So, because it does in fact work that way. So I think its use cases are a little bit weird. Its best case scenario, to be honest, is like into Kaisa and Annie when they just like tap out for their Kaisa, and then you can just play this card to kill it in base. Working as like a bad falling star is pretty nice, but yeah, it's not really anything more than that. It really is just a bad falling star. So that being said, it's probably like a 4 out of 10. You might play this as a one of in Kaisa occasionally if the meta's right for it, but that's about it.
Yeah, I mean, I think basically this is mostly just going to be blue's option for gear removal. And I think that usually when you're pairing blue, you'll have better options in your other color for gear removal. I think like the only other one that probably doesn't have great options is green, and even green got like a decent body guy that comes into play and does it now. So maybe Rocket Barrage sees some sideboard play, but I am also doubtful. Next up, we've got the Temporal Portal for 3 energy. This is a gear for a power. You can exhaust it, and you give the next spell you play this turn repeat equal to its cost.
Listen, I am a big fan of dirtle cards that do nothing, and this is like as dirtily as they come, like especially in Ornn where you can just tap him and tap this thing to give you like Stupefy, repeat. Now you got a 2 mana or draw 2. That's like gas. There's 2 Dreaming Trees out, which I got behind me. Then you're drawing 4 off this card. Like we're nice. That being said, this card doesn't actually do anything, so it is unfortunately unplayable.
My eyes are rolling into my skull right now. The most offensive part about this card is its name itself. It's try saying it 10 times fast. Temporal Portal. You can't do it. I've tried, believe me. This card sucks. All the juice repeats. You can't actually repeat anything above a 6 cost. So like the best you get is a singularity for all 12. Like, yeah, like he said, like some of the cheap ones like Stupefy or like Falling Star are going to be juice, but you have to pay power to activate this. Plus, you have to pay the repeat cost. So like if the card spell costs a power, you're paying a power on that spell too. Plus, this itself costs 3. This is like a combo card only. There has to be some spell that's like doing something where you need to give it repeat and keep repeating it for some reason. But even then, because you're capped out on 12 mana, unless you have like a hex tech anomaly or whatever, like or some way to like echo to get more, it just this is not worth it. I think this card is not very good. I'm gonna give it like a 3 out of 10. And the only reason I even rate it that high is like there is a potential. There is like something in the future where this card could possibly be good, but I'm not seeing it now. So 3 out of 10.
Someone in chat said this card with Stupefy might be a better combo than Alex's Blind Fury combo that he was talking about earlier.
Where are these chat comments? My chat is not. I don't see any of these chat comments.
That's in Twitch.
Twitch one. Yeah.
That's in
Twitch. Okay, sure.
Twitch chats where the funny people are at. So you just
dang that
all right.
Scorning the YouTubers. We still love you, YouTube chat. Yeah, I think that I think this card is, like the guy said, just a interesting combo enabler. Maybe at some point if we really see a spell that we want to repeat that doesn't just get hosed by Defy or something like that. Blue is the color that can kind of break the energy system because you have like energy conduits. So like theoretically, Magical Christmas Land, you can have 3 energy conduits on the board and have 15 energy. Or if you're in Renata Glask and you somehow accumulated like 20 gold, you could like repeat a time warp, and that would be crazy. But yeah, I don't think that you're pulling those off too often. Maybe in multiplayer or something.
Now we're talking, baby.
Next up, we've got Bard Mercurial for 4 energy and a power. This is a 4 might champion unit that says you may exhaust your legend as an additional cost to play me. When you play me, if you paid the additional cost, move any number of your units to an open battlefield.
It's like a super. It's like kind of like the MF, but like worse, sort of. I mean, I guess like I don't understand the point of this card. I guess you can like put some guys in the battlefield instantly. Just explain to me the application of this card, because I'm not going to exhaust the internal CPU to figure it out. It costs.
I was enjoying watching your little gears turning. You know,
yeah.
It felt like another one of the cards you hadn't really read.
Yeah, no, I read this card because we talked about this. Dom brought this up, and I like even at the time was struggling, like using all the RAM my brain has to offer, could not figure out a like corner case where I could even pretend like paying a power for a 4/4 and tapping my legend is acceptable. So please enlighten me.
I don't.
A great one.
I don't really know. I don't know. This seems like the type of card people would mention and realize that it just doesn't work how they think it works. If it didn't require you to send it to an open battlefield, obviously this card would be busted. But again, fake cards are much better than the real ones. The way that it works currently, the only application I can really see is like you are using this to take a battlefield and then also like try and giga hold it. Like if you conquer the other battlefield that's not open, and you play Bard, you send everybody into the open battlefield, you go to 7, and then your plan is just like giga stack one battlefield and hold. But as we know with how the game currently works, that strategy is not particularly powerful because Thousand Tailed Watcher works or exists. Vi Ride the Wind exists. So there's just not really that much of an application for this card outside of like being an MF, I guess, or like a really bad sneaky deckhand.
Well, that's
really about it.
I guess that's like the one thing is it's like a fake ganker. That's an application, but like,
this card is unfortunately not good, but it's got cool flavor text, I guess. So like 3 out of 10.
Yeah.
3 out of 10.
It's a 3 for me. Next up, we've got Bellows Breath for 1 energy and a power. This is a spell at action speed. It also has repeat for the same cost, and you can deal 1 to up to 3 units at the same location.
Yeah, this card on the other hand.
Yeah, this card's
pretty good. Yeah. Oh yeah. This card, notably out of Ezreal, does trigger his ability by himself, which is pretty good. And yeah, for 2 and 2 power, it's like it's essentially like almost a falling star, sort of, if they got like 3 2s in the base. You just play this, you kill all 3/2s. It can even be better than falling star sometimes. So we've seen this primarily out of Victor because it does have the unfortunate combo that exists of discard plus Imperial Decree, just being able to completely wipe your opponent's entire board because Imperial Decree and this card do in fact work that way. So you can wipe 2 of the 3 locations with this card and Imperial Decree alone, which is absolutely crazy. And I think that's a large reason as to why the Victor control deck currently exists in the shell that it does. So I think this card's pretty good. I think it is a little on the cheesier side, or it's not quite as universally played as some of the other things, because 2 and 2 power to potentially like only kill a 2-cost unit, or them needing to line it up in such a way that you can combine this with like stupefies and stuff like that. It doesn't really do as much as you'd want on its own, I guess, is really where I'm at with this card. But, you know, if you're playing into Victor, traditional or otherwise, being able to blow up 6 potential tokens out of nowhere is like crazy, right? So
Yep.
I'll give it like a 7 out of 10 because, you know, it's maybe even an 8 out of 10 because the decks that want this card really want this card, and it's going to be a 3 of, and then, but it's not going to be universally played in every Mind deck. So
Did you already give a rating?
Yeah, I'm going to give this. No. I'm going to give this card a 7 out of 10. I think it's fine. I think having this, like, it's an AoE effect that can hit anywhere you want it to, which I think is pretty powerful. We don't have a whole lot of those right now. And it costs 1. It's just so cheap. It has action speed. And then there are just so many synergies, any spell damage synergies. Like, this reminds me kind of like a Hearthstone card. Like this card is just begging to be synergized with some sort of spell damage or something like, yeah, the Imperial Decree. I just think this card's very solid, even if it's not seeing a ton of play right now.
Yeah, Dango brings up a pretty good point too. Watcher plus this, or yeah, obviously Rabadon's plus this, or some crazy synergies that do exist with this card that can just pop off. So
yeah, I like
for
this
that
with
reason,
the hat,
definitely
sure.
8 out of 10 for me.
Yeah, the hat is clearly where this card was made to synergize. I'm not a big fan of playing the hat currently in Orin.
Yeah, but with Watcher too, I
Sure.
mean that's also very good for sure.
Just Watcher. Yep,
Watcher plus one of these to clear 3 4s is pretty good.
Yep, I agree.
Yeah, 6 4s
if you got 2 up. Yep.
Yeah.
Next up, we've got the card Sharp for 3 energy. This is a 3 might unit that says when you play me, you and each opponent may play a gold gear token exhausted. For each opponent who did, you may play a gold gear token exhausted.
I like this card. It's good, right?
Yeah, I think this is pretty much everything Victor ever wanted. Like, Victor loves this card. This card is just very, very solid. Getting the power, making a body. I mean, this is as good. Like, I feel like we've been crushing 3-for-3s this whole stream, where we're just like sucks. But this is what a 3-for-3 that doesn't cost power should do. Like, this is like what I would want to see out of my 3-for-3s. Like, just making a gold, making potentially 2 gold. Like, I think this card is solid. Big fan of this card. Going to give it a 7 out of 10. There's not a whole lot to say about it. It's just a card that makes gold that's well statted.
Yeah, I mean, I'll even go higher. I think this is an 8 out of 10. Historically, when you see cards that give your opponent a choice, they aren't things that you want, like Shakedown at a set 1, for example. When your opponent gets the choice, they're pretty bad. But this is one that no matter what choice your opponent makes, you always get a gold, and then it can just be a thing where you get 2 gold. Like, now your Singularity out of Victor is costing you 0 power. You can just curve Singularity into Thousand Tail Watcher and be fine. Like, that's something that the Victor deck has been struggling with, even out of Kaisa. Like, I've seen some people playing Card Sharp. Obviously, it's one of the better enablers if you're trying to do the Jace plus Armory combo. Its utility is just crazy good. So, yeah, this card super strong. 8 out of 10 for me.
Yeah, I mean, being able to make a power that you can use later on a body is really good. It's even actually like someone had mentioned it in chat too, but this is probably one of the actual best design multiplayer cards because it's actually playable in standard and it's also really strong in multiplayer. Like, yeah, each opponent will
True.
get a chance to make gold and then you just make 4 or whatever. Like, that's pretty freaking
Yeah, this
good.
card's a 10 out of 10 and multiplayer, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Because, yeah.
Card's super nice. I think they hit it out of the park with Card Sharp. He's
The
probably pushing. Sorry,
the
go ahead.
flavor is crazy too. Yeah, the flavor is crazy
Oh
too.
yeah,
So
yeah.
the flavor here, if you guys don't know, is supposed to be like they're playing a game of poker. You're putting your chips in, and now your opponent can determine if they want to call you. Like
Yeah.
all the other players can determine, like, do I want to put my chips into? Like, do I want to push?
Yes.
So
definitely a flavor
I think
win
it's
too.
pretty, yeah, big flavor.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'll probably give it an 8 as well. It's between a 7 or an 8 for me, but I'll give it an 8. Next up, we've got Ezreal Dashing for 4 energy. This is a 3 might unit, cost of power. When I attack or defend, deal damage equal to my might to an enemy unit here. I do not deal combat damage. Then you can pay a mind at action speed to move him to your base.
This is one of the most. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I was just gonna say I think this card is a little bit of a disappointment, but it's not to the fault of this card. I think this could potentially be a sideboard card, but every time I see that little power symbol, that energy cost that's like more than 2 and 3 might, I just immediately write it off in my head because unfortunately, for as long as Falling Star exists, fun cards like this, that's entire gimmick is like dashing around and being hard to pin down and survive and stuff is like, oh well, they just played a Falling Star and killed not only my Ezreal but something else as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is one of the most talked about cards. This is the card I see asked about the most, talked about the most. I don't get it. I'm with Colin here. I think this card sucks. Like, or not sucks, but it's not very good. But I see this card has like already is like a cult following. Like I see all the time people mentioning in like the discords, like, oh, this thing works with Ezreal. At least 5 times in our own chat, our YouTube chat, somebody's like, it works with Ezreal. It works with Ezreal. Like this card, I don't get it. People seem to be obsessed with this card. I see so much chatter about this card, but then I look at lists and almost no one is actually playing this card. And I think there's a pretty good reason for that. Like Colin said, this card is just really not that good. Like it's just like
it's mostly because of the star, though, right?
It's because
I mean, I think
it's mostly because of star, though, right? Like it's an interesting and unique card that like does some cool stuff.
Oh yeah,
outside of that,
yeah. Yes. Like if it didn't have to if it didn't have to pay a power, like if this guy said pay an energy, he'd be so much more reasonable for his effect than pay a power. Like pay a power is just ridiculous. I'm not trying to do that. Like,
sure.
I don't know. I think like this is like definitely like a sort of like combo-y thing where people want to like suit this guy up and like use his effect and stuff. But like, I don't see much upside here to this guy just having his might. Like, I don't know. I get he is like a fake sort of first strike, but like I don't know. I'm just it's not for me. I'm gonna give him I'll give him like a 5 out of 10 just so the Ezreal people don't show up to my door and burn my house down. But like, I could see where there's like a combo deck with him in the future where you just play Boggle with him and he like comes in and just like keeps sniping guys, but he doesn't even get to divide his damage up. He still just has to deal to one guy. I'm not loving it.
Yeah, I mean, I know that this card isn't going to perform right now, so in like the current meta, I'd give him like a 2 or 3 out of 10. But I do think that there's potential here, as if like the meta shapes up that nobody wants to play Kai'Sa, there's no Falling Stars, then this is a card that I would actively look at right now. And then, if we're somehow able to keep our guy around and afford all this power that we're playing, then, I mean, maybe there's some potential here. But yeah, I think overall I'll give it, like you said, a 5 out of 10. So my house does not get burned down. That would be nice.
Yeah, I'll give Ezreal a 5 as well. I think that he's a really cool design flavor-wise for like what Ezreal does as a character. It's just the problem with the the current set and all the cards that just kill this guy. He doesn't get to be a dodgy dude because he just dies to so many things that kill things at the base or don't care where you're at. And his spell his action isn't even reaction, so like they could just play a bolt on him or something. It's not like he can run away from the battlefield. He still is stuck there.
Yeah, I mean, ideally he's getting buffed up, and like somebody said in Twitch chat over here, like putting a Rabadon's on him super cool, and you're doing like 1 billion damage, and you can send him back to base, so he's just always sticking around. And as soon as Falling Star or Kaisa hits that ban list, then like we will pull this card out and we will start to cook. But until then, yeah, not quite.
Yeah, the thing about Ornn too is like if I'm suiting up a guy in Ornn, I want to be suiting up my blue Ornn, not my Ezreal. So
Sure.
Next up, we've got Hextech Anomaly for 3 energy and a power. This is a gear. It has exhaust, reaction, pay any amount of power to add that much energy. Speaking of breaking the 12 energy lock.
Yes, this is one of my favorite cards in the set. Love this card. Don't know where it's applicable yet. However, if you've played games like Magic the Gathering, you understand that making mana for free is broken. And that's pretty much what this does. It does have some limitations. So it is a tap to activate. So when you make whatever mana amount you want, you have to commit to that amount and you're stuck with it. You can't just activate it at any time willy-nilly as many times you want to turn. And it is reaction, of course, because it makes mana, so that would make the most sense, but that does enable it to be played on your turn. What I love about this in Boggle decks, especially ones like Ornn, you can play this and just completely tap out and hold all of your counter spells up, which I absolutely love. I think that makes this card absolutely incredible. I don't know how applicable this card is in the current meta, because I don't think there's enough decks that can actually abuse it outside of maybe Ornn, but this is a card I would watch out for. This is a dangerous fucking card. This is a bad man, as the kids would say. This card I could see being so insane in the future where you're just effectively doubling up your mana. But unlike a card like Echo, which is like kind of inconvenient, it costs 2 power to play, it's very expensive, and it has to die at a convenient time. This card has no requirements on it. This is everything that any sort of combo or boggle or tap out based deck could ever want. I think this card's incredible, even if it doesn't have a current application. Just, I always worry about free mana cards like this. I'm going to go above and beyond and say this card is like I'm going to give it an 8 out of 10 just because of what it does. Even if it has 0 play, 0 application right now, I think this card is insane. Yes, this is my punch first. This is my punch first.
Everybody gets one.
Controversial,
everybody gets one.
For sure.
Yeah.
I guess. Yes, all right, that's crazy.
What do you think,
I do think that this card is like the most unique card that we have, maybe in the set, just in terms of what it's doing and what it allows you to do. As Alex said, it can kind of break the game by existing, and honestly I'm surprised they printed a card like this in set 2, even if they did test it, and clearly it doesn't really have many current applications. Being able to just play this and potentially have access to 24 energy is crazy. Additionally, when you have access to cards like seals, those become mana rocks. If you have like 3 seals out plus this thing, then now you can just tap all those and have access to 3 energy at any time. So there are a lot of potential uses for this card, but they just currently don't really exist from everything that we've seen right now. So I think I may end up playing like 1 or 2 of these in like an Ornn deck, as Alex said, and give it a shot. So for that reason, I'll give it like a 6 out of 10. But 8 is crazy.
Yeah, it's like a 6 for me as well. I think that the card is really good, but I just don't see its current application outside of maybe Ornn, things like that. But yeah, being able to cast your counter spells when you're tapped is really good.
Being able to tap out, yeah, exactly. Yeah, nice. I mean, you guys me, I'm the goat. Yeah, that's right.
This guy pointing to Hextech Anomaly.
What, me right here? Yeah.
This non-gendered entity is the GOAT. This Hextech anomaly, incredible. You guys are gonna see one of these days. Just wait till there's some combo that wins you the game but requires 24 mana, and where are you gonna come back to old Alex and say, "Oh, Alex, you were ahead of your time. You saw the future." Damn right I did.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna be 70, and you're gonna be in a retirement home by then. So I'm not too worried.
It doesn't matter.
We'll all be demented by then. We're not gonna know what we're talking about.
Yeah.
I can see the future. I just can't see when. Speaking of.
All right. Next up, we've got Jace, the Man of Progress, for 4 energy and 4 might. This is a champion unit that says when you play me, you may kill a friendly gear. If you do, you may play a gear with energy cost no more than 7 from your hand this turn, ignoring its energy cost. Still have to pay power.
Again, this is another one of those cards. Why did they print this card? Like, these are the cards that, like, do they really want to be doing energy cheating stuff in set 2? I guess the answer to that is yes. They've been very careful on printing gears that can be abused with this, as there's currently only 1, but it also just kind of limits design space moving forward, because now any gears that cost 7 or less, so we got to look at our boy Jace again and see what's going on. Obviously, right now you can go turn 1 Plundering Poro, conquer, get your gear, turn 2 play this, play a Vanguard Armory, and you're winning that game. It's a 3-card combo, but yeah, you most certainly are winning that game. So not beyond that, it's like baseline a 4 for 4. I definitely like the card, so I will give it going into the future, as Alex said, this card's certainly going to be busted at some point in time, even if that combo deck is not consistent enough right now. So we'll give it a 7 out of 10, since he cheats you for 7. 7's what you get.
Of all the cards they didn't include a power cost, that they did include a power cost on, this is one that actually would have been deserving of a power cost, and they're like,
yeah, exactly. Like all the reanimator stuff, all the reanimator stuff out of purple, like
Prize of Progress has a fucking power cost on it, and this guy doesn't.
With more might.
Think about that for a sec. I hope the Riftbound devs are watching this right now, and they're just like, they're writing down notes, or someone's getting yelled at back on the dev team. They're like, these guys are fucking roasting us on their stream. What are we doing? Like, how did this slip through development? But yeah, this is this. I mean, he's not quite Jace the Mind Sculptor, but he is. He's good enough in that regard. He's Jace Belrin, if you will. He's good enough. Like, I do think, like Colin said, this is limiting on design of every gears you print, but they don't seem to be printing a lot of expensive gears. It's kind of interesting to me that they even had a 7 cost one in this set. But like, yeah, now you just like, this guy has no power, no restrictions pretty much. They've made it, because of gold, they've made it super easy to make gears now. They even have a battlefield that generates gold. So if you go second, you can even just conquer that battlefield, potentially pay the one to make the gold, next turn Jace, summon the thing. Like, I don't know. I don't think this is like a poorly designed card. I'm still just baffled that this card doesn't have a power cost. It's a 4 for 4. Just God, this would have been so easy to slap a power cost on, and this card would have been great. Granted, you still play the power cost of the gear you're summoning, but like, yeah, I don't know. Seems like a miss for me. But the card itself is great. I'm gonna give this card. He cheats up to what, 7 costs? He's gonna get a 7.
Yeah, I give 7.
It's gonna be 7 out of 10.
7 to Jace as well. As Colin mentioned, we don't know what the future holds, but when it comes to this current combo, it's a 3-card combo. But when we do get a Jace Legend, and you can just have this guy guaranteed in your opening hand every time, I think that's where you're going to really see this card start to break things, unless they just don't print gears that give you that high of a payoff. But given that we've already seen the one from Order, that one is very nice. I mean, even if you pull that 3-card combo off now, you're probably winning. I mean, you don't even need the Poro. You can also just start with a seal, because that's a free card. You know, you could start with any seal, play this guy on 2, crack your seal, play the thing. Like, it's going to get degenerate at some point, I would imagine.
Yeah, the flavor text is very fitting too. This is what the future looks like.
OP cards.
Speaking of,
Next up, we've got Ornn, the Forge God. For 6 energy and 4 might, this champion unit has Deflect 2, has Weapon Master, and gets +1 might for each friendly gear.
I'll let you take this one, Colin. I know you're itching. You've got so much to say about Ornn.
Ornn. I hate this card. Then I hate this card that exists. But like, why, man? Like the fact that they printed this card as is just absolutely crazy. Having a Voltron unit is absurd. I've been calling this the Aurora set 2 personally, with how it's designed, where it's just like an inevitability engine where I just have such big might unit that you can't ever break through, and everything in this deck just combines to make like you can easily get to. I think my record so far is about 70 might that I've had an Ornn unit at, and that only had 2 flutes. It just had a bunch. I think I had 3 World Atlases that were also like just making six gold a turn with the 2 flutes. That's plus 18 might a turn. Like he just gets so out of control so quickly. So yeah, this card's insane. The fact that it has Deflect 2 baseline, so that every flute that you equip it to, now he's Deflect 4, now he's Deflect 6. There just comes a point where it doesn't matter how you could give your opponent 100 rebukes, and it doesn't matter if you have one wind wall, one not so fast. They can only cast one because they gotta spin back 8 power if I've got 2 flutes on this guy, right? In order to play their rebuke. So, that being said, Thermo Beam does exist, and Thermo Beam absolutely crushes this guy. So I don't know if we'll really see Ornn popping off that much, but for the decks that don't have Thermo Beam, watch out. I mean, I guess there's also Imperial Decree, so there are answers to him, but you got to dedicate some cards to little old Orny here. So I'm gonna give him. I don't think he's quite 10 out of 10 potential, but I'll give him a 9. I think this card's insane. I don't know how meta relevant this deck will be, but this card right here is going to be the reason why you're gonna have to dedicate some sideboard slots to him in every deck I make. I think moving forward. So
I will say that I have not given a 10 yet. Just like a teacher who only gives A's and not A pluses, I don't think I'll be giving a 10 to this. I think it's going to be a 9. Colin pretty much covered everything I have to say. I will say this. Why the fuck don't you have a power cost? They're putting power costs on Prize of Progress, but not this Ornn. Like, I don't know how much I have to overstate this. Why is there no fucking power cost on this guy with 3 lines of text? Only a little understated for what he does. Deflect 2, Weapon Master, +1 for each gear. And nobody at Riot HQ said, maybe this should have a power cost. The green one that just tutors for an equipment. He's just a 5 for 5. He has a power cost. But no, because this guy has 2 might less than he should, he doesn't need a power cost. I bet you if this guy had 5 might, they would have put a power cost on him. They would have been like, nope, 5 might's too much. He's got to have the power cost. Riot, I hope you're watching this right now and you fire whatever guy let this slip through, because this is just bad design. Like, I understand you want to have a Boggle deck, but this was not the way to go about it. Like, this is a poorly designed card. Like, Deflect 1 would have been totally acceptable on this guy, and this deck would still be good. It just wouldn't be the, like, insurmountable cancer that it feels like right now in testing. Like, you could have removed any of these lines of text, and, like, this would have been fine. Like, just tune the Deflect down, or, like, take his Weapon Master away. I don't even think taking his Weapon Master away matters at all. But yeah, this guy's going to get a 9 out of 10. I absolutely can't fucking stand this guy. Like, rotten hell to whoever designed this. This card is just broken as fuck and not in the fun way.
Yeah, I don't think that Boggles should really be a strategy for this game, just based on fundamentally how it works. I mean, obviously in Magic, it forces an answer in some non-traditional ways with like sacks and stuff, and this game that's the case too, but we have access to cards like Zanya's and Guardian's Angel that they've already printed, so having a Boggle around you still can win the game into it with those cards, because typically the game plan is to play it on the turn that you're going for lethal, and the fact that you can hold the other battlefield is obviously important. But as soon as you give this guy ganking or something like that, if only there were a way to do that, then he's just controlling both battlefields the same way that MF Aurora was, and completely locking the opponent out of the game. So
Yep.
Yeah.
This is
yeah.
this card is broken. I know it seems slow, guys, but like once you get this guy online and he's like the first time you're staring down a 30 might Ornn with deflect 8 and they have their fucking Hextech Anomaly and 4 cards in hand that are all counter spells, you're gonna be like, wow, this mom come pick me up. I'm not having fun anymore. It's trust me, as someone who's been on the other side of that multiple times in testing, this is not a fun, interactive, or compelling deck to play against.
Yeah, I do think that the
Yeah.
problem. I think that what this deck is at least doing, which from the Boggle perspective, is like, I like that we have another deck that can hold. I just don't know that you needed to make the wall so impenetrable. Like, I think that it's good that they want to make these like, oh, stack up a big boy and actually like wall out your opponent. Like, that's an interesting way to play this game because of the way combat works. And like, that's why I thought Set was an interesting deck, because like it was one of the few decks that can kind of just wall out and hold. Same thing for Master Yi, even though he was a lot less interesting than Set because he was just holding really well for free. But yeah, Ornn is just like, this unit is just absurd. Like, this unit is just way overtuned, and yeah, I just don't know how you could never look at Prize of Progress and be like, oh, this unit is a 4/3. We need to give it a power. This unit's a 6/4. No power. It just doesn't make sense. I'll give him a 9 as well. Just because I don't think he can be a perfect card, simply because he requires a build around. He's not just
Thermo
like
Beam.
broken by
Thermo
himself.
Beam, as well as like, yeah, there's a good chance that like we're rating this card super highly and we don't even see any play, because all it takes is a couple of sideboard slots, either Thermo Beam or Imperial Decree out of the board, to completely shut it down. But the fact that you're forced to have those cards now because it exists is the annoying part.
Yeah. Next up, we've got World Atlas. Speaking of, for 3 energy, this is a gear. It equips for 1, and it says when I hold, you can play 2 gold gear tokens exhausted, and it gives you +2 might.
It's funny that these 2 cards are back to back, because this card only really sees play in the Ornn deck from everything I've seen. Obviously, he can equip for free using his legend ability, and then for every 2 gold that you make, now my Ornn is an additional +2. As I mentioned, that's kind of how you snowball out of control. Once you get your large Ornn to start holding, it just compounds because this card exists. So there's honestly not too much to say. This card only sees play in Ornn. I don't think it's worth playing anything else. There's no other mind hold decks that exist. So I don't even know what to rate a card that's like a 2 to 3 of an Ornn and unplayable everywhere else. Probably like a 6, I guess. It's fine. You're happy to play it in Ornn. That's really about it.
Yeah, I mean, kind of the same thing here. Just like multiplies his power. If he has 1 of the fluid on him, this gives him it gives him the +2, and then it makes 2 gold, so it gives him +4. If he has 2 fluid on him, now it's giving him +6. It's just, I think this is actually a solid equipment either way. Like, I think there are other decks that could use this in the future, but right now it's probably just strictly an Ornn card.
Yeah, I think Renata is also trying to hold in blue. Like, that's literally what her champion legend is built around. So, like, being able to hold and gain, like, 3 gold is pretty strong. But it's definitely more of it's the best card for Ornn, for sure. I think 6 is fine for the Atlas. Next up, we've got Premonition. For 2 energy and 3 power, this is a spell at reaction speed that says draw 3 cards.
It's simple, to the point, 3 power, draw 3. But
Ancestral
yeah,
Recall,
this card's we got a recall, boys.
Yeah.
I don't know what else to say about this. Like, it's fucking broken. Like, 3 power is not enough to make this card invalid, because a lot of the time when you know you need 3 cards, the 3 power doesn't matter. especially like in decks like Ornn, where you have a bunch of seals, in decks like Kaisa, where now it's only 2 power, like, and all your other cards draw cards in Kaisa. Like, this card is broken. I like, it's not quite a 10, but it's probably like a 9. I like feel like this was just a bad.
Yeah.
I'm mad because I feel like this was poorly designed. Like, this was just not a good, well
Yeah.
designed card.
It's definitely a 9. I think the only cards that can become a 10 will be like you mentioned, format warping, or a 3 of in every deck that can play it. And this is definitely not that. You will not play 3 3 of this card in every single deck that can, right? But you will see 3 of it in some decks, and pretty much every mind deck will have some number of these. So it just goes back to, like, from a philosophy, like, for me, when I see a power in my mind, it's somewhere between like 1 and 2 energy that's tacked on to the cost of something, which would make this like a 6 to draw 3. We already have Progress Day, that's better than that. But when it comes to draw spells, the energy cost on them is a lot less, because you can just wait until you've run out of gas, you run out of other things to do with your energy anyways. So now spinning back the 3 power is not quite as costly, because I only played it because I have nothing else to do anyways, and now I've got an entirely new hand of gas. So, like, yeah, and then I can deploy that with the extra energy I have, as opposed to Progress Day, where you're spending the 6, you're getting a brand new opening hand pretty much, but you don't have the energy to actually play it. So you can play this, you can play all the stuff that you rip off it, and be absolutely gassed up. So 9 for sure.
Yeah, I think Premonition's a great card. I think if you had showed me this card in set 1, I still probably would have been pretty impressed with it, but I might not have been as impressed with it. But given that they dropped this card in the set where they started introducing gold, that 3 power starts to matter less and less and less. So I think that blue seals are probably going to go up in value just because this card exists. And I think that this card's just really, really strong.
Yep. Yeah, if I'm Jim Cramer, buy. Blue seals.
Yeah.
Next up, we've got Renata Glass Mastermind for 5 energy and 4 might. This unit reads 1 energy and a power to draw 1, 4 energy and 4 power to exhaust her and score a point. You can only use my abilities only while I'm at a battlefield.
Yeah, this card, I mean, you play it as your Renata Chosen, not that you want to be able to playing it early, but just so that you always have access to it. Once you get to that 5-point thing, then you play her into a battlefield, and for every gold that you sack, you can draw 1, or, if you, usually what we see is you get her to 5, you play her under a battlefield, you can time warp, you untap, you go to 6, you can use your ability, go to 7, and then score the other point for the 8, I think is kind of what the goal is of this card. So it'll see play as one of in Renata. Outside of that, there are cute applications, notably if you were to combine this card with Heimerdinger. Heimerdinger does not have the restriction that says use my abilities while only I'm in a battlefield, so you could use Heimer in base to, like, randomly start scoring points. Now, obviously, you'd have to play Heimerdinger at that point, who is the unit that just dies to Falling Star. So as unplayable as the rest of them, but it is a very cute interaction that exists and is worth noting. So I'm gonna give it, like, it is technically playable, probably not more than 1 of in most decks, but it does have that Heimer synergy that will maybe become a thing in the future. So for that reason, I'll give her like a 6, maybe like a 5. You're just not really going to see this card see that much play right now, but potential future applications definitely do exist.
Yeah, and I'm kind of there with you. I think she's just a chosen champion card, but she's a good chosen champion, so I like her for that reason. She works. She's a combo deck type card, and I can definitely see the potential and the wheels turning. I'm gonna give her a 5 right now, but like the ceiling on this card is like potentially as high as like an 8, depending on what kind of combos you can crank out with her. You've got like you've got gold, you've got time warp, you've got Renata's effect. It's missing a few pieces. Like, I haven't had much success with Renata. She's a great deck when she goes first and terrible when she goes second. I would like to see someone crack the Renata deck, but yeah, I think the pieces are in place. She's just missing a few of them. So I think 5 to 6 seems fine for me.
Yeah, I like the interaction that she has with the Renata leader once the gold is all active as an energy as well. Like, uh, notably, her first effect doesn't require her to exhaust herself, so you can literally turn every gold into a card once you hit that 5 point threshold, and that's really cool. But I do think that she's just a little slow right now, and we don't have enough ways to help with like a good payoff. Next up, we've got Rumble Scrapper for 5 energy and a power. This is a 4 might champion unit. It says your mechs have +1 might, including itself. And when I hold, you can play a 3 might mech unit token to your base.
Machine King ass text. This is like such a dated line of text that like why have this line of text on here? Why not just make it a 5 might? Like, why does it say your mechs? Like, in case we ever have something that makes him
Blanks,
ability,
yeah,
like,
I guess.
This card is literally like Machine King ass text. Where if any of you remember back in the day, like Machine King in Yu-Gi-Oh, for whatever reason, counted himself as one of the machines that buffed him. Didn't make any sense. It's like, why not just give him 100 more attack? But in this game, we don't even have things that take abilities away, unlike in, say, like maybe Yu-Gi-Oh or whatever. So, like, I do not understand why this guy, that I don't get it. I don't understand why that line of text is there. If someone could explain it to me, great. But I literally, unless there's like a removal that says printed text, it's something that irks the shit out of me. Like, it's not even relevant to his rating. It just bothers the living hell out of me. That being said, holding in 2025, now 2026, lol. You're not doing that with a 5 might unit. He costs power. He's slow as hell. He does give like an anthem type effect to your mechs, which is nice, but I think +1 is like nice once you stack all of the anthems. When you have him, the other Rumble with the assault, and then your Rumble leader, and now your guys are up like a total of 2/2. But even that's like a massive setup. That's like a pretty big ask. Dies to Falling Star, lol. Double Falling Star, but still Falling Star, lol. I think this card is very slow. I think holding with this is kind of like a pipe dream. I doubt that's ever going to happen. This costs power. The other Rumble doesn't, so this probably isn't your chosen champ because it's just slow as hell. It can't be played on turn 2 when you go first. For all these reasons, I'm out. I'm going to give this guy like a 4 out of 10, and that's probably generous.
I'm surprised you didn't end up having a rant on the power cost that's associated with this card.
I mean,
based on
I've given. I'm a broken.
now.
I'm broken man now. Like I don't even care. Like nothing makes sense. Power costs are assigned at random by some dartboard or roulette wheel that they have in Riot headquarters. I don't care anymore. Like what's even worth the point? Like life is meaningless.
But damn, I didn't know they broke you that badly. But yeah, I think it is kind of a sign of the times that they have all these really cool units that exist that cost 5. They cost a power, so they're supposed to be like powerful cards that exist. And oh wait, they falling started. Okay, well I guess I lose immediately. I love losing the game on turn 3 to Falling Star.
Yeah, it's.
Yeah.
I spent my rant time focused on the fact that he buffs himself, and he could have just been a 5 might card. Like this is just confused. Like. Just like that, it's so confusing. They had to put including me in parentheses. Dog, if you have to go that far and put including me in parentheses, just give them the extra might. Like, why are we wasting printer ink? You didn't want to do it on any of the other cards you printed ever in this game. Like, now you've decided to put the problem-solving explanation text on cards. Like,
that's so when we play our Mech Orin deck, then we can Spell Songer or Rumble, and now he is a 6 might instead of a 5 might, which is going to make the difference on how playable that deck is.
I'm a mech.
Yeah.
I've changed my mind. He's a 3 now. I've been looking at him so long.
3.
It's like staring at the sun.
No, there's no way this guy's that bad.
Yeah.
He sucks. He's trash. Like tragic.
You'll play him in the Rumble deck, unfortunately, but hopefully you do not end up playing that deck because it's no good. I think even in the Mech Kaisa deck you don't play this card, so I don't know, like a Yeah, 4 out of 10, maybe. He's playing one deck, 4 out of 10.
No, I yearn to play against an opponent where their curve is uh, turn 2 Prize of Progress into turn 3 Rumble. Like that's I,
Yeah.
I pray for it every day.
Godspeed.
Next up, we've got the Zero Drive for 3 energy. This is a gear. It equips for 1 and a power, and then you can pay 3 and a power, banish it, play all units banished with this, ignoring their costs. Only if unattached for some reason. Then,
I'm a big believer.
Sorry.
I love this
Death
card.
Now, banish me, +2.
Sure. Yeah. So I'm a big believer in this card. I don't know where it works, but I know it will work eventually. Like the fact that this can just summon everything that it was ever equipped to it. There has to be some combo deck. If you ever get a sack outlet or some way to make this combo off, I believe in this card. I don't know where, but I know it'll happen one day. I don't know where that is yet. But
We have sack outlets now.
Will be insane. Yeah, but not great. Like, there's nothing to combo with this too. Like, you can bring all these guys back, but I don't know like where this works out. I think it's a little slow, but I think one day there will be an application for this card. But I have not found one yet. For those reasons, I'm going to give it a 6 out of 10. But I see the potential. This card could be like a 9 out of 10 one day, just not right now.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there will be some point where we're spinning back our power and attaching them to all our guys, and I don't really know. It's just so expensive, man, to do all of this stuff. But maybe we'll try it as like a way to maybe do something in the Kaisa, I guess, where you equip it to all your guys, you send it out, they die on the crackback, and then you can have like 2 or 3 guys that you summon in the late game, and maybe that's good enough. A 3 equipment for 2 it's not that much worse than some of the other equipment that exists, right? I think 2 for +2 is the current baseline, so we're paying 1 more energy per equip and per playing the card in order to have the potential upside of having like a few units later. Notably, I think Death Knell in this still works, right? So you could I think it would still work with our Wormcoil engine to get the tokens, and then it would get banished, and then you
I don't know.
Play it later somewhere.
Question. I would have to consult the rules for that one, but yeah, potentially. Be kind of suck if it didn't.
For sure. So so I think a 6 out of 10 is fine. Maybe they'll see some use. It's not one that I'm looking to fill any of the holes in my current deck list, but who knows in the future? Maybe this card will be juice.
Yeah, I think like with what Alex said, just the combo potential with all the sack outlets and stuff. Like some of the blue sack outlets are pretty bad, like Malzahar and stuff like that. But for instance, say in blue yellow with like Blade of the Ruin King, you could like just start passing around your Blade of the Ruin King and this thing, banishing all these things, sacking them off. Then they die, they get banished with the thing, and then you bring them all back and do a bunch of interplay effects. I don't know when or where that would be crazy, but maybe at some point that could happen. All right, and that's the last one for Mind. We got one more color to go. Let me just set this up real quick.
Terrible progress. Like a hour and a half per color. We're making it through, Alex. I believe in you.
Me, I'm not complaining. Although I would love to get some holiday booze in me.
I'm sure.
Nice.
Is this the one? All right, Order. Order is up next. And we are starting off with Bonds of Strength. For 2 energy, this is a spell at reaction speed with repeat 2. You can give 2 friendly units each +1 this turn.
Another one of these repeat effects. Every color got one of these like 2 repeat costs that give like 2 might in some fake way. This is like probably the worst of them just because it requires multiple units. Whereas like at least with like Blood Sport or Blood Rush or whatever, you could just have one unit get the double buff. I don't know what the I don't know. I think this is just they just tried to make the same effect 6 times, and some of them fell shorter than other ones, and this was one of the fell shorter ones. I just like having to have 2 units to make this effect work. Like if this could double up on one, I guess then it would just be the same thing as the blood sport. It would be better, I guess, because of buff. I don't know. I don't like it. 4 out of 10. Not much to say about it.
Yeah, I think this is just like one of those weird cards that like all these repeat cards are supposed to be the equivalencies of some set one cards, whether that just be due to the limited design space of the game as itself or based on what they went for. You know, you have Blood Rush as the cleave, you have the Frigid Touch as a smoke screen. This is obviously supposed to be back to back. But whereas the 2 previous cards actually saw some amount of play in the game, back to back did not. So the fact that this is kind of like a worse back to back in most situations probably just means that it'll stay like that. So I don't know, like a 4 out of 10 for me. Maybe there'll be some niche application that exists. It's technically not an unplayable card, but I do not expect it to see any play for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, it's a 4 out of 10 for me too. Back to back is just much better. Next up, we've got Eminent Benefactor. A 6 for 5. When I hold, play 2 gear tokens exhausted.
Hold cards in 2025 again. Lol.
Doesn't cost power at least.
Dog piss. Yeah, dog piss. Fucking
6 for 5.
6 for 5.
6 for 5.
Yeah, like you could just play the Atlas for half the cost and like all less.
That's a 1. That's gonna be a 1 from me, dog.
Yeah,
a
that's
1.
The skeet motherfucker. Get him off the screen.
This guy's not as bad as Prize of Progress, at least, but yeah, he's like.
No, he's not.
I would rather play Prize of Progress.
No. Whoa.
Easy.
Yeah.
Go easy on him. All right, he's a 2 for me, but yeah, he's bad.
Yeah, I know he's senile or whatever, but he looks like the people that.
Skeet, bud.
All right, 1.
Yeah. Get him out of here.
Eye of the Herald. 1 energy, a gear equipment. You can equip it for 1. Says when I move, play a 1 might recruit token here.
This card's actually kind of juice. I've been on the receiving end of this in Azir. This card's actually pretty good, especially in Azir. Just like making what all these other 1-cost things do is like they just give one guy a buff, and like it's like a very minuscule buff, but this actually has upside. When you like you're getting the buff that all the other 1/1s, the 1+ things give you, but when you're going uncontested, you're actually getting an upside. Like there's something more for you afterwards. And then it also works when you move back. So now when you go uncontested, not only do you get the token, but if they can't attack back, now you get another one. So like I think this is one of the best 1-cost, like this and the cloth armor are just the two best 1-cost weapons in the set. I think this card's incredible for as far as 1-cost weapons go. I'd even go as far to give this might be better than cloth armor actually. I'd even go as far to say maybe this is a 7. Like this is the only 1-cost weapon I think they could get a 7 from me reasonably. It's still probably a 6, but like pushing 7.
Yeah, I mean it's kind of like what's the 3-drop that Victor was playing that on attack makes a 1/1 from set 1 in order. But essentially it's like that out of Azir because you get to play it, you get to immediately equip it with the Weapon Master. Noxian Drummer. That's what this card is. Right. But this one is also just when it moves, period. You don't even have to move to battlefield. So if they don't contest your battlefield with this guy, then you get the 1/1. Notably, this card, like I only played it a couple of times in Azir and testing into the Victor control deck, just because we were running that deck through the Gauntlet while it was popular. And this card demolishes Victor. Absolutely wrecks that deck. It does not stand a chance into this thing just because it spits out so many 1/1s, and then you equip it later to future Azir tokens that come out. So yeah, super powerful card in the Azir deck specifically. Obviously, it is unplayable in everything else. But yeah, in Azir, this is your best turn one play. So yeah, I think like a 6 out of 10 is fine. I think the Azir deck is super fair, so I don't know how good Azir will be in the context of the format itself, but this card will be a reason that Azir is good if Azir ends up seeing play.
Yeah, I think it's just really strong in Azir. I do think it could potentially see play in some other decks at some point if you just like need anti-Victor tech, but beyond that, mostly just the Azir card. Next up, we've got Guards. For 3 energy, this is a spell. It has Hidden, and it plays a 2 Might Sand Soldier unit token. You can pay a power to ready it.
It's like guards, not guards. It has an exclamation, so you're guards.
I tried to add some exclamation there, but
no, yeah, I mean, this is not very good. I actually think this card is pretty not great at all. Just like, I guess it's hidden. You can pay a power, so if you hide it, you can pay 2 power. Well, you wouldn't even ready it if it's hidden.
Right.
No, I don't even think this card. There's nothing to say about this card. I've seen decks playing it too, and I really don't think this card is good. Like, it makes a fast unit, which I guess is nice, but like, I'm gonna give this card like a 2 out of 10. I really hate. I think this card. I see it in so many decks, and I just think this card sucks. I hate this card.
Yeah, I don't know why anyone would play this card. 2 out of 10 for sure. I mean, I think this is like Order's only cheap accelerate unit, I guess, but I'm not. The only time I would want that is early, and I'm not playing a power on turn 1 to accelerate a unit in. So
yep.
Yeah, maybe
doesn't even have action speed, so I can't even trick it.
Yeah, I mean, you can so you can trick it with hidden, right? So like that's what I was gonna say. Like maybe in Azir, like you could use it because it can pick up a weapon right away. So you could pick up like a BF sword, and then that's like that's a +5 trick and hidden. That's like not horrible. That's probably its only use case. Just Azir.
Yeah, I'll give you that. I'll give you that. That's actually better. I didn't really think about the fact that it does that. So
yeah, only with Azir because of the weapon master.
I'll bump it up to like a 4 because of that. No, a 4 is fine.
Give it a whole
4 is
3.
fine. It's doing something unique. It's doing something unique at that point. I could see it being worth being played at that point because of Weapon Master specifically. I was gonna say hiding like a 2 might thing that it reminded me of like Bushwhack where it's like, oh, I can hide this and then ready my units on my opponent's turn. Like real nice. But yeah,
pack a cub.
I forgot about Azir giving it Weapon Master. Yeah, exactly. This is a goated pack of cub.
Yeah. The only other like interesting thing about it, and I don't know how many more of these we'll get to keep getting, but I remember when we were testing like variants of Order and Body Aurora decks, we liked that we could play Forge of the Future because it was like another unit that wasn't really a unit because it was a spell. So like depending on how many more of these we continue to get, it could actually get to the point where you could just have a deck full of like units that are coming off of spells, and then you could still play Aurora at the top end and just pull out like crazy bombs. I think that that's like an interesting application as well, but I do think right now the card's mostly unplayable outside of Azir. Next up, we've got Honest Broker. For 2 energy, this is a 2 might unit with Death Knell, plays a gear token, Exhausted.
Yeah,
it's a solid 2. 6 out of 10. Yeah. Makes a gold. Like, not much else to say about this guy. He's a good 2. 6 out of 10. He's just like kind of like the Poro, but like he's guaranteed, I guess, but he can't make multiple. I mean, 6 out of 10. Good guy. Great dude.
Yeah, he's a good dude. Notably, he's like one of the few gold generators that kind of gets around the inner exhausted. Like it feels really bad with World Atlas because you have to hold the whole turn cycle, then they come in exhausted, and then you have to wait an entire turn cycle after that to get those 2 gold. He's the opposite, where if they like kill him, you get your death knell, then going onto your turn, you immediately get access to that gold. So that part's really, really strong. But yeah, it's a very, very simple card. So 6 out of 10 for sure.
Yep, I like 6 out of 10 for the broker. Next up, we've got Laurent Duelist for 4 energy. This is a 3 might unit with Assault 2. The end.
It's the most fraudulent duelist I ever seen. Oh my god.
Dies to Falling Star Duelist.
All offense.
Yeah, Dies to Falling Star Duelist is crazy. I just...
Mhm.
I mean, this guy's just dog piss. Like, I'm surprised they didn't put a power cost on him, like, just to really level him out. Like,
Yeah.
I get it's a Fiora card because it becomes mighty, but like, there's 10 different ways I can think that are better to become mighty than this guy. I mean, this guy is awful. Like, absolutely.
He only becomes mighty if there's a defending unit too, so it's just like, ugh, it's so bad.
Yeah. This guy sucks. 2 out of 10. Like, skeet. He's not quite a 1 because at least he has the upside of like becoming mighty. So I won't give him the true 1. He doesn't cost a power. That's the biggest thing. If he costed a power, this guy'd be like a 0 out of
he'd
10
be terrible.
because he's
even more.
He doesn't cost a power, so I'll slide him by at the 2.
Sure. Yeah, I think this is another one of those cards that, like, if it was a 4 for 4 with Assault, it would be infinitely more playable. But as a 4 for 3, it still wouldn't be great, but it would be way more playable than this card is. Yeah, as a 3, it's not even worth considering. Next up, we've got the Royal Guard for 4 energy. This is a 2 might unit that makes a 2 might Sand Soldier token here.
Nope.
I mean,
4
nope.
for 4.
Nope.
I'm good with nope.
Nope. Next one, please.
It's not
nothing to talk about. Just bad.
2 out of 10. I mean, the fact that it makes a Weapon Master guy is cool, I guess, but I'd rather just play an equipment and make a guy, and then.
Yep.
Yeah.
This is pretty much Weapon Master.
I think this is a miss.
This is like a 4 for 4 with Weapon Master with extra steps. So
yeah, it's Faithful Manufactor, right? Except you can't play it on first turn going second, so it's
yep.
Yeah.
It's Faithful Manufacturer if it was worse. Yes.
Yes.
That's what you've just described.
And I'm not even that big of a fan of that card to begin with.
Yeah.
Next up, we've got Sand Shifter for 5 energy and 2 power. This is a 6 might unit. It says, when you play me, kill an enemy unit with 3 might or less.
Yeah, this card I've seen some people putting in their board.
I've seen it in the sideboard, yeah.
Notably, it can kill things in base, which is really nice. Honestly, I'm not really sure what the matchup is for it. That we're like boarding it in. I guess maybe like Annie or something. I don't really know. I feel like most decks are playing 2 cost or less units, with the exception of like Ornn maybe, and certain versions of that, and Aurelia. But even Aurelia has the herder, but I guess they'll probably just buff it out of range. So it's probably bad into those decks. But yeah, I mean, it's actually solid for double power. I mean, we've seen people paying much more for less on some of these removal spells with like Blast of Power and stuff right now. So in certain matchups, this card's just better than those. So yeah, probably see decent sideboard play. I'll give it like a 5 out of 10. 1 or 2 of in some sideboards, I expect.
No, I'm much bigger hater. This card reads to me like, we needed to justify putting a 2 power cost on this unit, so let's make it a 6 might. Like, 2 power, I didn't know you were rich like that, Colin. I didn't know you had all this gold to be paying for this 2 power.
Yeah,
like,
dude. You know how it is. After winning that 12K, I got it like that.
I didn't know you had all these. I didn't know you'd be paying bills like that to leave all these lights on, because this guy is not it, in my opinion. 2 power is egregiously hungry, especially when you can trick your way out of this. It's nice that it hits guys in base. I'll give it that. I just don't understand where you would want this. Like, I don't understand why you would ever want to pay 2 power, even if this is 6 might. Like, that seems like infinite to me, unless you're just like stacking gold like Scrooge McDuck or something. Like, I can't see it, man. Like, the effect text read's fine, the might is fine, the 2 power just seems so backbreaking to me on a unit so early. I'm gonna give this card a 4 out of 10. Maybe I'm way underrating this card, but I think this card is just, I don't think it's good. I think the only thing going for it is its overstatedness and the fact that it can hit a guy in base, but like all that, like you said, most of the things you'd want to hit those are in decks that can just trick their way out of it anyways. So it's gonna be a no for me, dog.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that the card is all right, but I do think it's just still slightly overcosted for what it does. I would have liked it to kill like a 4 might unit or maybe cost 1 less power, but maybe it would be a little too strong in that case because you can just play this going second on turn 2 and like really swing the tempo in your favor with the 6 might body and clearing one of your opponent's first 2 turn plays. So we'll have to see. I maybe it sees some play, but it's like a 5 for me. Next up, we've got another dog, Trusty Ramhound. This is a 2 for 2, and while you have another unit here, I have +1.
That is a big ass dog.
It's an
What the
elite
hell?
dog.
That's, I mean, that's
Massive
bigger than
wiener
like
dog.
most horses. Look how small that
Huge.
dude is. Like,
Huge wiener dog.
Yes.
wait, you're telling me this guy is a 2 for 2? Like, this guy's way bigger than most things that exist.
Yeah, it's crazy because the unit that's riding on it is probably like a 4 for 4, but
but the dog's
dog
a
Yeah,
2 for 2.
exactly.
Yeah.
and what's their
Oh, yeah.
obsession with dogs and their arms? Like the fucking this guy like
He's
does not
swole.
skip a day at the gym. Look at his arms.
Yeah.
He's ripped. That is a yoked ass
Yoked.
dog. Like I don't understand what artist did they find? They're like, hey, we need an artist who can draw dogs that are ripped as fuck. Like just like we need
Yeah.
you to find someone.
That
who can
says
do
it
that.
says it right there. Kudos Productions.
Kudos
there you go.
Productions. Yeah, who's working
Hey,
at Kudos
kudos to
Productions?
them.
Yeah, who's just cranking out the jacked dog photos, like. But
Mhm.
yeah, I mean,
that's what they do.
yeah, I mean, all that being said, this card is not very good. 2-drops don't usually move in with other units. You rarely stack battlefields with 2-drops. The like one synergy I can think of is you equip the eye on this guy, and now you actually have 4 might. Like, woohoo! But no, I don't see it. It's not. It's gonna be like a 3 for me. He's a 2 for 2 with like a very mild upside that probably doesn't matter too often. We'll give him a 3. Maybe he's draft fodder. Who knows?
Yeah.
Not much to say about this
he's
one.
He's exactly that. Assault Pro way better, and that card
Yep.
already doesn't see enough play. So,
Yep.
get him out of here.
Yeah, it's a 3. Next up, we got Zon Punk for 3 energy and 3 might. This is a unit that says you may kill a friendly gear as an additional cost to play me. When you play me, if you paid that additional cost, kill a gear.
This card's not bad. I could see it seeing some use out of Renata, maybe out of the board or something. The other card in this color is Salvage that people typically play, but this guy gets around Defy, which is pretty nice when it comes to gear hate. The issue I always had with Salvage in set 1, trying to salvage an Aurora out of Yi, and then they're just like Defy it anyways, and you're like, oh, great, why did I even board in this sideboard card? Devote a slot to it, so. At least this one can't get Defied. It unfortunately can still get not so fast, but so can everything else. So there's not really much you can do about that. Solid sideboard card for very niche decks, so like a 4 out of 10. I'm cool with that.
Yeah, 4 out of 10 seems good to me. Not much else to say about this guy.
Yeah, it's just a sideboard card. Maybe Azir can also take advantage of it if you don't mind popping one of your cheap weapons or something. Speaking of weapons, next we've got the BF Sword for 4 energy. This is a gear equipment. It equips for 1, and it gets +3 might.
Big fucking sword.
It certainly is big.
Mm-hmm.
It certainly is big. That's what she said.
That's what the flavor text says.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this card's surprisingly not too bad. It has some applications, and like Fiora on your unsung hero or something is pretty nice. If it ends up dying, you draw 2. And obviously in Azir, it's pretty strong. It's like a 5 for 5 that will eventually make all of your future Sand Soldiers like 2 for 5s or 3 for 5s. So good in those specific decks. I don't really expect to see much play outside of those. But yeah, I think it will see play in both those decks. So a solid like 6 out of 10. Played in a couple of niche decks.
What do you think, Alex?
I think Azure is pretty much the main application for this. Like, it is pretty big when it comes in, no pun intended, but like, it does cost 4. It's a little expensive. A lot of gear hate running around, so you do kind of have to be careful about like committing a whole lot of mana, especially in in a deck where you could potentially just get the thermo beam cast on you. It's fine. I think it's a 5 out of 10 equipment. I think it's like it's just good enough. Victor and Azir decks will really enjoy this the most, I think, though.
Yeah, definitely better in the token decks, which are in its color, which is good for them. Just the value that you can get over time, like we were talking about Longsword earlier, and like how good that can be in the late game. Well, this is one that's like really big. +3 is a very large amount of might, so it's super solid in those late game scenarios where you just need to burn all your power and +3 a guy, +3 a guy, +3 a guy. Solid equipment. Next up, we've got Blood Money for 2 energy. This is a spell at action speed that says kill a unit at a battlefield with 2 might or less. If it was an enemy unit, play a gold gear token exhausted. If it was a friendly unit, play 2 gold gear tokens exhausted.
This card's juice. I love this card. I think this card's very good. One of the better early game removals we've got in this game so far. A lot of times, I actually, especially in the Victor deck, I end up using this on my own guy. I'm a big fan of this. I think this is kind of in the same vein as Wages of Pain for me, where it's just like a very solid early game removal. It almost is Wages of Pain, just in a different color. It's 2, it's action speed. It has upside if it targets your guy, especially if you're on the Dreaming Tree, like Colin is right now, where you just get to draw an extra card too and make the 2 gold. I think this card's solid. Big fan of this. I'm going to give this a 6 out of 10. It's just a solid early game removal.
I honestly am gonna go even a little higher. I think I'm gonna put it at a 7 out of 10. This card's crazy good. Just being able to kill a 2 might unit at any point in time, or as Alex said, if your two drop is gonna die anyways, they like cleave over it or whatever it may be, then you could just pay 2 to functionally catalyst, right? Obviously not quite as powerful as that, but having a card that has that hybrid utility is super strong in the game. Its only real downside is playing it into decks that have access to cards like Call to Glory, because that would counter the spell. But you would still get the gold token anyways, so like it's not that big of a deal. So yeah, I think 7 out of 10. I expect this card to see a lot of play in order decks from now on and in the future.
Yeah, I was a big fan of the guys probably remember me trying to make Volibear happen, and I was playing Incinerate just because of the Annie matchup and things like that, and like 2 mana kill 2s. Oh, their chat's mentioning that the spell has to kill to get the token.
Oh, does it?
It says if it was an enemy unit, so
Interesting.
I would guess it would. That makes sense.
The spell has to kill.
If
If it, no, I don't think so, right? Because it
uses the
just says if it
terminology
was an enemy.
was implying.
Really?
He's saying he looked at the rulings. I don't know.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, I'll trust you on that. If that's the case, then that's definitely a little bit worse. But
Yeah.
there's only like one deck that really has access to Call to Glory, anyways, and it's not one that I expect to be super popular. So, at least into the, well, I guess it's not even true because out of Draven they have access to both Longsword and Draven's axes, right? So that's definitely a downside. So.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'll have to test this a little bit more and see if that ends up being the case.
I still think the card's solid anyway, though. Like, it's at worst, it's just Incinerate, but better. Like, it's Incinerate with more upsides. You get a gold for killing their thing, or you get 2 golds for killing your own thing. And like someone in chat mentioned as well, I think it was Dango, just like, yeah, you can combine this with Stupefy and other like shrink spells to kill even larger things. I'm a fan of the card for sure. It's a 7 for me. Next up, we got Death Grip for 2 energy. This is a spell with reaction. It says kill a friendly unit to give might equal to its might to another friendly unit this turn. And then, as Alex mentioned, they tacked on the classic draw one.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, two mana, draw one.
2 mana, do something, draw one.
I mean, yeah, I mean, this is fine. It is a reaction. Like, I can see where this could be good. I like maybe in a token deck this is okay, or like because you do get the might buff from your weapon. So if the guy is buffed from a weapon, you actually will get that additional buff. Like, I don't hate this card. It's like a cheap way to pump up, and it does have the draw text. Like, I think this is fine, and I would probably even like to try maybe testing this myself somewhere. This card's like a 5 out of 10. I think this is a fine card. Yeah, this is fine.
Yeah, I want to like this card. This is like quintessential card that has some super cool applications that I just don't know if they'll ever come up in testing enough. You know, we get to the point where we're sad about all of our stuff getting falling starred, and in theory you can like kill off one of your guys to buff your other guy, and then
Yep.
essentially like saving from a falling star that targets two things and drawing a card to boot. Is pretty powerful. I know, like out of set, like in theory, I could kill something and save it with set ability to buff something else, conquer like a battlefield, send in my Giga stacked guy into one battlefield, save that with the set ability now that I've conquered the other one, to untap it, send it again with a showstopper first mate. Like, there's tons of cool applications for this card, but it reads as a card that like you have to kill your own guy to even be able to do this. Or you kill him like a 2-drop, then you're like a bad discipline, right? So
Yep.
I don't know how often these applications will really come up for it. So we will see. This is a card that I will try at some point. I can promise you that, but I'm not sure if it'll really work. Like Alex said, I mean, maybe if I'm playing like a BF sword, then I equip my BF sword, death grip it onto a guy, give it +5. Now I equip my BF sword onto that guy. Now it's +8 in total. It could have some application.
Yeah, definitely an interesting card. Even into like tricks that like kill your guy. Like, obviously you don't always mind drawing 2 cards off a hidden blade, but sometimes like you're trying to get in with your biggest guy and they hit it with the hidden blade, and you could just like death grip in response and give all that might to some guy in the back, and then the guy's still coming in basically. I think that there's some interesting applications with this card. It's just like Colin had mentioned, I don't know how often they're actually going to come up when you have this in your hand. I think it's like a 5 or a 6 for me. Next up, we got
dog
Drag Under. For 5 energy and a power, this is an action speed spell. It costs 2 less to play from anywhere other than your hand, which is basically just a Rek'Sai effect, and kill a unit at a battlefield.
Yeah, big fan of this card. I played in my Rek'Sai deck. Love it. Can't tell you how the adrenaline rush that hits when you play a Void Rush and you hit this and you get to cast it for 1 and you're just like, I like this. I like this card. I think it's a good removal spell. It's better than, what is it, Blast to Power, just strictly better. But even outside of there, like the Victor all removal decks are playing it. I just think this card's just a solid removal spell. It's 1 power for 5, kill anything, has the upside in Rek'Sai, which I can tell you more than once I've gotten off at very, very convenient times for myself. Just action speed. Overall, I think this is just like a solid 1-for-1 removal spell. I'm gonna give this card a 6.5, 7 out of 10. I like it a lot. I have a soft spot because I play Rek'Sai, so I'm gonna give it a 7 out of 10. I know it's probably closer to like a 6, but that's fine. I'm okay with that.
Yeah, this card's definitely like maybe a 6, I guess, only because that Victor deck exists. I just don't even think this card's that good at a Rek'Sai. My issue with all of these decks and the ways that they're designed and the current state of the game right now is holding is very difficult for every deck. And anytime that I read a card like this that's just kill a unit at a battlefield, it doesn't help with my hold strategy. In the Rek'Sai, the first half at least is like how often am I conquering one side of the battlefield, flipping it off the top, and then killing something at the other battlefield and getting in? It's sometimes. It realistically does sometimes end up happening. But I could also just like Blood Rush or Cleave, and it would do the exact same thing most of the time. Though where it really does shine is on because it's action speed. You can use it defensively. So the fact that it does both of those things is pretty nice. So um, yeah, I think a 6 out of 10. You'll see play in some Rek'Sai decks. It'll obviously see play in the Victor hard control list, but not really much outside of that.
Don't listen to them, guys. They're haters. They don't know what they're talking about.
Yeah, I
Drag
think
Under's the goat.
I think Drag Under is decent. Like I would not give a kill spell that is this unconditional for the most part. I mean, at a battlefield is still a condition, but 5 run of power, it's strictly better than the one that came out of the Proving Ground set. It still triggers Lux for you Lux enjoyers. This is a fine piece of Lux support. Yeah, it's like a 6 for me. Next, we've got Glask Mixologist for 5 energy and a power. This is a 5 might unit. It says Death Knell. You may play a unit with cost no more than 3 and no more than a power from your trash, ignoring its cost.
Bad Shredder? I don't know. This is like kind of whatever. It costs a power to play. Like if this guy didn't cost a power, I'd actually be on board with him. But another card held down by its power cost. Many such cases.
I mean, I think this is supposed to be a part of the baited hook nonsense between this and the ghosts.
Yeah.
Are just like constantly recurring. These 3 and no more than a power guys from our bin.
Yeah, it gets back
and
the
just
captain.
Constantly chaining through the deck. Yeah, it gets back the captain, making a bunch of tokens to the captain, and doing that all over. You sack this, get a captain, go into the ghosts, ETB, get a captain, pop off. So I mean, all that stuff's cool. Maybe in the Darius Hook deck, assuming that deck is still around, because I don't think if there's a Hook deck, it'll probably stay in Darius. There's not really a reason to play Rek'Sai for that, because Rek'Sai already draws so many cards. So maybe it'll be cool in there. We'll see.
3 out of 10. 4 out of 10. 4 out of 10.
Yeah, I see some niche applications, so 4 out of 10.
Yeah, I think 4 is fine. Next up, we got Rally the Troops for 2 energy. This is a spell at action speed that has a line of text and then draw 1. When a friendly unit is played this turn, buff it.
Would you like to read the flavor text for us, Alex? Because I'm sure that's what you're laughing about.
No, I think he's laughing.
No, I'm laughing at the fact that it's a 2-cost card that draws 1.
It does something, draw 1.
They're always 2-cost cards too. It's never anything else. It's always 2-cost card, chaff line of text, draw a card, action speed too.
Except for Stupefy for some reason, which is like better than most of these chaffs, and also reaction speed. Like, what the fuck were they thinking with that card? God, I hate Stupefy.
When a friendly unit is played this turn, but I mean, the only possible combo I see with this is when you play a Rise. Like if you play this in a Rise in the same turn, all your guys get buffs. Woohoo!
Yeah, and then we play our boy Pharaohs, and then we ramp like 6 Albus Pharaohs or whatever. Alex.
Oh, that's true.
No, Albus don't Pharaohs, get him started on the Pharaohs train.
Yeah.
Albus Pharaohs, he's the GOAT. No one believes it.
No, no one does.
Yes. We tap our shield, make 3 1/1s. Those all get buffs. We play our Rise.
Albus
we get like
Pharaohs.
6 guys. We Albus Pharaohs. We ramp like 12.
He's the sleeper. He was drafted round 6, pick number 199. But I can feel it. He's going to be the Tom Brady of this league soon enough. You're going to be just ramping like crazy. Albus Pharaohs, 10 out of 10. He's the GOAT. His time is coming. You just got to wait.
Yeah.
But this card, I do not understand why there's action speed on this card.
Yeah.
I guess they just like all these draw 1 cards to like, it's like Confront. They just want it to, I understand they just want it to be an instant speed filter at worst. So like, good for them, I guess. They made it slightly better by making it action speed, but just like Confront, it has almost 0 utility at action speed outside of drawing the card. And for this insult to my intelligence, I'm going to give this card a 4. Like, fuck off. I'm not. I'm tired of the 2 mana draw 1 action speed cards with chaff line of text.
Yeah, I mean there is some potential application in set, but it's just like I don't know. It's so middling, and like even in set, I have to like play this, play a guy, and then wait an entire turn cycle after I've already had to tack an additional 2 energy cost onto my guy, in order to actually start using it. And then like by then they're just going to be at 1 billion points because that's how the game is currently designed. So, and then at that point, it's just like a really bad buff spell. I wish it was just like, if this was two energy action, buff a unit, draw 1, like I could see it potentially being played in set. But because it is not that, yeah, I don't know, like a 4 out of 10, that's fine.
Yeah, it's a 4. It's fine. Don't have too much more to add. Next up, we've got Unsung Hero. This is a 2 for 2. It has Death Knell if I was mighty, which means that it had to be at 5 or more might. Draw 2.
Yeah, I mean, it's a cool card. It's one that I was trying out in set for a little bit, and honestly, I still will probably try it a little bit, just because being able to draw 2 on Death Knell is incredibly a powerful effect. And you know, Call to Glory does it on its own. Obviously, its best application is out of the Fiora deck because you're going to want to make your guys mighty anyways. So you can strap a BF sword onto it or something like that, and you're set. Its biggest issue is that it does always check based on its last known information. So if it gets hit by a Fox, it gets hit by a Stupefy, your opponent can very easily deny you the draw 2. So that part kind of sucks. But yeah, when it pops off, it's good. I expect to see play in the Fiora deck specifically. I don't know if it'll make the cut anywhere else, but yeah, it'll be good there. So I know, like a 6 out of 10.
What do you think?
Yeah,
Alex?
I think. I mean, it's like fine. I've played it in the Fiora deck and it just doesn't get mighty enough. Like you have to use like combat tricks or something with it. You can't really buff it there. Like there's not a lot of equips even that put it this high, and a lot of times you don't want to burn equipping to her to like try to trick the draw 2. She's like fine. Like the problem is she's like just another 2-drop build around who's like kind of just like in my opinion. Like yeah, it's nice when you like hit the 5 and she gets to thrust her massive 2-draw cock down your throat, but like outside of that, I'm not feeling it. I didn't think this card was very good, and I played it in Fiora. And I granted I haven't played a ton of Fiora, but I played enough to know that like I probably will still play her begrudgingly. It's just like a little, the upside is just like so much higher than all the other 2s when it goes off. I'm gonna give this card a 5 out of 10. Maybe in the future, like this card could be insane in the future. Like if there's ever like some hero that could just buff this a little bit more, I could see where this card is just like an 8 out of 10. Like it has the strongest line of text a 2-drop could ever hope to have. It's just right now is not the time.
Yeah, I think like the magical Christmas land for this card is like if I could play this in red yellow and I can like cleave it or something and then trade with a 5. That's like the super magical Christmas land. But yeah, I haven't seen it pop off all that much, so it's like a 5 for me. Next up, we've got Vanguard Armory for 7 and a power. We mentioned this card earlier. You can exhaust it to play 3 recruit unit tokens, 1 might. This is the payoff for the Jace card.
I'm a big fan. I actually put this in my Victor control list as like another way to actually make units outside of the Victor, and I have thought this card was really, really good. It's kind of nice to see a expensive gear that's not Aurora that has some sort of payoff and can create like not an alt-win condition, but like another way to generate value for these Victor type token strategy decks. It also, because it comes in play untapped, it also makes those tokens immediately. So there is some payoff right away. It's not like super, super slow. And shout out, this is one we were talking about last night. Shout out the Grand Plaza, because now we might actually have a way to win the game with the Grand Plaza, which is what I am most hyped about with this card. But I think this is one of the more solid gears we've seen, especially as far as win conditions go. I'm gonna give this card a 7 out of 10. I like this card. I fuck with it. I think it's a solid card.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's definitely a powerful card. This is our first big gear outside of Aurora that just kind of does something so powerful that it kind of demands an answer, depending upon how your deck is built, obviously. So, notably, if you're in Order and you're struggling into that Victor control deck with 39 spells, slap one of these in there and you can no longer lose. So, that's a good answer into that. So, outside of the Jace combo, though, it is still like a fine card to play on 3 because you can immediately activate it with gears. It's not like units that interplay exhausted, so you can't activate it immediately. I don't know if it's
going
powerful
second,
enough
right?
to complete. Yeah, going second, of course. But yeah, I think it's a pretty good card. I expect to see a decent amount of this, and combining it with like Grand Stratagem or Imperial Decree and stuff like that going into the late game will be pretty strong. So yeah, I think like a 8 out of 10. I expect to see a lot of this card for sure.
Yeah, I think the card's solid. It's like a 7 for me. Just has a really good effect, gets some value right away, even though, paying 7 and a power for 3 might worth of bodies is not super great, but like once you've triggered this a second time, you're pretty much on rate, if not better, and once you trigger it the third time and beyond, you're way above what you paid for it. So I like the card. Obviously, the sooner you can get it online, the better, which is why the Jace combo is pretty silly. Next up, we've got Altar of Memories for 2 energy. This is a gear that says when a friendly unit dies, you may exhaust me to draw 1, and then put a card from your hand on the top or bottom of your main deck.
Trash. Literal dog piss. I
Yeah.
fucking wipe my ass with this card. I played this in Rek'Sai. The only place where it could be applicable is literal horsecock. The only notable thing about this card is the only way right now that we have to actually stack a card on top of your deck. So if you wanted to play like a promising future or some sort of combo deck in the future, this will do that. But it is just like slow to set up. It doesn't like truly draw. It only works once per cycle because you have to tap it. This card so far for me has been literal dog dick. No interest in playing this further. 2 out of 10. Like, again, only even gets a 2 because it is just the only way currently we have to put a card on top of your deck. So outside of that, dog shit.
It's certainly not that bad.
It's bad.
Its obvious
Real bad.
application is with baited. It's with baited hook, right? Like that's where you're supposed to be combining this card. Is like you play this, you play your baited hook, you sack a guy, you get to put something from your hand on top of your deck. But it's like that's like a gear-based strategy that requires a 2-card combo, neither of which can really help find the other. It's also extremely slow. You have to be putting some pretty good stuff into play, cheating on a lot of energy over the course of the game in order to make that sort of strategy work. So I don't think that the meta game is currently at a point where you can do something like that. Like you're gonna play this on 1, this on 2, and your opponent's already gonna be at 4 points before you even have a unit developed to start contesting. Like there's just it's a little too slow, but I could see a world in which you're in your Darius Hook deck and you play into a slower matchup. You could potentially board these cards, even potentially main deck 1 or 2. So yeah, I think it's a fine card, but its only real application is with the Darius Hook. So don't try it anywhere else. So yeah, like a 4 or 5 out of 10.
Oh my god, a 4 or 5. What the fuck?
Yeah, I
Dude,
think
you gotta play.
Yeah,
with
it's
this
playable.
card.
It's playable.
it's playable.
It's a playable in
No,
a
it's-
niche scenario.
It's like a 4. It's like a
playable
4.
in a niche scenario. This card, trust me, you play this card one time. Rek'Sai.
All right, next up we've got Order Rek'Sai, the Swarm Queen. For 5 energy and a power, this is a 5-mana unit that says when I attack, you may reveal the top 2 cards of your main deck. You may play 1, then recycle the rest. If the played card is a unit, you may play it here.
I haven't
Yeah,
actually got to play
Alex
with this
is
card yet. I haven't played with this.
Yeah, you're the
I
Rek'Sai
actually
guy,
don't-
so
I have not played with this card yet. It's not my chosen champ. It's not my deck. I don't know how good this is. In theory, it sounds like it would be good, but a lot of times it's same thing with the fucking cat guy with the claw. It's the timing is going to be unideal because a lot of the times if you're attacking somewhere, you're either already winning the fight and playing a guy there would just make you lose the fight. And at that point, you're just triggering Rek'Sai's ability if you are going to win the fight with this. So I don't really understand. I don't really understand what the point of this card. It feels extremely redundant with Rek'Sai, which is why I haven't played it. It also costs a power. Like it doesn't like yes, it could help you win a fight, but like a lot of times you're not attacking, just hoping in the top 2 cards that you have something that makes you win the fight. And then if you're like whiff, you just explode and don't win the fight. And if you're already winning the fight, you're not going to risk putting a guy on top, putting a guy in the battlefield that's going to die anyways. And if you're already winning the fight, that means you're conquering too, which means like you're already going to trigger this effect anyways once you conquer. And then so then it becomes, okay, do I need to use this effect twice in a turn? Like just nothing about this lines up to me. I would say the only redeeming part about this card is its flavor text, which Colin pointed out the other day. I think that's how it sounds. But yeah,
like
it's
that.
It's
perfect pronunciation.
It's like a 4 out of 10 for me. Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
I mean, it just isn't for me.
Yeah, all those things that you mentioned are cool and would be interesting if you had to think about them, but unfortunately for Rek'Sai Swarm Queen, you do not have to think about those things because you pay 5, you pay a power, and it dies a Falling Star. So it goes where all of those cards end up going, which is straight into the bin until Falling Star is taken care of for us. So
yeah, I think the main application is just. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say outside of that, it is like it's a value engine out of potential aggressive decks, so it could be cool in the future. But yeah, I don't really expect to see any play anytime soon.
Yeah, maybe outside of the Rek'Sai deck is where this would see more value. Like maybe out of something like the baited hook that doesn't draw quite as many cards, but like you can find this off a hook and then swing in and get another body that you can hook or something else. I do. The only other good thing about it is that Rek'Sai doesn't have a lot of reveal cards outside of the Rek'Sai itself. This is another card that actually does do the reveal tricks. So like with the little worm and stuff, like you can dig further deep through your deck and set up the flips that you want. So that's one other upside to it. But I do think that its cost is a little clunky for sure.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a 4 or 5 for me. Next up, we've got Renata Glask Industrialist, a 4/4 with a power, and it says your tokens enter ready.
I don't know how to feel about this card. It's kind of weird because in the Renata deck, you kind of want access to both of her chosen champs. So, but neither of them are like so powerful that you really want to be drawing into them anyways. The 5-drop is just for like the time walk combos to be able to win out of nowhere. This one's just like a consistent one to be able to score those 5 points early. So it just kind of depends on the build, I guess, that you're going for. This one's more if you're struggling to get to the 5 points in the first place, you'd probably focus on that one. If you're trying to win the game after you get to 5 points and your deck is built to do that, you would play the other one. So, notably, I think she might be the only deck in the game that has like a question as to which champ that you realistically play outside of like Victor, but those 2 decks are completely different. So, yeah, that's the most interesting thing about this. But this card's fine. I think it may see some minor amounts of play in Victor, but the power cost is obviously holding it back quite substantially. But being able to play it, like if you're going second, you turn 1, you make a guy, or you make 2 guys, they like kill him with a falling star, and then you can like play this, make a token with your hero power, and still score a point. It's like fine. I will be seeing some of her in tournaments, I'm sure. So we'll put her at 6 out of 10. Solid enough card.
Yeah, maybe she sees play in Azir too. Like I don't know. I think the power cost you kind of
the power costs really hurt this card.
Yeah,
sure.
it just feels kind of slow. And tokens are kind of like not great fighters. I'm gonna give it a 5 out of 10. I could see like maybe with some combo or some like aggressive token strategy beyond like Victor, maybe, but I'm not feeling it.
Yeah, maybe
Hmm.
if we have a ways to spawn lots of gold tokens exhausted, like maybe say that 8 drop in the set that we might see actually pretty soon here. Like if you have ways to spawn just a ton of tokens and you need them all to come in play right away. I just really wish this thing didn't have the power cost, but yeah, I'll give it a 5. Next up, we got the Sacred Shears for 2 energy and a power. This is a gear equipment. It equips for 1 order. It gives your unit +1 and Death Knell, draw 1.
Yeah, this card's fine. It's reminds me of like the skull clamps of old, but is clearly not that powerful because it does not allow you to immediately kill your guy, and it only draws 1 instead of 2. But it is very, very heavy on the power cost. Having that initial power cost is steep, and then having it every time that you want to draw a card makes it so that I don't think this card will ever be a staple 3 of. But I do expect it to see some play out of Azir. Um, Maybe potential value out of Victor. You get to a point where you have a bunch of 1/1s in base, and worst case, you can spin back all your power and turn each power into a draw 1. So I think both of those applications are pretty cool for this card, especially because you can equip as many times as you have a guy to sack. So I think this card's really good. I think it's a little bit better than Renata, so maybe a 6 out of 10. I don't think this will be like a 3 of a staple in any deck, but I would expect to see 1 or 2 of these in the token-based strategies.
Yeah, I mean, this is fine. Like Victor, Azir, like you said, this is like the power cost is like what makes it so heavy just to play it. It costs the power, but if it didn't, it'd be kind of like the best 2 drop a weapon in the game, probably. Just like being able to float this around on your tokens and just like draw cards, draw cards, draw cards. But like with Weapon Master, a lot of that's bypassed too. Like I think Azir really likes this because all the tokens have Weapon Master. But I think this is a solid one of the better 2 drop weapons. I'm gonna give this a 6. Just like the ability to float this around on Azir and just like keep drawing cards forever seems pretty solid to me.
Yeah, I'm like you guys. I like 6 for it. Don't have too much more to add. Next up, we've got Soraka Wanderer for 4 energy and a power. This is a 4 might unit. It says I must be assigned combat damage last, and if another unit you control here would die, if it has less might than me, instead heal it, exhaust it, and recall it.
Yeah,
This
I
is
don't know how
a
to evaluate this card to be honest. Like
Reverse
yeah,
tank.
yeah. I don't really know either, to be honest. It's kind of cool. I mean, clearly they're trying to push some sort of hold strategy with this card. I just don't know if it's consistent enough to do so. Obviously, its ideal situation is that you conquer a battlefield and then you send in the Soraka, and now your stuff is pretty safe. So I don't know. Maybe it is cool that they have to, if your other stuff would die. So
Well, you
let's
can
see.
even use
Yeah.
it
So if everything
offensively,
dies
right?
at the same time,
Because like offensively, you can
sure,
send
that's
in
true.
another unit. Like say you're trying to trade over an 8, you've got a 5 and her. Like the 5 can just eat it,
Hmm.
and then the 5 doesn't die. It goes back, and now Soraka gets to conquer or whatever.
hey,
Yeah,
does she have to
it's pretty cool.
survive to trigger this effect? Or can she die and it'll activate automatically anyways?
I would
I
assume that she has to survive.
Yeah, based on
yeah
I
Yeah,
assume so too, based on
yeah
the
yeah yeah
assigned combat damage last,
right
that she has to survive for this
yeah,
effect. But if she didn't, she'd be kind of interesting.
yeah for sure.
But
yeah.
if why does it have to say another unit then? Like it doesn't if it she like it would need to say if it just said if a unit here you control would die, maybe to make it less confusing. Because another implies that she would count herself when she dies. That's the only
Yeah.
reason I like even asked that question, but maybe that was just to make it less confusing.
Yeah, probably.
She does have to survive because it's not death now. Well, does she see herself like do things see other? I'll take your word for it. I don't know enough to rules lawyer this, but yeah, I'm assuming she has to survive. Sure.
Well,
She
with that
seems
all
fine
in
though to
mind,
me.
what do you guys think,
I just
ratings wise?
I don't. I have a big question mark for this one. I'm gonna give her like a 6, and that's just like a number I rolled in my head because I have not tested with this card. I've not seen this card in any lists, but its effect isn't horrible. Like I read this and go, okay, this is a pretty decent effect. So it's hard for me to evaluate, to be honest.
Yeah, I'll give it like a 5 maybe. It's kind of got that awkward might number of 4. So it's not good into like Lucian's guns, for example. Piercing light, right? I can just take this off the board for free. I can get Void Seekered, all that sort of stuff. So yeah, I think like a 5 is fine. Maybe this card will be Giga Broken, and it's something that we definitely have to test with, but it's not one that we've tried yet, so it's hard to say for sure.
Yeah, I think I like 6 for Soraka. I could see use cases like Call and Dimension where it's good holding. I could see offensive use cases, and it's giving like a Zanya's type effect to a color that doesn't really have anything like that, which is pretty cool. Maybe even in like set, if you can just like put a buff on it and then you have it hiding behind your big set or something, and she's just saving big set for free, things like that.
Yeah, I'm curious how that would work with set. Like if I save her with set, do I get the recall of everybody? Because if that's the case, then
yeah, that's an interesting one to know for
this
sure.
This is a card we just haven't. Someone pointed out this works in base too, actually. So if this actually makes you falling star proof. Now that I think about it, they have to. This forces her to.
Well, they just have to start.
Yeah, they have to start her, right?
Yeah, right. But like, maybe I should be playing this in Rek'Sai. This is a card I actually haven't tried, and now I'm like sitting here like, ooh, wait a second, hold up.
Yeah,
this could be
her hitting her affecting base is actually really nice for sure.
Yes, maybe we should be testing this card. I'm gonna give her a 6 because I don't want to be wrong, but
yeah. The only issue with her into a set deck, obviously, is that it won't protect my Kingpin because that guy will always be bigger. But if it protects everything else, then I don't know. Or it could like punch first my Soraka, and then she's bigger than everybody else. Right?
Sure.
So it's cool. I'll give her a shot for sure.
Next up, we've got the Trove Golem for 8 energy and 2 power. This is a 9 might unit, and it says when you play me, play 4 gold gear tokens exhausted.
Alex seemed to like this card, right? Yeah. So
it's all right.
You talk about this one.
I think there's only one card deck you can play this in, and it's Renata Glask. I think that is the only deck where this card is applicable. Like it does like ramp you 4 effectively. It's massive, and even in that deck, it's like a 6 out of 10. I'm pretty sure everywhere else, this card could be no power, and I'm pretty sure this card would still be like a 5 out of 10 at most.
Yeah,
it's just fine. It costs 2 power though for like a vanilla, so like it's not incredible. I don't really see this being all that great, to be honest. I give this card like a 4 out of 10, and that's probably generous.
Sure. Yeah, I default to Alex on this one. Every time I saw it played, like it was just so late into the game, and that I just didn't really. You're realistically only making 2 gold token because you got to sack 2 to actually play it in the first place, and it's just so slow. The meta game does not support you playing this and then getting like fight or flighted or rebuked. Like, so yeah, a 4 out of 10 is fine.
Someone said they saw a China player on Renata blinking this with the portal. Yeah, it seems pretty goofy.
Interesting.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, I mean, if your opponent's not trying to kill you quickly, then for sure.
Yes, if your opponent has no hands, I'm sure this will work.
Yeah.
But otherwise.
Yeah.
Notably, this is the only like bomb they printed in all of set 2. I don't know if everyone else has been keeping up, but we haven't had any like 8 cost units outside of this and like the mech that came in, that Red Eat or whatever. Like they really did not print a lot of big units in this set, so there was really no Aurora support. This is like maybe one of the only other like Aurora support type cards out of Aurora in order that came out. But yeah, maybe it could see some play in Aurora Yellow, I guess.
Yeah, get your Fiora Aurora going.
Oh, the goat himself.
This is
Alright.
an Alex
Oh
card.
no.
Yeah.
You can talk about this one. I don't
This
want
guy
no
is the
part of
goat.
this.
I ain't gonna let Anson read him to you.
You read
I'm
it
gonna
then.
just start glazing him immediately. Nah. He says when you play him, blue blah 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 blah. As I'm revealed from your deck, add 2 mana. The fucking the +2 to your whole board, that's icing on the cake. That actually does come up. That's nice.
Yeah, that affects
But
good.
my God, you never know a dopamine rush until you Rek'Sai reveal 2 of these guys. That's the greatest feeling in the world. My God, let me tell you, when you hit one of these guys, it's crazy because you're like, hit one, hit guy, play guy, play guy, play guy. But when you hit 2 of these and you're just like, oh, I'll fucking play my whole hand, or I'll even just play one of him off of him, then play another guy, buff my whole board. Like, this guy's the go to Rek'Sai. I love this card. That being said, this card is probably useless pretty much everywhere else. He's understated. He costs a power. The board buff is like, he could be relevant actually in like an Azir or a
Yeah, Darius Hook could pull this guy off the top maybe,
or Dare. But like at that point, I'd rather
Yeah.
just play Grand Stratagem, to be honest. Like, but where this guy shines is
Yeah.
Rek'Sai. Oh my God, I've never smoked crack before, but I imagine it's a lot like when you hit 2 of this guy off the top of your deck. Oh my God, is he so good? I can't stop blazing this guy. Incredible card. In Rek'Sai, this guy's like an 8 out of 10, just absolutely broken. Everywhere else, he's like a fucking 4 out of 10, probably. I don't know. I wouldn't play this guy.
Yeah, not even a 4 out of 10. So yeah, I don't know. I'll give it somewhere in the middle, like a 6 out of 10. You can play it in the Rek'Sai deck, I suppose.
Yeah, 6 out of 10 in Rek'Sai for sure.
Broken in Rek'Sai.
Notably, this card does not work with Baited Hook. Does not work with Baited Hook because you have to reveal it.
Yes.
Baited Hook
Yes. The only cards that reveal are all the Rek'Sai cards and, of course, the GOAT, Blind Fury. But that doesn't reveal from your deck. That reveals from your opponent's deck.
GOAT, Blind Fury, he says.
Oh, yes.
I mean, if they reveal it, do you get the 2 energy?
Yes. No. They get it. It says, as I'm revealed from your deck, add 2. So if you reveal their Under Titan, you might as well just drop out of the tournament.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
If someone plays Blind Fury, they should just drop out of the tournament. Next up, we got Zinzao.
The sideboard tech.
Next up, we got Zinzao Vigilant for 3 energy and a power. This is a 4 might unit with tank, and it says, I enter ready if you have 2 or more other units in your base.
I mean, no, he's not very good. Like, he kind of sucks. Like, you can't even reliably play this on turn 2 and make him ready. Like, he has tank, but he's like a tiny unit to have tank. He costs a power. Like, I thank God that they made a 3 might unit that costs a power that actually or a 3 cost unit that has 4 might. So they got that part right. Like, I can't hate them too much for that, but like, I don't know. He's not. I'm not feeling him. They gave him like a keyword. They gave him an extra might. They try to do all these things to like disguise the fact that he has a power, when in actuality he could have probably not had that power, been a 3 might, and had tank in his effect and been just fine. But because he costs the power, he's just like not very good in my opinion. He's like a 5 out of 10. I don't see the application for this guy, especially since you probably can't ever do it on turn 2 reliably.
Yeah, I mean, this is the best of the 3 drops that cost a power, because at least he's 4 might, so he doesn't just die to a single falling star trigger. They at least have to commit the whole star to it, or have star plus stoop. So yeah, I think I don't know, like a 5 out of 10, just because at least this one had some thought behind it, as opposed to every other 3 cost with a power cost.
Yeah, as someone who is a pretty big fan of Zinzao and playing him in League, this was a pretty big disappointment for me. I was definitely hoping for something better than this. I didn't expect it to be all that complex or anything, but I just don't think that whenever we get Zen, if this is one of his champion units, like unless his other one is like very unplayable, I can't imagine having this as my chosen champ. Next up, we've got Azir Sovereign, a 4/4, no power, the way they should be, and it has Accelerate. When I attack, you may move any number of your token units to this battlefield.
Yeah, this card's cool. I think this is the chosen champion of Azir for obvious reasons when you're playing that deck, and being able to have a no cost or no power cost chosen champion is very strong, right? You should, if you're going to do that for most decks, you should probably do it for all of them because Ari is really suffering. Not that I haven't talked about that enough.
Yeah.
But anyways, having the ability to just kind of accelerate out of nowhere, obviously at 11 energy, if you're just trying to get that 11th point, you can play in a rise, you can play this, send everybody in, and kill him out of nowhere. So I think this card's really cool. I don't think it'll really see any play outside of as your chosen champion in Azir, but having this as an option to late game be able to score that final point is really solid. So I guess like a 6 out of 10, 7 out of 10. It's really tough for me to put a number on it just because it will be good in the exact one spot. So we'll say 6 out of 10 for a
I
win
think
of in
6 is
like a B tier deck.
I think 6 is fine. I don't know. I 100 agree that this is for sure the chosen champ because I do really like the green Azir, and I think he has a lot of application. But I do agree that this guy is probably a solid 6 out of 10 and probably the stronger contender for the champion of choice. But I still really like the other green Azir.
Yeah, they're both solid. Yeah, I'm gonna give it a 6 as well. Don't have too much more to add. Just solid stats. We've got Blade of the Ruin King up next. This is also going to be the promo given out alternate art at. Wait, is it Bork? No, it's Bone Shiver, right? Bone Shiver is the alternate. Never mind. Don't listen to me.
Yeah, it's. I think Bork is the either the top 8.
Oh,
or maybe it's the winner's promo.
Yeah, Bork might be one of the other ones.
Yeah.
For 3 energy and a power, this is a gear. It equips for 1, but you also have to kill a friendly unit. So this is kind of that combo I was talking about earlier with the
sack outlet.
The sack outlet. Yeah, I forgot its name. And this gives you a whopping +4.
This card makes me mad that they printed it. Why? Like it looks so cool and is one of the most iconic, if not, maybe it's the most iconic item from League of Legends is Bork. Outside of like maybe like Rabadons or something, but
I think we already were disappointed by Warmogs as well. I would say Warmogs is also a contender.
Yeah, exactly. They take like this super iconic card that everyone knows, and they just compare this card to BF Sword, right? BF Sword costs 1 more energy to reduce to not have the power for 1 less might, and you don't have to kill a unit in order to equip it. So I think BF Sword is like just better than this card, and that's just like an ingredient for actual items that people will want. So it's super disappointing to me. I guess +5 might have been too good. The issue of having low might numbers is that the sliding scale can kind of be tough sometimes, and they're probably like this card should probably be like a +4.5, but we don't want it to be too good, so they decided to stick with +4 instead of +5. And to me, that makes one of the most iconic items in League of Legends pretty bad. So for that reason, I'm gonna give it like a 2 because it makes me upset. So,
well,
yeah,
I've never played a game of League. I've never played a game of League in my entire life, so I have no attachment. I'm gonna give it a little higher, and the only reason I agree with everything Colin said is this is probably one of the most convenient repeatable sack outlets we have in this game, and I think the ceiling on those is very high. I'm sure nobody here knows a card by the name of Levitin the Demon Sword, but this is what I think of when I think of sack outlets like this. Not quite as convenient as Levitin, but for those of you that played Force of Will, you might remember that card. This is good. This is like just offers a sack outlet in the future if you ever need one. This is probably the most convenient one we have. It's on demand. It can it even attempt to equip to the guy that you're killing to go infinite sack outlet?
I was
Is that a
thinking that
thing?
myself,
Because
and
we
I
choose
don't
what.
know. I don't know.
Yeah, so if you can do that, it actually makes it better because now you actually
Yeah, it
could
would make
sack
it
your
way
whole
better.
board for
Yeah.
some. Yeah, if you had some like Faustian combo where you're trying to just like sack your whole board and do something, like, yes. But I'm going to give it, in its current state, I'm going to give it a 4 out of 10. The ceiling is much higher. I see the vision. It's not quite there yet. So I'm
Yeah,
going to go 4 out of 10 for me.
I think it's a 4 for me as well, just because of the sack outlet combo potential. But I do think outside of that, if you don't have a good sack payoff combo to do with this card, then it's pretty bad. Next up, we've got Karina Varasa for 7 energy and a power. This is a 6 might unit with Accelerate, and it says when I move to a battlefield, play 3 1 might tokens here. It's a super drummer.
Yeah. It's
Not
kind of a weird card. I mean, obviously you have to compare this card to Thousand Tailed Watcher, and but that comparison is just obvious which one is a little bit better, right?
Much worse than
most of them.
Watch.
Yeah, most of the move shenanigans are in purple, and this one, it has to move to the battlefield. It's not like every other purple or green card that just says when I move, you get this effect. And so it's just, I don't know. I just really don't know what they were thinking with this card. It seems so middling. I mean, its only real application, I guess, is in like yellow green, but then you're in Azir or Leona, I guess, with the 2-cost spell that sends things home, or like you could equip a guardian angel to it, I guess, in order to keep it safe. But then you're doing all this payoff for what is functional like +3. That's just like a cleave that gets cast on this card, right? Like,
Yeah,
what are we really doing here?
it's a 9 might Accelerate.
Yeah,
It's
the battlefield line of text, like, this should have just said move. When I move, make 3/1/1s, like, and at least it would make sense. At least you could play this in like a purple yellow deck, and like bounce this around a bunch, like create a bunch of tokens. But right now, this is effectively worse than Vanguard Armory in my eyes. Like,
It is the worst
this
Vanguard
card
Armory
is
for sure. Yeah.
but yeah,
yes.
they made a lot of real bad showcase legend, whatever that
Epics,
epic
yeah.
rarities in this set. Like, yeah,
Yeah, all
they made a
these
lot of
7
real bad
costs.
epics. These cards suck.
I just don't know
like,
what they're thinking.
Yeah, the problem with this too is like
I actually think this set is going to be cheap.
one of the problems with
I think
this
this
too
set's
is
gonna
like
be cheaper because they suck.
it's not just like a 9 might unit. It's a 6 and 3 1s. So like if it was just an accelerated 9 might unit, you can actually like trade over an 8, right? You can trade over a Dead Bloom, assuming there's no pumps on it or anything. Like, but this running into a Dead Bloom, you trade over it, but they leave you with a 1. Like you still lose the big body that made the tokens and everything. Like it's a 9 might accelerator would have been better in those scenarios, whereas this thing just dies and leaves behind some really small might units. And that's why I think that this card is just pretty bad.
For sure.
It's probably like a.
Yep, I agree.
It's probably like what, like a 3 or 4.
3.
Oh, yeah, it's a 4 out of 10.
Yeah.
It's better than some of the things I've rated.
For sure.
It's better than some of the stuff I've rated a 3, so I got to give it a 4, unfortunately. But I'm not happy about it.
Next up, we've got Fiora Worthy. This is a 3 for 3 champion unit. It says when a unit you control becomes mighty, you can pay a power to ready it.
Yeah, this is potentially the chosen champion out of Fiora, I guess. But honestly, I like the set one way more than I do either of her champs.
Yeah.
So this one just has like the utility of, I get what they're going for. You play this, you play a set brawler, you get your ramp. You can immediately accelerate it if you want, but you're not playing set. So like you don't get to save your what is just a 5 might set brawler. And like if you're doing this on turn 2, you're running over a 2-drop. Like we're playing 2 power for our 5-drop to run over a 2. Like what are we really doing here?
True.
So yeah, I mean, there's probably some utility it might see play as Fiora's chosen champ. I personally would prefer to play the 4-drop one, but just having a turn 1 play, going second every single time is very nice. It makes sure that you can, like, if you go second and you miss a turn 1 play, then the game is just over, right? So being able to guarantee that that never happens to you is pretty nice. So 5 out of 10, I guess.
I long for a worthy Fiora. This card ain't it. She's just like, she's fine, but like she still has to pay a power, which is like, okay, that makes sense in the context of Fiora. It's like a payoff. But the problem is there's so few ways to actually make guys mighty. Like so many of these mighty effect cards are 3s. If they were just 4s, then you can play buffs with them, but they wanted you to play weapons, which is what bothers the shit out of me about these cards. Is now you have to pay a power to put the weapon on her, then you have to pay a power to activate her, and at some point you're actually undoing all the good your Fiora ramp has actually done for you. And granted, I do think this is probably the Fiora chosen champ outside of the set 1-1. That's the other thing that bothers me is I play the set 1-1 right now. It's very neck and neck with this one. My biggest issue with her is, if you can guess, dies to Falling Star. So again, many such cases, etc. Like, just it's so hard to play a card that just mono dies to Falling Star. And I just don't think she has much of a place outside of the current Fiora deck. Maybe there's something that like makes guys mighty and wants to accelerate them, but effectively having to pay the accelerate cost just takes so much away from her, in my opinion. I'm going to give her a 5. She's not abysmal. She just doesn't really have a great place right now, even in the Fiora deck, I think, and that's like the best she gets. I'm not a huge fan of her.
Yeah, for me, it's a 3 for 3, no power with a decent, sort of decent effect. So yeah, 5 seems fine for her. Not much more to add there. These guys have definitely
She's
tried
a good
more Fiora
go
than
second leader. Yeah. She's fine because when you go second, you always have a play. But again, like the best application of this card, this is truly the best thing you can do with it, is you go second, you play this on your turn 1, you play Set Brawler on your turn 2, you ready Set Brawler because he gets the coin from his effect, becomes mighty. You ramp the 1, you pay the 1. You're still at a net -1 because Set Brawler costs the power. But like, okay, you got to have a swift Set Brawler, and that line is pretty good. There aren't very many other lines like that though that exist with her, and because of that, I'm going to stick with the 5 for now.
And that's going to be it for the elements. And I do believe we had some, we were hoping this stream wouldn't go quite so long. So we do have some other engagements to handle. So we're going to have to push back the battlefields, legends, and sig spells to a later time. But hopefully you guys enjoyed the set review. And not sure if we'll do that in stream form or if we'll just be dropping the tier list video or doing something like that. We'll announce that for sure. But thanks for tuning in. If you guys enjoyed the stream, please leave a like on the stream. Go subscribe to our YouTube if you're not subscribed already. And we also just dropped our Master Yi guide on our MetaFi from the Houston event where Daniel got to the finals. So if you guys are interested in playing Aurora Yi for your upcoming skirmishes until we get Spiritforged, then check out that guide. And we also just dropped a video on it on the YouTube as well, which seems like it's not really getting a lot of views right now. So if you guys were waiting for the video guide as well, just know that we dropped that and go check that out too. We'll see you guys next time. Thanks for tuning in.